here with Joseph Molesky, who has been selected by his colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Franklin Williams Middle School number 7. It's a pleasure to see you here today. I've seen you in action at the school. So tell me, did you always want to be a teacher?
Yeah, actually I did. I started working with students and younger students as a teenager when I was 15 years old. I worked for the Jersey City Recreation. My mom was a secretary in PS 38. My grandma was the librarian in Ferris High School, and my grandma also worked in the Board of Ed. So education was always in my family. I had 2 visions of myself as an adult, one either being a firefighter or being an educator. But the more I was involved in school and the more I got to know the students and just seeing like my vision of what I would want to become as an educator, it became clear to me that this is my job. This is for me. So, yeah.
Well, it is obvious that, it's a passion, not just a job for you. What do you do with your students that makes your job so rewarding?
I like to, first and foremost, before I even begin teaching the students, I like to get to know them. I like to know a little bit more about them. What are their interests? What is their way of preferred learning? And when I get to know them a little bit more and I open up myself to them and I give them a little bit of my interest, not so much, but enough to make conversation and get relation going, that's when I feel like the strength of my teaching becomes evident. When they feel comfortable with me, they want to show me that they have skills and they have abilities and they're ready to show them to me on a day-to-day in whatever format. It could be education, sports related, leadership roles. So that's my approach. I like to make sure that they feel comfortable, safe, and just willing to open up who they really are. And then we can highlight those personality traits and abilities and take it from there.
What are you currently teaching?
I teach special education inclusion right now.
Oh, okay. So all content area?
All content. I did last year, I substitute taught. I was in place for social studies. I have a background in social studies. I also coach. I do student council, citywide student council. I'm involved. I like to get involved as much. I like to pop my head in all different activities so the kids know they're being seen and it's rewarded,
It is. So how do you, in class, what kind of techniques do you use to get to know the students and have their buy-in?
I like to do in-person surveys a lot of times when we're in class and we're learning about something. I'll ask questions, I'll probe questions. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Or would anyone like to share their thoughts or their experience in a particular situation? I also like to use humor. I'm not like a comedian up there or anything like that, but I like to make sure that, class is just not information, lecture, and, just nonstop overflow of information. I'm with my class all day as an inclusion teacher, so I need to make sure that they feel entertained at some point. So I make a couple of jokes here and there, content related, of course, and just kind of make the day lighter and make the day not so draining on the student educationally. But the goal is, and everyone knows in the room, we have an objective, we're gonna see it through, but it doesn't mean we can't have a little bit of fun while we do so.
It sounds like a lot of fun. Life is difficult enough. We don't need to make it more complex than it is. What would you wish you had known as the brand new teacher going into teaching for the first time?
That's a great question. I thought about that actually. There was an essay I had to write for the County Teacher of the Year, and there was a question that was like that. And I wrote down, I had a hard time answering it at first, but I landed on the answer of just remain original. Be who I am as an authentic human being and bring that to the classroom. When I first started teaching, I was afraid that I had to be this like cookie cutter, prototypical type of educator. And it worked for the most part. And I was getting along with my colleagues and new teachers I was working with, but I didn't feel like I was really effectively teaching to my best of abilities. So once I kind of broke my shell a little bit, I kind of, just spread my wings and really got to just feel comfortable with myself as an educator and a leader in the classroom. I think everything went uphill from there. It made me feel like I could do anything.
Obviously, you can.
Yeah.
You work in a school that's predominantly Hispanic.
Yes.
You're not Hispanic. How do you connect with students of different languages and backgrounds?
So it's funny you say that. I'm actually a quarter Mexican, believe it or not. Yeah.
Okay.
Not many people know this, and I do not speak Spanish, so it does hold me back. But my wife is actually 100% Mexican as well. So that's one of the first things I tell the students. The ethnicity and the Hispanic culture is in my home every single day. I just had a child actually, so he's 62.5% Mexican as well. And I often do speak the language with her family. We go to the country and see her family from time to time. So it's there. So I like to use my personal experience and let them know that I am familiar with your food, your culture, your dance, and I try to embrace everyone's culture, and I let them know a little bit about mine. Also being an Italian, Irish, Polish American. So
yeah, so you have all the ethnicities, nationalities covered. Don't worry about the language.
Yeah.
I have to say, my children, their last name is Fernandez. Their Spanish is horrific.
Practice is important.
But it's understanding and acceptance of others that really.
Of course.
And Jersey City gives us plenty of that. We have such a diverse community that you're always learning something.
Absolutely.
So what would you share with the community in terms of your job and the passion that you feel? How can you get others to buy into that passion and look for a career in teaching maybe?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually tell a lot of younger people, I ask my students, oh, maybe one day you'd like to be a teacher. I try to get them involved. There's not many people I know my age or around my age that are interested in being a teacher. They always say, oh, it's too hard, it's too much, kids this, kids that. And my opinion is quite honestly opposite of that. I think in order for us to have a better community, to have a stronger community, we need to get involved. And it doesn't mean you have to be in a classroom as a teacher. You could be anything. If you can somehow make an impact on a young person's life early on, and then just develop that passion, whatever it may be, I think that the sky is the limit for our city. We need more people who are more dedicated to the youth, and we need more people who want to see a better change in our community. And sometimes it takes some people to step up a little bit. So I would just like to see more people just get involved and not be afraid to kind of put yourself out there without being judged. I think this is a world where, like you said, diverse, a lot of opportunity for each other. I say we all give it a shot.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
It's very understandable why they selected you.
Well, thank you.
In my personal opinion, the more we get to know others, we get to learn that we're so much more alike than we are different. Family, food, and enjoyment of life goes through every culture.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for providing our youth with such a wonderful opportunity to be their very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here with Max Arias, who has been selected as Teacher of the Year for the Conwell Middle School 4 in Jersey City. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to meet you and talk to you this morning. So tell me, whatever made you decide to become a teacher?
Thank you so much for having me. Well, over the years, I've had a lot of great teachers, and I had trouble finding my identity, and those teachers helped me find my identity and some of my strengths. So the way that they helped me felt so good that I was hoping that I could do the same thing. So over the years, I decided that I wanted to do the same, as well as teaching the material, teaching reading and writing. I wanted to help students feel good about themselves, feel empowered, and help find their voice and identity. So those teachers inspired me to want to continue doing that every day as much as I can in my classroom.
So you always wanted to be a teacher, or it's something you found later in life?
I found it around junior year of high school, where I was in a few classes, and unfortunately I had to leave because of some events in my life. And it was a conversation I had with one of my teachers who said that I should try to do it, stick it out and stay where I am, because she had a lot of confidence in my writing. And that was the first time someone had ever said something about my writing. I always did it as you just had to do it. It was an assignment, and it was just a part of what you needed to do in school. But that was the first moment I realized, like, I guess I'm a decent writer. And that helped inspire me to pursue that in a way. And that feeling of that confidence and empowerment she gave me was like, I think I can do the same for other people. So it was that moment that I decided I'm going to college, I want to be a teacher, and this is my calling, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
That's great. So what do you do in your writing and your teaching that empowers other students to find their voice and find their passion?
Well, I'm in middle school. I've got 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And at first, the students come in not so much in love with reading and writing, whether they've had bad experiences or maybe they're not where they need to be. Once I gauge where they are, I try to instill and build confidence in the students with applying their life skills. So when it comes to the writing, I help them write about experiences that they have. And once I'm able to get them to share those experiences, I'm able to help them with expressing themselves, with word choice, with sentence and paragraph structure. So I like to start with the buy-in first and then build their confidence in order for them to be the best that they can be.
Okay. And what do you hope to instill in your students? What do you want them to walk away with? Not just this book we read or this essay that we wrote, but what is the life lesson you would like them to walk away with?
That's a great question. With one of the novels we studied, Ghost by Jason Reynolds, there are so many messages about life. And now that I have the middle school students, I feel like they're able to understand it better. So as we're reading, I guide them into trying to find out what hints the author is trying to give the reader about what they can do when they go through some kinds of struggles in their life. So ultimately, I'm hoping for them to gain that ability to persevere, to be resilient, especially when they go through hard times in their lives.
And unfortunately, we know that everyone has hard times. It does not spare anyone.
Yes, absolutely.
But resilience is very important. So you talked about that high school teacher who lit the flame
Yes.
in your passion. Is there something that you employ that helps you light that passion for
Yes.
others?
I love creating a safe space, a safe environment where the students have full reign on their creativity. I love to incorporate writing, poetry, and writing music and performing as well. And I find that a lot of the students are able to connect to that. And once they connect to that, they find their voice, whether they participate in performing, playing an instrument, reciting a poem, or writing a rap. I think that works out really well. And giving them the space, giving them the opportunity, giving them the options, giving them the freedom to express themselves has really shown a lot of cool things happen over the years. And I give them that free range. I know as a musician myself, I like just having that creativity, that free range. So I give that to them too, and I get back everything tenfold, and it's usually a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, it sounds very interesting and amazing. Giving individuals their voice is
Yes.
so important. So what do you know now that you wish you would tell yourself when you graduated college, now you're teaching, you close the door and you see your first class of students? What do you wish you could tell yourself, your younger self?
Okay, younger me. I know college didn't really prepare me for the kids that are in front of me. They were able to provide me with theories, but younger me, I would tell, learn as much as you possibly can from everyone around you, especially teachers who have been there for a long time. And don't worry about trying to be someone else. Get that information, get that insight, learn from others, and then eventually take time to form your own identity. I know when I first began, I was kind of like, I want to be like that teacher, I want to be like this teacher. But then one day I was like, but I want to be myself. So I took what I learned, took what I gained, and I mixed it in with stuff that I think I know or have gained myself in order to be who I am now.
Well, we all emulate until we find our own path.
Yes.
So it's clear why you were selected Teacher of the Year, and you have any future plans, so you plan to continue teaching.
The goal is to go as long as I can.
So thank you very much. It's
You're welcome.
very fortunate. Any message you would like to send our young people about?
Yes, I have a few, if you don't mind.
No, absolutely.
I want to give a shout out to Milo and Ella and Mrs. Arias. I love you guys so much. I want to give a shout out to my current students, my former students, and my future students. Thank you so much for making teaching the best profession possible. And I want to give a shout out to all my colleagues and admins over the years. And I want to also thank you, Dr. Fernandez. I appreciate everything you do for all of us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure really watching our children perform and become individuals, find their voice, and find their path, whatever their passion may be. It's all worthwhile. So thank you very much on behalf of the thousands of children you've helped over the years. It's a pleasure. I'm here with Jillian Quirk, who has been selected by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year. Jillian works at the Dr. Michael Conti School, PS number 5. Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you here and have you for a short conversation.
Thank you for having me.
So, Jillian, did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes. Actually, in 3rd grade, I apparently drew a poster of myself being a teacher, and I had my mom put it up and was like, I think this is something that you've always wanted to do. And I always worked with kids. I was a lifeguard. I taught dance. So I always worked with kids coming from the age of 8. So it was something that I always just felt like it was a calling for me and I wanted to do. So I decided to go to college for teaching, and this is my 12th year. So.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
It seems like the other day you were a rookie.
I know.
So was there a teacher who impressed you, who made you think, I want to be that teacher?
Yes, I had a few. Definitely some in elementary school. Mrs. Martin is actually someone I remember. She was very creative, and I'm creative, so she's someone that I kind of leaned on, and she helped support me. I was kind of a shy child, and I'm not really shy at all anymore, and I kind of say it's something that my teachers helped me kind of get out of my shell a little bit. And my middle school teachers I loved, and high school teachers, so it was something that I loved how they helped me, especially because I was more of a literal thinker than figurative. So they really helped me in school, and I wanted to make sure that I could be there for my students. That's something that I wanted to do.
So what are you currently teaching?
So I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, language arts, inclusion, but I've taught gen ed and special ed. I actually started off at PS5 in 3rd grade, and then I got moved to 4th, 5th, and now I'm in 6th, 7th, and 8th. Since about 2019.
Oh, so you've gotten promoted, isn't
yes,
that?
I kept moving up, but I love it. I do love middle school, I have to say.
That's great. What do you enjoy most about middle school?
I do think it's an age where they're really becoming more independent and need help navigating through the struggles that they go through, because I do think it is a tough age, especially 7th grade for some reason. So I'm always there for them. I like to create a safe space and make sure that they can come to me if they need anything. In my class, I do a lot of social emotional learning. And I think that in middle school, that's really important because they get to share about themselves, their interests, their strengths. And then I get to learn more about them. So I get to incorporate that into my lessons.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So what else do you do in terms of academics that you see helping your students master the standards?
So being a special ed teacher, I do see that there's different learners in my class. I differentiate, I do small group instruction. And one of the biggest lessons I remember is we do a lot of novel studies, and we read Ghost by Jason Reynolds, and I created a hot seat lesson where the kids come up and they have to act as the character. And then I was able to have the students ask them higher order thinking questions, and they kind of take over. And that was one lesson that I saw my students absolutely love. So I've been trying to do that with different texts and different novels now. So that's something I need to find making sure that they're engaged. And that was something I saw. So I've been trying to incorporate that more, making sure that they're engaged, especially middle school age.
Well, at every age.
Yes.
Even as we become adults, it's finding that passion that keeps us engaged. What would you say to colleagues thinking of becoming teachers?
So I would tell them to make sure that they realize that they need to take care of themselves, because mentally too, because it could be a very demanding job. But I would also tell them how rewarding it is, and how they need to make sure that they can be there for their students, but also for themselves. I also think it's important for them to go and ask other teachers. So if they need help with something, they can go and ask. I personally, at the beginning of the year, when I find out that we have new teachers in our school, I go up to them and I introduce myself and I say, I don't want to overwhelm you, but I'm here if you need anything. It's an open door policy. And some new teachers have come to me just kind of talking or asking about certain curriculum and things like that. So I just kind of have an open door policy with them.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Because we always,
Yeah.
did you find yourself ready on day one when you started teaching?
No. I do feel like college prepared me for not working with kids as much. It was more of like different theories and what you learn, but I don't think like the behavior was something that they really taught us. So
Yeah.
my
Class
first
management.
Year, yes, class management. It was an interesting time. My first year was definitely rough, but I kept pushing through, and now I absolutely love it, and I can't imagine myself doing anything else.
Yeah. Now, do you use your classroom management skills with friends outside of work?
No, not really. But sometimes I have to say sometimes, because I've been in like, some of my friends have had like showers or bridal showers, and I do catch myself doing like the 1, 2, 3 eyes on me when we need to get adult attention. So maybe I do, and they're all like, the teacher's here. So.
That tends to be.
Yeah.
Ask your friends.
Yeah, they do. They crack up with that. So
What would you tell your younger self going into teaching? That first year going in. What do you wish you knew?
So I wish I didn't put so much pressure on myself. That was something I did my first year, where I stressed out a lot and I kept thinking I had to be absolutely perfect for the students. But I think I needed to realize to take a deep breath. And if the lesson didn't go well, then it didn't go well. Move on, try and do a different way of teaching the students. So definitely less pressure on myself, and just to try and have fun, and because it is a job, but also trying to make it fun. So I definitely, that first year was very stressed, but now I trust the process, and I'm learning, and I've been growing, and I see a huge difference between my first year and my 12th year. So,
Is there a message you would like to share with the community, students, parents, in terms of education?
So I actually just finished my master's in school counseling, which is one of the big reasons why social emotional learning is so important to me. So I would say I just hope that all of my past students, current students, and future students take something that I've taught them away, and they become the independent adult who they are meant to be and what they're supposed to do. And just in general, I love working for the Jersey City Public Schools, and I love how we have such a diverse community.
Thank you so much. It's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year. It's a pleasure. I'm here with Amelia Bonetti, who has been selected by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Charles Treeford School, Public School Number 8. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Amelia.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to see you again. And tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've been teaching at PS number 8 for about 28 years. I stayed there the whole time. And yeah, I like being around the kids, and I like working with all my colleagues. We have a great staff, great principal, and Jersey City Board of Ed has been pretty good to me.
Good. What are you currently teaching?
3rd grade Hope.
That's wonderful. So, did you always want to be a teacher? Or is this a second career?
It's not a second career. It's actually the first career, but I did want to be a lawyer first, which is weird because I spent a lot of time in school when I was young. I would help all the teachers in the morning. Since I'm young, I've been doing I did CCD. I was just, I liked being in a school setting. But then I wanted to be a lawyer.
Okay.
So I tried that. I went to law school, but I was out of state, far away in Arkansas.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a culture shock, and very different than New Jersey. So I really didn't like being away, and I changed gears, and I went to get my master's in education, and here I am. Never
Well,
looked back.
it's our pleasure. We don't need another attorney.
That's true.
Not anything against any of the attorneys, but teaching is, I find it, a rewarding career.
Yes, much more so than being a lawyer, I'm sure.
I'm sure that, there is different, every career has a positive side. But what made you change your mind?
To come back into teaching?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've enjoyed being in the school setting. I love being a student. I had amazing teachers. They were inspirational because I saw what they did and how they impacted me. And I wanted to do that too, just to touch people's lives, but when they were young, to kind of shape how they think and feel and believe and learn. And that's pretty much why I went back.
Was there one inspirational teacher?
Like, I had so many. I had a lot of good teachers. My sixth grade teacher, she was very down to earth and not so much, thought that she was, teacher. She was very friendly to everybody, and you can go to her and talk to her about anything, and she helped you as much as she could. And she was, she just guided everybody. Whoever needed guidance, she helped them. And I don't know, I felt like that was a little different than the traditional just, teacher for the 180 days and
The
move along.
content
Yes.
versus the
Yes.
person. So, how do you make a difference with your students?
Well, I do all the traditional stuff that we have to do, teach the subject contents, but I like for them to be creative and use their imaginations. And, even if they think it's strange, just bring it out there. Let's think outside the box sometimes and just, be yourself and do the best you can. And, we'll help you along the way. That's it.
Absolutely. Any techniques that you find very successful in the classroom? And
I think not just being teacher directed, but I think the peer interaction is good. They get ideas from each other, how to solve problems. Sometimes when, they work in groups and talk to each other, not just looking to me for the answers all the time. So I try to get them to look and find information, whether it's through their friends next to them or even outside. You got to use all the tools you have at your disposal that we offer them to find the answers and solve their problems.
what would you tell yourself, the young you, first year teacher? What would you tell that younger self about teaching that you know today?
You have to be flexible, more flexible than maybe I was in the beginning. Go with the flow, and each of these children are unique and individual. They come to you with problems you don't know about. Sometimes sometimes you don't. You have to be careful, how you deal with everybody, and just, trying to be understanding and patient with everybody. That's it, because they're all individual. That's what I like about teaching. Each year you come in and it's a new set of students with different personalities and ideas. It's not stagnant like, you go to an office and you're working with papers and stuff like that. So I feel like that keeps it interesting every September.
They're never boring.
Yes.
Children are never boring,
No.
for sure. So, what would you share with the community about teaching that is such worthwhile?
I think they need to get involved. I think if you have a school in your neighborhood, be involved. Talk to the kids. See how you could help. We have a great PTA that they volunteer their time, and they do have students in the school, but you could be a PTA member and not have children in the school. And I just think you have to get involved. You have to be around for the kids and, see what's going on and talk to them.
It's almost like you're saying it's not just the school's job, but it is the community's
It's
responsibility.
everybody's job. I mean, the parents, we have to work together. That saying, it takes a village. It's really true. I mean, we can't do it all by ourselves, the teachers.
No, we can't.
So we need help from the community. You need help from the parents. We need help all around.
Thank you. It is obvious that you love your craft and that, this is the reason why you were selected as Teacher of the Year. Anything else you would like to share with our community about teaching and learning?
I mean, it's a great job if you want to go into it. And you're always learning. It's, being around the kids keeps you, on your toes. And I just, like I said, it's not a boring job. It's, it's fresh every year. And we work with a lot of great people. We have a lot of colleagues that are great.
Thank you so much. It's obvious why they selected you. Congratulations
Thank you, Dr.
as
Fernandez.
Teacher of the Year. I'm here with Amelia Saletti, who has been selected as Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Dr. Martin Luther King Public School number 11. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. So tell me, did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes, I started out as a teacher's aide in PS40 back years ago, 40 years ago. And a lot of the teachers that I worked with always encouraged me to go to school to be a teacher because I was good at my job. And so I furthered my job by going at night, raising my own children. And I finally got it done. And I was proud of myself. I graduated and I became a special ed teacher. I started out with special ed. I did special ed for over 10 years. And then I decided to move on to a bigger part of my degree. So I became not only a teacher, I have my administrative certification. I also have the special ed, a minor in psychology. And I enjoy doing my job. I like being with the kids.
So you started going for your teaching degree and never stopped.
I never stopped.
That's wonderful. What made you decide to become a teacher? So your colleagues were telling you this, you're good at this, go back. Was there somebody that you really made a difference for you?
Yes, my aunt, which was mentally challenged and lived with me as a child growing up. And I was always impressed on how do you get these children at a young, older age. Actually, she was an older lady. And how do you continue to get her to learn and do things? But that's what really pushed me to become a teacher, a special ed teacher, actually, because I was helping her with my parents.
Right.
And I said, I know I can make a difference, and I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to go for what I believe. I know every child, whether you're old or middle or whatever you are, you can always learn. There's always room for learning. And every day that I am a teacher till today, I learn everything new every year. There's always something new to learn. And if you get that in your back pocket, you got it made.
Absolutely. So we're never too old to learn. We should be learning
Exactly.
consistently.
Exactly.
Despite what challenges we may have in life. Now, at the time, you spoke about your aunt who had developmental disability delays in her ability. Did you work with her in helping her?
Yes, I did. I helped her, and she helped me too, because we helped each other. Like if there was something that she needed done, I would help her. If I needed something done, she would help me. She was good with hair. She used to I guess where she was before, because my parents took her out of a home.
Oh, okay.
They took her out of a home, and she lived with my father and I and my parents. And she used to be a beautician. So she taught me things that I could do with my own hair. And vice versa. We would teach each other kind of. And then I used to go and help my parents. And actually, when I got married and had kids, I moved. So she got older and she couldn't do it anymore. So then I had to put her in St. Anne's home in Jersey City.
Yes.
And then I would go visit her and take care of her and make sure that she was, everything was right, because, they have a tendency of neglecting the older. And I'm very anal about being respectful and trying to always do the right thing. So I always made sure that I was always there taking care of her, even at my age, being a parent myself.
So, how do you translate that into your classroom and the person you are, obviously caring about everyone around you? How do you use that in your classroom with your students?
I always believe every child can learn if given the proper tools and be persistent. And I know today, in our day and age, children are very hard-headed. They are set in their ways, and you have to be stronger than them and just put the rules down. Say, no, this is the way it works, and this is my house, and we're home, we're together, we're family. I'm your mother in this room for 8 hours. Whatever it is, you have to follow my rules. I have rules, and be respectful. And it works. It does work.
So, obviously, they respond to your connection with them. What else would you share with the families in terms of meeting the students' needs?
I always make it a point of touching bases with parents. I'm very parent orientated. I feel that to get to the child, you have to get to the parent first. And if you can talk to the parent to make them understand, listen, I have rules. I know it's hard. Everybody has to work. People have 2 jobs to support each other. I get it. But I have rules and they need to be followed. And I would like your assistant to make sure that they follow him. And I've been very fortunate, honestly. I had like community services in my area. I worked with the Jersey City PAL. I was a committee woman for many years, Ward A. I know how to speak to parents. It's easier to speak to a parent than it is sometimes to speak to somebody that's higher up. You get nervous.
Oh.
So it's hard, but with a parent, you could kind of like find your way, and once you get to know them, to make them understand that it's not that I'm trying to be a bad guy. I want better for your child. Your child is my child as long as the child is in my room, and I want the child to be better. I want the child to work at what they can do, and they can't do it if they don't have help at home. So please help me. And I was fortunate because when I was in special ed, I created a book with my kids. Ryan, it was called. My children built a Tin Man out of iron and out of metal, out of cans.
Oh.
And we, for the for the incinerator department. So we did that. And then I did a lot of, we did a Recycling City. So I always would get the parents involved like that. I would say, can you bring in cans? Can you do this? Can you do that? I was very fortunate. My parents were excellent.
It seems, well, you have something in common with the parents, the love for their children.
Exactly.
How can anybody say no
Exactly.
to someone who loves their children
Exactly.
and wants the best?
Yep.
So thank you for that commitment. What would you tell your younger self? So now you're going to become a teacher for the first time, but you have the experience of what you know today. What do you wish you had known back then?
I actually was fortunate because I had a teacher that mentored me when I first became a teacher. And I kind of like the fact to tell the new teachers today, never give up. Always be persistent. They will try to fight you. The kids will fight you along the way, but be persistent and they'll get what you're asking them to do.
So never give up?
Never give up.
Is there something else you would like to share with the community in terms of ways to promote the career of teaching and helping students?
I would like to tell the community I like my Jersey City children, and I hope to God that every parent takes their child's education serious, because it's important, because that furthers them to become better. If you can't read, you can't write. If you can't write, you can't do math, you can't do anything in education. To get a good job to support yourself, Because remember, we're all not going to be here for the rest of our lives. And our children have to learn to support themselves. And the only way to do that is through an education.
So thank you. And obviously, you're making a difference in our children's life on behalf of the thousands of children
Yes.
whose lives you've touched. Thank you so much. And it is clear why you were selected Teacher of the Year.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Crystal Albright. She is a teacher at Whitney M. Young Elementary School, and she has been selected by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Could you tell me a little bit about yourself, what you teach, and how you got to this career?
Sure. So currently I teach middle school, 5 through 8. I'm a resource special education teacher. So I do a lot of small groups for reading and writing and supporting students and learners. I've been in education for 14 years. And so I think I'm at like a really good sweet spot of education right now.
No, it seems, I thought you had just started. So what grades have you taught during those 14?
So when I first started, I was actually a preschool teacher. Yes, so I did that for about 4 years, and then I looped and I went to kindergarten. I've taught in 3rd grade, and now I'm in middle school, which, you know, when I first started, I would have never thought to do middle school. But now that I'm in middle school, I cannot see myself going back down.
Oh, they're just bigger babies.
Exactly.
They do. So did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. I believe since 2nd grade, I wanted to be a teacher. I was born and raised in Jersey City, and I always wanted to be in education because at that time, I did not have a teacher that looked like me. And so it wasn't until I went to college and then I encountered and I had those experiences and built those relationships that I was like, that's my definite plan of just becoming an educator and then going right back into my community and giving back.
So have you always taught in the same school or you've moved around?
I've moved around, but I've always been in an urban setting for the most part. So when I first started teaching, I was actually at a charter school in Newark, and then I went to Irvington for a little bit, and then I found my way back home to Jersey City.
Welcome back.
Thank
you.
you.
Belong here anyway. This is home. So what do you try to ensure that your students all master when they're with you?
So when they're with me, we go over different skills, but I think the main concept, especially this year, is just being greater. Being greater, and no matter what you're learning, whatever style, whatever technique, is just putting your best foot forward and always knowing that even though it might be slight improvements, there are still improvements, and looking at that growth.
So how do you measure growth?
So I pull every day. So, we look at MOI and end of the year, but I actually like to do more of like the informal daily discussions, the daily reflections, the exit tickets, the check-ins, as well as weekly, like allowing them to self-reflect. I think that's the biggest piece. When they're able to do those self-reflections and just self-correct, then I know that they're being successful.
So it's self-driven versus
Absolutely.
an
It's
outside
teacher-driven.
grade.
Exactly.
And are there techniques that you use to help them succeed and master their skills or achieve growth?
So I think the techniques that I use are definitely modeling, tons of scaffolding, tons of anchor charts everywhere, depending on the lesson. And just those daily check-ins to make sure that they are mastering it, and then reaching out to families as well. And what can we improve on? What can we make sure that your child is successful in? What do you see at home to build those kind of relationships and connections as well?
So what do you ask parents to do to help the students succeed?
Reinforce whatever skill that we're learning for the week, reinforce their homeroom teachers, anything that we are doing in the classroom. Parents, I need you to hold on to that and to dig deeper at home so that we can kind of bridge that gap.
So what do you wish you had known when you started teaching that you know today? From experience, you know certain things. What would you wish you had known when you started teaching?
I think the biggest component And this is kind of not just in teaching, but just in life, is relationships and community, and the importance of building the relationships in the community with the students, with the families, with your coworkers, with everyone, because these are the people that are going to influence and pour into the students, as well as just knowing that they have that relationship with you, that they can confide in you. Oh, Miss Albright, I'm not having a good day. You know, can you check on me this time? Or the parents reaching out, like, we're struggling with this. What are your thoughts? Or how can I best assist? So building those relationships then builds capacity, and allows the students to know that there is a community, and then there's the backbone of them if they ever need anything.
What would you share with the community in terms of teaching and learning? That how can, as a community, we all work together to ensure a student's success?
Just be open. Be open. You know, the way technology is moving, just being open to new and creative ideas, to be able to support. Because, like I said, technology is not going anywhere. So kind of getting on the wagon of how can I best support my child at home, and using the appropriate tools for that. So just being open. And of course, coming into workshops too. We offer them at the school. Come into workshops. Feel free. They can reach out to me. I can do one-on-one. Whatever support that you need, be open for it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It is a pleasure to meet you, and it's obvious why your school community selected you to represent them. You represent well.
Thank you so much.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
You as well.
I'm here with Dr. Daphne Civil Acosta. She has been nominated Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Joseph H. Bressinger Public School 17. Congratulations on this phenomenal accomplishment.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you teach? What do you do? And how you have been accomplishing your job.
I've been teaching at PS 17 for about 12 years. I've been teaching grades pre-K through seventh grade, this year. And the students that I've been working with, I've had them since pre-K, so they're like my babies. But they're not babies anymore right now.
No.
They're in middle school. I love what I do at PS 17. I wear multiple hats at PS 17. I teach, of course, and then also I'm the multicultural chair. I'm on the multicultural chair committee. And we put on several activities based on the community that we serve. We're a very diverse community, and I love what we do. We put on shows, assemblies. We have a lot of the community coming in to visit. We hold a lot of read-ins, and also I'm involved with our hydroponic garden that we have in our school. So right now we're growing radishes, lettuce, and I get to be involved in all of those with all different students throughout the community, throughout the school, in different grade levels. So I love what I do, and I'm having a good time so far.
So did you always want to be a teacher?
My mother told me I always wanted to be a teacher, but I didn't know this until many years later, that I used to play school at home with my little teddy bears. So I guess initially, intuitively, I've always wanted to be a teacher. That was not my first choice of a career path. But then when I found my path, I said, yes, this is what I wanted to do all along. And I enjoyed doing it. I embraced it and just keep going. It's something that I love to do.
So this is your second career.
This is my second career.
So what were you doing first?
I was working in banking, was my first career, working in banking. And then how I got involved was with my son's school. I was on the PTA, and then I love being available, accessible, enjoying working with the staff and the students at the school. And then that was what made me change my career goals.
So was there a teacher along the way that influenced you and made you say, I want to be that?
Well, growing up, I have to say, and this is why I love being the chair of the Multicultural Committee, is that I did not have a lot of teachers that looked like me or members of my family. So that was something that I was always looking for and seeking. So when the opportunity became available to me in order for me to be in this role from the students that now I serve is something that I hold dear to me. And I said, okay, well, this is what I was always been looking for, so I'm going to give that to my students right now. They need someone like me that can relate to them, that looks like them, that understands their cultural background, and understands where they're coming from in order to provide that for that experience for them throughout the day. So initially, growing up, I did not see any teachers that represented my culture or my ethnical backgrounds, and so that is what's making me now want to do that for my students.
So, is there something that you do with your students that you feel really makes a difference in the outcomes?
Just to understand how they learn, understand culturally what's going on at home or in the community, and also understanding, how can I support their learning path? Because every student has a different learning path. I know growing up, I learned differently. And also the students that I have, also some of them do learn differently. So it's always to meet them where they're at and see how I can push them along the way. And also understand what's going on as far as home backgrounds going on or at school, and try to eliminate that stressor that's going on throughout the day, and then also support them with their academics.
You find trends within your students of what they need?
Some of them, I do find some trends, and then that's where I will tackle, and that's where I will support them with what they need. And then also there are some that are just, of course, flourishing. So, of course, with them, it's just how to support them to bring them up. They're there, so we all learn in a different developmental plan. So, and how do I support their growth? Because every child is different, and just push them along the way.
What do you wish you had known when you started teaching that you know today with years of experience?
What I wish that I would have known before I started, or when I did start this career, is how am I accessible? How can I be accessible? I mean, it's not just one way of teaching. There's multiple different ways of teaching. So how can I be creative in what I'm doing? And also, how can I keep the students entertained and engaged in what they're learning as well? And then that can spark an interest in them, and then it'll help them flourish.
That's excellent. What would you say to someone who's thinking, maybe I want to become a teacher, or maybe not? How would you convince them that it's a great career?
I would convince them that it is a great career. Is how can you make a change in a person, or how can you make a change in this world? What is that niche that you have that you want to bring out and share? Teaching is diverse, right? So there's a lot of areas of where you can teach. So art, science, math, English, dance. So, if there's something in you that you are dear and passionate about and that you're great at, how can you bring that to the forefront for students that want to also do the same or want to learn? And I would take it from there.
That's great. And to the community, what message would you like the community to know in terms of how to help our young people be successful in life?
I would make a message to the community is that, teachers are here to support not only just the child, but the family, the community. How can we be an assistance, and how can we help support you with your children and their academics, and just the world? Come to us, come speak with us, let us know what's going on and that what your needs are, and we'll be there to support you every step of the way.
Daphne, thank you. It's obvious you love what you do. It's your passion.
Yes.
And we're very lucky to have you and for the community to get to know you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Shirley Thompson, who has been nominated by her colleagues at the Dr. Maya Angelou School, PS20, as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are so proud of you.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Okay. I am teaching third grade this year. After teaching fifth last, we loop at 20. So I'll have my babies for the next 2 years, which I'm really excited about. And I teach the Hope class, the gifted and talented.
So, okay. Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, I actually wanted to do this. I went to Rider University for TV and radio communications. and I freelanced at like MSNBC, NBC. So I thought I was going to be like this great producer one day, but it was freelance. Sometimes you work, sometimes you don't work. So like, let me start subbing and see, because I played school when I was younger, I loved all my teachers. So I decided, I want to go back to school because I'm enjoying the subbing and, meeting the kids and working with different teachers. So 22 years later, here I am.
Was there a teacher who made a difference in your life or who impressed you to the point that you said, I want to be like that person?
Sister Alice. I went to Catholic high school. Catholic school most like for 12 years, and Sister Alice was my literature teacher, and she was amazing. She was tough, but I loved her class. I enjoyed her class, and I actually majored in English when I went to Rider. But there were teachers, so many other teachers along the way. I'm an immigrant. I'm not from here. So coming to America and learning English and just learning about life in America, I had such great teachers to kind of pave the way for me, to support me. So I'm grateful to everyone, but Sister Alice always sticks out.
So she made an impression on you.
Yes.
What do you try to achieve with all your students?
I think one of the most important things that I want to come across for my students, my children, is to let them know that I'm here. I'm here for them no matter what. I care about them. I care about what they think, how they feel. And that's how I kind of begin each day. Like, how are we doing today? Like, how was your night? How was your weekend? It's not just about teaching, but really getting to know the whole child. So that's really important for them to know that I'm interested in them as people, because they bring so much to the table. They changed me along the way all these years. So that's important for me to always come across, you're important, I'm here for you. It's not for me. I work for you,
And do you work with parents to help the students, or?
I do. We're partners. I can't get anywhere if I don't have the support of a parent, and I hope it's vice versa for them too. It's important for me to show them what their child needs, how I can support, even when I'm not with them, I'm always available. What can I do to make your child feel happier, more successful, more comfortable in the class, So having that partnership with parents is always so, so important for me,
So obviously you enjoy your job and you do it well.
Thank you.
What do you wish you had known when you started teaching?
I think when I started teaching, it's so hard, right? Like you just want to kind of make sure that you're getting through what you need to get through. But as the years, have been going by, I've become more creative. I don't think I was as creative in the beginning because, I was coming from a different, background, and then learning, how to become a teacher, how to connect with the kids, how to help their parents also. I didn't feel as creative, but in the past, several years, I feel more creative, and I feel like, I wish I was more of that way when I was younger and started out teaching, but at least I've learned along the way, and not, I've learned from other teachers how to be creative, how to incorporate different activities or ways of doing things, techniques in your teaching to kind of like lift it, to, make it more effective and fun for the kids, so.
It's obvious that you enjoy what you do. What message would you have for the community in terms of education and helping us young people succeed?
I think it's important for the community to know that the children are the community. These are the future community members, the future politicians and teachers and doctors and nurses and whatever their beautiful minds want to do. So we have to remember that having that partnership and working together to support our children, our parents, our teachers, the community as a whole, we grow together. And as we grow together, there's more things, more beautiful things that we can accomplish in this world, in this, society. So.
It is a pleasure, and it is obvious why you were selected to represent the school and your colleagues. We are very lucky to have you.
Thank you so much. It's
And
been a
thank
pleasure.
And on behalf of the thousands of children whose lives you made better.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. I'm here with Jody Rubino, who has been nominated by her colleagues to be Teacher of the Year at PS 22, Dr. Urso Webb Elementary School. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So what do you teach?
I teach STEM, grades K through 5.
So tell me a little bit about STEM, K to 5.
I didn't always teach STEM. I was a classroom teacher. I've been teaching for 23 years. I was always a 5th grade teacher. I always had a love for science. My background, undergrad degree is in geoscience. I didn't really have a lot of opportunities to teach science. We taught every subject. A few years back, we departmentalized and I got a chance to teach science. Our principal put a posting up for a STEM teacher, and I thought I would love to teach that. That's right up my alley, and I got it. And so now we have STEM. The kids come to me as a special every day, and it just has opened up, something that I haven't been able to do in my teaching career. I just have like a love for it and energy, and the students love it, which is most important.
Absolutely. So what do you incorporate as part of the STEM lessons?
Well, any lesson we do, any challenge we decide to do, we're always following the engineering design process, which walks students through steps, starting with brainstorming. They're always working in cooperative groups. It teaches them to problem solve. They're solving real world problems, but most importantly, they're figuring out for themselves that if something doesn't work, they have to go back and try it again. Even if they don't achieve, that's called failing forward, and as long as you go back and you try again, that's what we're trying to teach them.
That's part of science.
Yes.
Every experiment may work, may not work.
Exactly.
So how do you do that with the youngest learners?
That's the hardest part. I try and at the beginning, I'm just, going through routines and things like that. And then I'll do the same things I'm doing with the older kids, but I scale it down a little bit. They don't do things independently as well as the older kids do. So I'll just, take a few steps out. I can't even think of anything particular, but they follow the engineering design process just like the older kids do, because I'm going to have them now going all the way up. So you learn it now, and you're going to know that no matter what challenge we're doing, no matter what lesson it is, you're following these steps. And I want it to become like just, routine to them.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
I always wanted to work with children. I always had a love for service work, working in the community. My parents, especially my dad, they were small business owners in Jersey City. And then my dad was a security guard at the Board of Ed, first at PS 8 school, and then he was at central office. And he would see teachers come in and out, superintendents, supervisors, and he really saw how important being an educator was. And he instilled that in me to tell me that education is the way to go. You should be a teacher. Unfortunately, he passed away when he was 50 years old from cancer.
So sorry.
And so he never got to see me graduate from college, never got to see me be a teacher, but him and my mom really instilled that. My mom was a clerk at Ferris, and she passed away 13 years ago, and now every year, she was a beloved clerk at Ferris. Every year, my family and I, we take a collection and we present a student at exit day with the Claudia Rubino Memorial Award. The teachers pick the recipient, has to, fill certain criteria, college-bound, hardworking, somebody who perseveres through hard times. And every year at exit day, I present that award with a nice little scholarship because my parents were so involved and they just thought education was the best. And as a youngster, you don't really think so, but in the end, I took what they instilled, and I became a teacher.
That's great. What do you wish you had known when you started teaching? What do you know today that would have been very helpful had you known at the beginning of your career.
It was so overwhelming at the beginning. I remember coming home crying. I can't do this. It's too much. I think any teacher coming in should know, give yourself grace, have some patience, be kind to yourself. There's going to be hard days. There's going to be tough days. Ask for help. Find a mentor. Find somebody who will help you through the tough times, because in the end, it's all worth it, and it's always for the children, and that's what's important.
Sounds like very good advice. Do you mentor new teachers?
I've had student teachers in the past, but I have not been a mentor.
Okay, good. Maybe next time.
I would love to, actually, yeah.
That's something to move forward with. How do you get parents to work with you?
Honestly, a lot of parents don't come to me because I'm a special, so I give a grade on the report card. Nobody ever comes to the specialist. You know, everyone skips the gym, the STEM, but when I do get parents that come to me, they mostly tell me that the children want them to come. You have to go see Mr. Rubino, and I'll say, your child is doing great in STEM. You really didn't need to come to see me, but they want the parents to meet me. They want to see what they're doing. My classroom is called the STEM lab, and they want to see all the technology I have in there, 3D printers. So I coach teams. I coach the Lego robotics team and the Emerge team, which we won first place last year. Yeah. And that really got the parents asking, you know, how can my students be a part of this? Prior to that, nobody really knew that we did anything like that. So now the students are interested. They're asking their parents to come to the STEM lab. They're reaching out, asking how they can get involved in STEM.
Oh, great. So what would you share as from your position as an educator, what would you share with the community about the importance of making sure our young people have a good education?
I think the support of the community is important. They should know that education starts in the classroom, but it's not only in the classroom. It's not just taking tests and teaching students to do good on tests. We're teaching community leaders, politicians, and we want these students to make good choices in the community. So if the community would work with us and support us in the classroom, have a value for what we're doing, then I think we could have ethical leaders and community members in the future.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
Would make our jobs easier if we had the support. But thank you so very much.
Welcome.
It's obvious why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Allison Schultz, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Mahatma Gandhi Public School 23. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So tell me about it. What do you teach?
I teach 8th grade biology and social studies. And in addition to that, I work with the students in a tribunal course in our social studies class, which we work on restorative justice in the school. I also am part of the Raspberry Pi, and I coach some of the sports, so I'm kind of all over the place at 23, which makes it really fun.
So you do a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
So tell me about that restorative practice and that tribunal.
So we have a group of 8th graders this year, and they work in a circle where we practice being comfortable in the uncomfortable, listening to each other. We have a talking piece, and we go around and share some of our feelings about the day. Sometimes the circles have a direct purpose. And then this year we've outreached to other classrooms. We've worked with first graders and a middle school class about some conflicts that they were having in their classroom and helping 6th and 7th graders prepare for 8th grade. So they're getting to learn from their peers, like they're directing the restorative instead of just having lunch detention or, suspensions. So they kind of get to hear from some of their peers about how they feel about classroom difficulties and things in middle school.
So do you have consequences, or it's more of a making up for an infraction?
Yes, I mean there can always be consequences, but more like how do we feel about this, and how can we not have it happen again in a positive way? Yeah.
Sounds very
It's really fun to watch some of these students who have had a few infractions under their belt in the past be leaders to the other kids and talk about it from their perspective.
Well, school's about learning, and
Yeah.
we learn so much.
Right.
Not just the academics, but the social skills,
How to be people.
which it's really a life lesson.
Mm-hmm.
So have you always taught this, or what's your experience?
So when I started, I've always taught middle school. I started teaching ELA, and then when I came to PS23, I was kind of thrown into science, which I found to be a huge love. I started with earth science and physics, and now I'm teaching biology. So as I taught it, I was really learning a lot, and then I got this wonderful opportunity to be part of the Savas learning lab,
Yes.
which has helped me so much. We always joke about like learning about thinking, and that has helped me bring a lot of exciting like hands-on lessons to my classroom and with the science and engineering practices to get them really like using their hands, thinking about what they're doing, why they're doing it, asking questions, having them drive the investigations. That's been a huge
So you
part
said
of my
something,
career.
thinking about thinking. What does that mean?
Well, it was frustrating to me in the beginning too, when they would ask it, like, if a student just asks a question and you want to sort of like answer it for them, but getting them to think about like, well, if we're doing an investigation about plants and how they grow roots, well, why do you think that? And thinking about the reasoning or the science behind it, instead of just coming up with a go-to answer, just really, well, why? Keeping asking why, which when I was learning it, it was a little frustrating, and I can see my students getting like, okay,
Like, give me the answer.
Yeah, but they eventually can get to it, which is fun to see that like click.
So the teacher is not the Google in the classroom.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Did you always want to be a teacher?
You know what? Not since I was in like high school. I was kind of like jumped around what I wanted to do. And then when I graduated from college, I spent a few years traveling, and then I came back and started substitute teaching. And I said, I think this is it. And I fell in love with middle school from the beginning.
It's a complex
It
age.
is, yeah. But I find them to be very authentic, and I can meet them with like a sense of humor, and we can talk about things that are going on in their lives. As you know, Mahatma Gandhi School is very diverse, so I get to meet a lot of kids from all over the world coming in, moving into this country, learning a new language, which I find to be so admirable at this age, like just coming in and being thrown in a new country, learning a new language, making new friends, and I just find them inspiring. I find that really, really, really interesting.
Did you have a teacher that inspired you?
I did. I've had several. I had Miss Pimbard, Mrs. Dowling, that helped me at various points in my youth and development.
If there was a message that you could share with our community, with parents, what would that be?
Well, PS23 is a community school, so we do a lot with our community. I would say being involved is so important, showing up at the events, like the sporting events, or we have outreach programs. We've had a middle school lunch where we invited parents. We have the 8th graders help out with the little kids when we had a little sweetheart dance for the 2nd graders. Just getting involved and being present and just coming and smiling and enjoying some of the activities is really important, to be engaged.
Yeah. What do you know today as a more seasoned teacher that you wish you had known when you started out?
Well, classroom management is very important, but being myself, really, just and realizing that especially in middle school, everything seems like a big deal, and meeting them in that space so that you're not just like wiping away how they feel, like just making sure that you are there to hear them and listen to them. and really using your hands as much and having fun with them. That's what I would say to anyone wanting to be a teacher. Do you feel like doing something different every day, wearing a different hat every day? So I kind of wish I, knew that a little bit. Make sure that classroom management is tight and just be myself.
Well, classroom management takes time.
Yes, it does.
It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't, no.
No. Students don't come in and say, I'm going to sit here and listen because I'm waiting for all your knowledge.
Right.
No.
I'm going to raise my hand one at a time. No, it doesn't. Still, even today, it doesn't.
No, it isn't. But, we all take turns and we learned that in school.
Right.
So.
And being okay with a little bit of the noisy, like the controlled chaos.
Yes. Well, it is obvious why you were selected to represent your school. You're obviously very engrossed in your school, your community, and in the field of education. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
For all the thousands of children whose lives you make better.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
I'm here with Andrea Walker, who has been nominated by her colleagues at the President Barack Obama Public School 34 as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate my colleagues, and this is a very big honor.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach.
Okay, well, I am a third grade language arts and social studies teacher. I am the general ed teacher in the inclusion class. I have an excellent co-teacher, so I'm very, very grateful that we work well as a team for these children.
That's great. When you have great teamwork, it's good to have 2 hands in the class, 4 hands in the classroom.
Absolutely.
Versus 2. Did you always want to be a teacher?
I knew that I always had a passion for helping people. I think my inspiration for teaching came from my mom, who is a retired teacher from this district. Phenomenal example of just giving back and passionate and dedicated. So that's where my inspiration came from, my mom.
So you have big shoes to fill.
Absolutely. It's a little intimidating, but I definitely have the perfect role model.
Have you always taught 3rd grade?
No, actually, I began as a pre-K teacher.
Oh, really?
For 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I moved to PS 34 as a 3rd grade teacher.
That's amazing.
Yes.
How did you find the change in grades?
Initially, I thought it would be a bit more difficult than it was. As far as the personalities, it wasn't too different. The subject matter getting adjusted to the different materials that they use versus what I did in early childhood. But once I got the hang of it, it was fine because this is like my 5th year teaching 3rd grade. So it was a decent adjustment. It wasn't too bad.
It wasn't that bad, huh?
No.
They're just bigger babies?
Just different stages of life. That's it. They're just at a different stage of life.
So what do you do in the classroom to help your students be successful?
I'm all about positive energy, right? I learned a long time ago that I need to want to be there, and I need you to want to be there. I feel like my students want to come. They want to be present. They want to learn. They want to come every day. I have parents that come to me that said, they told me I got to get here early. We do morning tutoring. Telling their parents, I have to get there because Ms. Walker said we're going to do our morning tutoring. I have kids coming for Saturday tutoring. They want to be there. So just getting you comfortable to let me into your world to be able to teach you is a huge thing.
So how do you get students to buy in to working harder, coming in for extra work? How do you get that buy-in?
It's the accountability. At PS 34, we really learned about our core values, one of which is accountability. Even at their age, you can own a lot of what you do, right? A lot of times they are still learning that you play a role in what you do. And I think that in third grade, I'm starting to teach them, you have accountability, you have a say. Your passion matters, your dedication matters. Yes, I can get you to do things, your parents can get you to do things. You should want to do them for yourself.
So, very interesting. And teaching someone to be self-driven will pay off dividends in whatever field they go into. So, is there something you share with parents or your techniques? What are your techniques to help parents support you and bring their child early and have that buy-in as their children?
Open communication is key. Like, I am accessible. I frequently talk to parents. I make sure that we stay engaged in conversation. That is the key because it's really a team effort. It needs to be on both sides. It needs to be in the classroom. It needs to be outside of the classroom. I feel like that plays a vital role. Just making sure they know that we'll be transparent. I'll give strategies, anything that you need that would help your child, even things that you might need for yourself. What ways can we help support you at home, outside of the classroom, that may, carry over to making things better for them to be able to learn, because we have students that deal with a lot of different things. So we have to think about all the different aspects.
So it's about meeting students where they are.
Yes.
And pushing them ahead, dragging them along sometimes, but when they're willing to do that, it's the most successful part.
It is.
So we definitely wish you, much success. So any words of wisdom to anyone who would like to be a teacher or may want to, help them think about it, young people who can explore the profession? What would you say?
It is both rewarding and challenging. And when you hit those moments where you feel like you can't do it all, just know that you learn to manage it all. I think there's a huge difference. Sometimes you can get overwhelmed by everything that is presented before you, but you do learn to manage it all. That is my wisdom.
Okay, so thank you. Any last words to our community about the importance of education?
It's the most powerful tool that you can have to be successful. I just encourage everybody to, encourage their students or their children to continue to grow, continue to gain knowledge, because we know that is power and that brings about change. So.
Absolutely. And no one can ever take it from you.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely always yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Alicia Williams, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Future School Public School 39. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you
pleasure
so much.
to welcome you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach, Alicia?
Well, I've been teaching pre-K for about 18 years.
Oh, wow.
Yes, my roots are actually with Head Start. I started working for Head Start. I'm not going to say yes.
A while ago.
A while ago, right. I worked for Head Start as an avid teacher, and then I came over to the board, and I've been with pre-K since then.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, and I'm a lifelong resident as well of Jersey City, so born and raised there.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
I knew I always wanted to work with kids, but I didn't exactly know in what capacity. I didn't necessarily know if I wanted to be in the field, if I wanted to be in a classroom. But through my college studies, I sort of got an idea once I started doing my internships that the classroom was where I wanted to be.
That's great. Did you have teachers who inspired you?
I did. I can vividly recall one teacher in particular, and it's crazy that I can remember because this was my second grade teacher, Ms. D. Benedictus. She always spoke so much life into not just me, but all of her students, and that just stuck with me to this day, you know.
So what did she do that you tried to emulate or?
Well, she always made sure that we had a voice. You know, she always made sure that our voices were heard in the classroom. She always made sure that we were exhibiting like positive mannerisms and positive interactions with our peers at all times. You know, she went beyond the textbook, I should say. She gave us real life experiences and things that would carry us beyond her classroom, you know? So I greatly appreciate Ms. D. Benedictus for that.
How do you activate student voice with preschool?
Oh, that's actually pretty easy because you know the young learners, they always have a lot to say, you know. So that's pretty much the easy part, you know. My students are always engaged, you know, and there's a lot of language going on in my classroom. In everything that we do. From the second they come in, they're doing a daily check-in so I can kind of know how they're feeling as they enter my classroom, and I check in with them. So they're not just putting their names next to the slot that represents their emotion. I check in. I want to know, hey, I see you put your name next to sad. Why don't you tell me about that? Or I see you put your name next to happy or safe. Talk to me about that. So there's just a lot of language going on from that to our small group activities. Language all day.
All day.
All day. Yes.
I don't know. Is one of their favorite words mine?
Not really.
Oh,
not,
good.
Yeah, not really.
Learning to share is
yeah,
difficult.
you know, it like I said, it goes beyond. When people think of pre-K, they tend to think of, oh, the teachers are teaching letters, numbers, shapes, which we are. But it goes a little bit further, you know. We're shaping the future. They're the first, this is often their first school experience, you know? So we're giving them the tools to be great friends. We're giving them the tools to be positive role models in the future. We're giving them the tools for language. We're giving them the tools to activate, identify, and foster their social emotional skills, you know? So all of that.
Well, you're a great spokesperson as we celebrate the Week of the Young Child.
Yes.
So what is it in our preschool program that makes it such a successful program?
You know, I think the curriculum overall, you know, pre-K, we do the high scope curriculum. So it's more of an interest-based curriculum. A lot of our activities are planned based around the children's interests. You know, while we are teaching the basics, those fundamentals, you know, are shaped around what the children are interested in. So I think that's what makes it successful.
Obviously,
yes,
you make it work.
I do.
And your colleagues have noticed.
Thank you so much.
It is a pleasure. So, what do you wish you had known at the beginning of your career?
I think I wish I would have known how important social emotional learning is. You know, that leading up to where I am now in my educational path, I think that was sort of overlooked, I would say. But now there's been so much more focus on the social emotional aspect of learning. And I think that's something that we need to continue to focus on. You know, it's very important to get children to identify these emotions and to learn how to handle and regulate these emotions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there a message you would share with parents in terms of having their child be ready or be successful experiencing the early years of learning?
Of course, I would just say to always make sure to have a positive rapport with your child's teacher, you know, and for the teacher, that starts very early on, you know, build a positive rapport. So the parents, along with yourself, you guys, it's like a partnership. So you guys are working hand in hand to make sure that the children are as successful as they can be.
So it's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
much.
much.
And you speak so well for the Early Childhood Department.
Thank you.
So congratulations.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm here with Anna Sanchez, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Fred W. Martin Public School 41. Congratulations.
Thank you
It's a
so
pleasure
much.
to have you. So tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
My name is Anna Sanchez. I'm a middle school inclusion teacher. I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and I absolutely love working at PS 41. It's definitely a family there.
That's wonderful. And have you always taught middle school?
No, actually, I started off as a kindergarten teacher, and then I became a middle school teacher.
Oh, wow, quite a difference. How did you make that transition from kindergarten to middle school?
It was actually a really difficult transition, but my principal said, I think you would be really great. You're really analytical. And I went up there and I fell in love. I was like, this is absolutely fabulous. And I loved it.
Oh, that's great. Did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. I always wanted to be a teacher. I saw myself as a preschool teacher, though. But I'm happy to learn that I actually do really well with any age group, and I love it.
That's great. What kind of techniques do you employ with your students that help them succeed?
I really love and I enjoy Vygotsky. I love his theory on the PD, which is like the zone of proximal development, which is all about social interaction, but through collaborative work. And I love that scaffold mind friend because I'm like, what can I show you? What's the intention behind this? And how can I step back so that you take over? So it's not me, it's you doing the work and you doing the heavy lifting. So I kind of model it to begin with, and then my kids kind of just take over.
So you make them work harder than you are working.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I have really high expectations, and they know that. I love to joke with you, but I have high expectations, and I, expect you to excel even the expectations I have.
That sounds great. Did you have teachers that made an impact on your career or your future?
Yes, that's absolutely why I wanted to become a teacher. I can tell you from the grade of 4th grade on, I've always had teachers that just really helped me develop. And I just always would admire them for that. And I wanted to give back to the community, and I could see myself doing something similar.
That's wonderful. How do you share those high expectations with your parents and the school community at large?
Well, my parents, I call them all the time. I keep them informed. I want to make sure that the relationship I have with my students, I also have with the parents. I keep them informed of everything. And I just make myself accessible to them.
Sounds great. What message would you share with others who may want to be teachers?
I think in order to be a successful teacher, you have to use your best qualities and use those best qualities while being mindful of the cultures in your classroom, by being mindful of maybe some of the trauma that's going on in the classroom, and use that to facilitate your connection to the students and also the expectations. Always should make sure your high expectations are the norm.
Is there something you know today as an experienced educator that you wish you had known as the novice, your first year teaching?
I would have just wanted to maybe have a little bit more fun with my students. I think I was a little bit more serious, thinking that if I had a more serious tone, I would get more high quality work, and that isn't necessarily true. I feel like if you are yourself and the kids can feel you being yourself and making them feel safe and comfortable, and they know what's expected, you are very clear, you have routines in the classroom, you're gonna be okay.
Well, it is obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year. It's a pleasure to have you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm here with William Gordon, who has been nominated by his colleagues at Dickinson High School as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
Yes. Well, My name is William Gordon. I've been teaching at Dickinson for high school for a number of years. I am currently instructional leader at Dickinson, but for years I have taught English, and that also included Black literature, African American literature, and I just love teaching English. American Lit is my favorite thing to teach, but currently, as I said, I'm instructional leader. I am involved in helping teachers to manage their way through our various platforms and help them in any way possible.
So what kind of techniques do you help teachers master to enhance their learning?
Well, I think that it's very important that when you are helping teachers, it's similar to helping students. You have to gain their trust. That's one thing you have to do. And then you have to make them feel comfortable in what they're doing. And you have to also make sure that they understand that you do have the knowledge to help them. But at the same time, you are learning together. One of my favorite quotes is docendo discimus, which means we learn through teaching. And I have always thought of myself more of a learner than a teacher. But through the teaching, you're learning continuously. And I think that that's what I did with my students also in the classroom. They are much more comfortable when they see that you are interested in learning. And they hop on board at that particular point when they realize, oh, this teacher really has something to offer us, and this teacher really does want to learn through me. And you're not only learning the content, you're learning about them, and that's what's important for them.
You brought up a very important distinction that we are always learning.
Yes.
Humans always learn. It's not just the content or a specific novel or whatever the curricula may be for a specific subject, but that we're lifelong learners.
Yes.
And I know that you also take many other roles at Dickinson High School. So I'd like you to share a little more about, because you're very good with the history of Dickinson High School.
Yes.
And I think our community would love to learn from that.
Yes. Well, first of all, yes. In my career, I have put on many different hats at Dickinson and also in the district. I was a CIT in Dickinson. I was head of, I coached track. I was honor society advisor and advisor to a number of clubs. With central office for at least 10 plus years, I was head teacher in our summer recovery program, both at McNair site and also at the Lincoln High School site. And I enjoyed all of that when I did that. Again, you learn when you do those things. Through all of the different hats that I have put on, I consider myself very lucky in that regard, because I think teachers, if you just go in and teach and then leave at 3 o'clock or whatever, you don't see the forest for the trees. And the number of different hats that I put on, it's kind of like looking at the forest with a drone. You're looking over everything and you oversee everything, and you realize the different parts that are working together, and that's very rewarding to see that kind of a thing. Now, in addition to my English certification, I'm also certified in social studies, and I have recently. We will be opening up a museum at Dickinson High School, which is really is an amazing place, that high school. We have a book that is signed by 3 different presidents. So we had 3 different presidents come in and speak at Dickinson High School. We have Helen Keller, who has also there, and a number of other people. And the history, which I could get carried away with right now, but I'm not going to. But when a museum opens up in 2 weeks, then I think people should come to see that.
Absolutely. And that's
Yes.
why I asked you
I
the
know you
question.
did.
Because I set you up.
Yes, I'm glad you did.
But I did because it's so important that the community know about the history. It's a beautiful building. It stands tall on the hill, but the history that is Jersey City is there, and the nation is there.
I'm glad that you said that, because it's exactly what I've been looking at as we looked at. Well, I have students who are unbelievable in gathering and researching this information that they found, and you can trace the history of Jersey City through what we have in our museum. Not only history of Jersey City, but the history of the state and the history of the country can be traced through that. Because even before Dickinson High School was there as a building, the land itself played a very major part in all of our wars: the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, the Civil War. And all of that is there. It's just that we have to expose that. And I think that's very important.
Absolutely. We want the community to realize. So I'm going to challenge the JCETV to also be part of this initiative, because we want to make sure that our community knows the rich history that we have in our city, and how relevant. We're all a little part of that, and we're making more history.
Yes,
So
we are. As we're sitting here, we are making history.
we are making history.
No, we are. It's serious. We in our regard, that the culture that is changing. The students that are coming in. As you know, that Jersey City was always a city of immigrants, but not the same type of immigrants coming together. So the history is still made here. And that's what's wonderful about Jersey City, and of course Dickinson High School, where we have a large ELL population, as you know.
Yes,
So,
when we celebrated 175th anniversary at Dickinson High School, it's funny because while the Statue of Liberty is right here, we welcome, and I'm very grateful as an immigrant myself that Jersey City welcomed me and welcomed, tonless of individuals who have gone on to be make what this country has always been proud of.
Yes.
That diversity and the success, the American dream. And it starts right here in Jersey City.
It really does. Yes.
It really does.
And that's been since Dickinson's been there. I mean, that's what the immigrants coming in, and they didn't move. A lot of them moved to New York, yes, but a lot of them came into Jersey City and got jobs there. And yes.
So as the world has become flat, we're still welcoming the world in Jersey City.
That's a good way to put it.
So with that in mind, I want to thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add for our community in terms of education, but education as the whole, not just a career in the classroom, but as educators as a calling?
Yes. I think, first of all, the community should definitely take more of an active role in their school buildings, and there's so much there. And with Dickinson, it's just so impressive, the building itself, and sometimes very intimidating, as you're walking into there. But as far as our community, I think that they should take more of a role, or at least try to. Don't be afraid. We have very nice people in the schools, in all of the schools, not just Dickinson, and very friendly people, and come in, see what it's like, and don't just be looking at the media that sometimes gives a negative impression of us all. And that's never good, but look at the positive things that are there.
I'm going to add a little bit of my own narrative to that. As a novice teacher for many years, I looked at Dickinson High School, that impressive building. You see it from the river. You see it from the highway.
You see, from coming out of the Holland Tunnel, that's the first thing. People say, what is that?
Yes, the fort, that big building. I was always petrified of that building. I was convinced that if I was ever sent to that building, I would just have to find another job because I could not succeed there. But as an administrator, once I got over the fear of the impressive structure that it is, and I walk the hallways, it is no different than the little red schoolhouse
Right.
that is, so prevalent throughout our community. And the inside, it's orderly, it's quiet, it just has 2,000 students, and
Yes.
when they leave for lunch, they could be a massive group of students.
Yes.
But they're lively, just like any other 2,000 people walking out of a sporting event. But, it is a lovely building.
Yeah. I think the club is Historical Preservation Club, so there are a lot of things there that we need to preserve. And we cannot let it go into disrepair. We cannot just let it go to the side. We cannot let the students ever graduate from that building not knowing what that building is all about. And that's been happening for too long. And it's someone's fault. It's just that, things have been forgotten. But there are so many things there, like the murals that are out in the lobby, the columns, there's Italian marble, is all of this stuff. And we can't let it go deteriorate. We have to help. We are the custodians of that place. It's not our building, but we're the custodians that keep it alive and keep it going and preserving it. And that's our job, and that's what we need to do a little bit more of.
It belongs to our community,
Yes.
and it is important that while we're here, we take care of it.
Yes.
So with that, I thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Very nice
and
talking to you today.
Thank you. And it's obvious why you were selected to represent Dickinson High School. I'm here with David Pinto, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by Liberty High School staff. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
So I've been in Jersey City for 24 years. I teach health, phys ed, and driver's education at Liberty High School.
Oh, great. So you make sure that we have safe drivers in the future?
I try my best.
It's always. Was this, you always wanted to be a teacher?
No. So growing up, I wasn't a very good student, but I enjoyed going to school and being with my friends and being around my teachers. I was very into athletics, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do when I was getting older. And one of my coaches said, well, if you are into athletics, why don't you become a coach? And if you become a coach, why don't you become a teacher? And I never in a million years would have thought that I would have spent the next however many years to retirement as a teacher, but here I am, and it's been a dream come true, to be honest.
Did you have teachers or coaches that inspired you, who you tried to emulate?
Several. I had a lot of coaches who made an impact in my life. I had a lot of teachers who were able to help me out. Again, I had a lot of difficulty in school. A lot of teachers that took the time to make sure that I was able to get my work done and achieve on any kind of test. And for that, I'm truly grateful.
How do you try to do the same for your students?
I take a lot of time with my students to make sure that they truly understand the work that we're trying to do. If any student has missed an assignment, I always give them an opportunity to make it up. And if they have any difficulty, I can always help them out.
That sounds phenomenal. Do you work with the families to make the students more successful?
As much as I can. The families do come for open house, and if there are any issues, I do try and reach out to them through email or through phone calls to have any problem solved, and if the student is not doing well, to make sure that they make up the work and do well.
What do you wish you had known at the beginning of your teaching career that you know today?
Just really stick it out and get to know the kids. The kids have a lot going on in their lives, and not every kid's going to be coming in and super happy to see you or do all the work. So it's really important to take a deep breath, know that the kids may be having a bad day, find a way to make it good for them so you could have a successful day and they could have a successful school career.
So how do you build that relationship with students?
I am very different when it comes to other teachers. I really try and get to know my students on a personal level, and instead of the teachers that give handshakes, I give my students nicknames. About 90% of my students have nicknames from something they've done, something with their name, and it kind of makes them laugh, which kind of breaks the tension. So if they just came from chemistry and it's really difficult for them, when they come into my room, they're excited to see me because they know I'm going to say something silly. They're probably going to say something back to me. So it's kind of a working relationship, and it makes them more comfortable, and that can also continue on for the rest of the day.
It's amazing. And it comes down to human relationships.
Correct.
How do you carry that with the parents and the community at large?
I try and get involved with different events. As a advisor in my building, I know I've built a relationship with several of my parents through emails, letting them know about when the rings are going to be there, the cap and gowns, any events we're going to have like prom, things like that. So the parents are always excited to speak to me and learn about what's happening their senior year for their kids, and I'm excited to let them know what's happening too.
So you did say that teaching was not something you thought of.
Right.
Somebody saw it in you.
Correct.
You liked coaching, you liked sports, and you found your passion. What would you say to that students who may not want to be a teacher, but who may, have skills that are similar to yours? Well, how would you convince them that it's a good career?
Take a chance. There's a lot of horrible videos out there and stories about students, but beyond the horrible videos and stories of students, there are some amazing people out there that are doing amazing things in schools, and it takes one person to make a difference for that student. So if you can be that person, I promise you, majority of the time, it's not an easy job, but when it comes to them fulfilling whatever it is, college or graduation or prom, it really makes it worth it.
So it's obvious, Mr. Pinto, why you were selected Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, and we're happy to have you as one of our colleagues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm here with Yolanda Pagatzis, who has been nominated by her colleagues at the Cunningham Early Learning Center as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
I teach pre-K 3. This is my 21st year at Jersey City Public Schools. I was an aide for 18 of those years at PS number 3. During COVID, I decided to go back to school to get my certification, and I completed that in 2022. I am a mom of 2 children who are now grown. My son is 23, my daughter's 17. I am a mom, a wife, a daughter, a sister, and I love what I do.
Obviously. Did you always wanted to be a teacher or something that evolved?
Teaching kind of found me, but I am naturally nurturing and loving and creative. So when I had my son, prior to that, I used to work in fashion. Once I had my son, I stayed at home with him, and I did what my sister-in-law says, such an amazing job at teaching him. She actually suggested I go into teaching.
Oh.
Because he was so bright and so well taught, as she says. She's like, you're natural, you need to do this.
Well, obviously she was right.
Thank you, thank you.
So growing up, did you have teachers who inspired you?
Absolutely, yes. I had some wonderful teachers. I grew up in the state of Connecticut, and my teachers were all amazing, and I feel like they all contributed to who I am today as a person, my success in school and in life. I had some really amazing teachers.
Okay, so teaching kind of found you.
Yes.
How do you incorporate your background in the arts and fashion into teaching? Is there a connection?
I believe so. I think I'm very creative naturally as an individual, and I definitely bring that into my teaching. I think I use a lot of innovative teaching practices. There's a lot of singing, a lot of high energy in the classroom. I do a lot of arts-driven lessons. Yes, I think definitely that part of my life spills over into what I do now. And obviously, My students love my outfits every day, so that's.
I do have to say it's a lovely dress. I'm admiring the cut.
Thank
Very
you.
pretty, very flattering. So
Thank you, thank you.
But yes, so how do you connect? And 3-year-olds, it's not easy.
It's not.
How do you get 3-year-olds to really open up and participate in a lesson?
I think the main thing is letting them come in and settle in and feel safe and feel welcomed in the classroom. I think once they feel safe and they feel valued, then they're able to express themselves and give their opinions. I believe the children are allowed to have choice throughout the day, so this sense of agency gives them a real sense of confidence and builds their self-esteem and their language and their social development. So I believe my energy kind of transfers onto them. I'm always very high energy. I'm singing throughout the day. I'm changing my voice, my voice up, and I'm always excited every time I walk into the classroom. I have a big smile on my face. I'm excited for the day, and I think the children pick up on that excitement, and they're always very eager to learn. I wish you could come into my classroom and see them.
I will make it a point to come and visit.
Please do, please do.
I don't know if I want it. No, I have a granddaughter who's going to be 3, and she's wonderful, but she's high energy.
Yes, they are all high energy. So imagine a room full of those.
them.
You have to have a lot of structure. They do well with the routine. It's just the everyday. They know exactly what to expect. So they're independent at this point. I mean, we've been in school now for 8 months, so they've really come a long way. It's amazing to see their growth.
You hate to leave them?
I do. I think about it. I said, what? Maybe I can loop with them next year, pre-K 4. I don't know. I've grown to love all of them, and I think that's the wonderful thing about teaching. You get to know all these little people with all different personalities, and there's something that you love about each and every one of them.
Yes, each one of them are
Yes,
special.
Yes, absolutely.
How do you connect with the families? Because early childhood, the parents are such an integral part.
Absolutely, yes.
So how do you connect with the families?
They are essential. I think they're essential partners in their child's development, not just academically, but socially as well. I openly communicate with them. I'm warm. I'm, supportive. Any questions they have, I'm always available to them. Even after hours, they'll email me, and I make sure I respond all the time. And through our Cambu app is when I send pictures and like daily reminders or whatever it is that we're doing in the classroom, just updates of what's happening in their child's life. And of course, if there are concerns, then, you reach out with a phone call. But yes, I absolutely do keep open communication with the parents.
Sure. What would you say to the community about our early childhood program? We've had for years, 3 and 4-year-olds. We're celebrating the week of the young child.
Yes, we are.
And so how would you share that information with the community?
I think it's a wonderful program, and every community should have an early childhood program. This program sets the foundation for future learning, for future academic success, and just the love of school. I think that starts in the early years, and that's why I'm honored and privileged to be an early childhood teacher. Like I said, I think it sets them up for future success.
So it's obvious you enjoy what you do. What do you wish you had known that you know today that you would have known 18 years ago when you started working as a paraprofessional?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I've learned so much in these past 20 plus years. I came into this job not really knowing what to expect. Coming from the fashion world is completely different, obviously, from education. But I didn't know that I would fall in love with this job and how much of an impact I would make. I still see some of my students that I had from the beginning. I'll see them around Target. I live in Jersey City, so I'll see them around the area, and they remember me, and I hardly recognize them. Now they're adults, they're going to college or whatever they're doing, and it's wonderful to see that, and it really it makes my heart happy.
Yes. It is obvious you enjoy what you do. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm here with Francie Moser, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Charles Chaplin Public School 24. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
So tell me, what do you teach, Francie?
I teach Spanish for the middle school at my school 24.
What language do you teach?
Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
How long have you been a teacher?
Well, I've been a teacher close to 14, 15 years. This is my third year at B.E.S.T 24.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you always want to be a teacher?
It was just, I was like jumping on and off different professions. Like I became a business administrator back in Mexico, where I'm originally from. I worked there for a few years, and then I moved to the United States, and everything changed.
Well, things tend to change.
Yeah,
It doesn't
absolutely.
matter
Yes.
whether you live in one country or another. Things change. Life, it's all
Absolutely.
about change.
Yes.
So it seems you adapted well.
It took some time. It was a new culture, a new language, a new system, school system, and I had to retrain myself. I had to start from, doing clerical work while obtaining my teaching certificate. And so it took some years, but very rewarding.
Yes, and obviously, and you've thrived at this
Absolutely.
career. So what do you enjoy most about teaching?
I think, well, now that I'm teaching in the middle school, I picked to be a middle school teacher because I have two boys. I'm a mother of two boys, and kind of the same age. So I know how critical it is during those years to have them to open up the world for them in terms of languages.
Right.
It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of adaptability and creativity to try to make them just see the world as diverse as we have it in Jersey City.
Yes.
So that was my interest, that they were culturally aware of the diversity.
Absolutely. Because language is not just the language, it's the culture.
Absolutely.
So how do you teach the culture?
Well, we do have excellent resources that, thanks to the district and you, Dr. Fernandez, we have obtained to be able to show some of the world, especially in Hispanic countries, and hopefully they can see themselves reflected in them to use the language as a bridge to communicate also what they can offer to the communities, because they also come from different backgrounds. So it's a very inclusive program that everyone has the opportunity to express themselves in terms of culture.
So in Jersey City, as you said, we
Yes.
have a very diverse population. Some children may come from a Spanish-speaking background, but may not always be aware of their own culture
Absolutely.
or other Latin American cultures, because it's not just one monolithic society.
Exactly.
We have such diversity even between all the Spanish-speaking countries. How do you reach the children to understand that there's worth in diversity, but at the same time, we're all better by getting to know one another?
Well, I think one of the most important things in our world languages classes is that we teach that everybody makes the community. So we are a community. We cherish, we have strong beliefs that make our kids culturally aware of others' perspectives and ideas, it will make our city better. And we have to remember that our students are the future of our communities, our cities, and the world.
Mm-hmm. And we're not just raising children for ourselves.
Exactly.
They're going to go out there and deal and work with people from around the world.
Exactly. We have to build a very strong society that hopefully they'll be able to understand each other. We might not agree sometimes, but that's the whole point of it. Like, we hold each other together to build strength.
Absolutely. I agree. Did you, growing up, did you have teachers who influenced you and really you today try to emulate?
Yes, I think, I think everybody plays a part growing up, especially those teachers in the middle school. But I think the ones that really put a lot of ideas in me were my college teachers. Yes, they were very persistent. They never let ourselves down. They always they try to teach us as much as they could. They made us value the power of education, and that's how I see now. Yes, because moving to a different country, I had to restart all over again. But thanks to education, I was able to have a new beginning.
You take it with you wherever you go. It never leaves you, and no one can take it.
Absolutely.
So, are you that persistent teacher in your classes?
Yes, I think we have to. We have to. We are resilient. We are persistent, and most of all, we always make sure that our students feel represented in our class, in our classes, and in each lesson. I think that's important.
So, what message? So, before I ask you that question, what do you know today you wish you knew your first year teaching?
I think to have probably a little more patience. That things don't go as fast as they appear to. That a lot of the knowledge you learn through the years and experience. So this is my third year as a language educator, and I just feel that I'm a total different teacher from when I started teaching languages.
Yeah. No, every year we learn something.
Absolutely, yes.
So, what message would you share with the community about teaching, the profession, and how to help children?
I think our community, because we don't work for the community, we work with the community. So I think it's very important that they see the work the teachers put in every day. We try to nurture the children with the best lessons, with the best ideas. We share perspectives. They have a voice. And we are resilient. We work very hard and tirelessly. My children even, they see me like putting up lessons like together at nighttime, and and that's something that I want them to see. My students as well. Today I was able to see 2 of my former students, and that is something that's very rewarding.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We have very successful children.
Absolutely. Yes,
so,
we do.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you.
My pleasure.
And I understand why you were selected to be Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
I'm here with Catherine Colonna, who has been selected Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Jotham-Wacom PS number 6. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Today you're an experienced teacher. You've been selected as Teacher of the Year for the school. Did you always want to become a teacher?
Yes, I've always wanted to be a teacher. My mom is a teacher, so it's in the family. And just to be able to give knowledge to kids that I've experienced is just something I've always wanted to do.
So, was there a teacher who impacted your career?
So many teachers. I mean, I can list all of my teachers from kindergarten through high school. So I've had a lot of people who've impacted my learning, but in particular, a high school teacher. He was my coach and my European studies teacher, and he was wonderful.
There's always, what did he teach?
He was European history, and it sort of inspired me to study history. I became an art history major, and just sort of everything fell into place from there. Bless you.
Thank you. With that in mind, what do you do what are you currently teaching?
I teach 4th grade, and I have the Hope class.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what do you do in your class that's different from other years?
Well, initially I was the inclusion teacher, so I've worked with all different types of students. So I really had to change how I teach with the Hope class. So I try to do a lot of student-centered work where they do research and they do presentations, and it really allows them to study what they enjoy and then teach it to each other, and really teaches them to be learners, lifelong learners, which is what I want.
Yeah. So they're self-directed learners.
Yes.
That's excellent. Are there other techniques that you use in your teaching that you think are very successful?
I think just having students work with one another and learn from one another. I try to make it more student-centered rather than me, teaching the whole day. I think when they take an interest in what they're learning, they truly learn it, as opposed to memorizing it for a test.
It almost sounds like you're making them work harder than you're working.
Sometimes it feels like that.
That's very successful because now they're mastering their skills.
Absolutely.
And that's great. What would you tell your younger self in terms of this as a career?
I think to take deep breaths. Sometimes things aren't going to go the way you plan them to go. You can always switch things that aren't working. Some days you go in with a plan, something happens, and you need to switch gears quickly, and that's okay. You kind of have to let the students direct the way your day is going to go. Sometimes they take a real interest in something, and you keep going with it.
So, again, every time I ask you a question, you go back to student choice and student-centered. Are there any specific techniques that you use to achieve that student-directed learning?
I just give them lots of options. So we do a lot of novel studies, and we do a lot of culminating projects where I give them a bunch of different possibilities. We recently just finished a book, and they had to create a board game about the book and the experiences the characters went through in the book. And it's amazing to see how the different groups of students go in completely different directions, and then it creates even more learning for one another.
Okay, so they have an option to choose how, but they must choose.
Exactly, yeah.
How do you keep them accountable?
By having an end result, right? They have to produce something, and they have to have some sort of a project at the end of it to show what they've learned.
That's fabulous. What would you say to our community, to individuals who may think of teaching, it's not easy, or it's not fun, it's boring? What would you say to that person who says, that's not the career for me, I want to be an influencer?
Well, I think teachers are the biggest influencers. When you think about it, we have the job of touching all of the students' lives. We're teaching future doctors, future lawyers, future finance people. I mean, we have an incredible job of touching the lives of so many people. So I just would encourage more people to become teachers because, wow.
They are fabulous. Thank you so much, Catherine. It's a pleasure and no wonder. Is there a message you would like to share with our community?
I'm just blessed to work in a wonderful school district with great administrators, wonderful colleagues, and the greatest students.
Thank you so much. It is obvious why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. I'm here with Erica Du Bois, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Ali Culberth PS14. Congratulations.
Thank you
it's
so
a
much.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me today. So tell me, did you always want to be a teacher?
I actually believe I always wanted to be a teacher. When I was a kid, my mom struggled with some mental health stuff and addiction and things. She was wonderful, but there was a lot there. And my teachers, I just remember being such a welcoming group of people when I was growing up in Union, and I had such a great relationship with a lot of them. Even to this day, with social media, I still keep in touch with a few, and I just wanted to be able to be that person for others, I think. I know it sounds cliche, but I definitely think looking back now that that's exactly why I went into what I did.
Yeah. Was there a special teacher who made such a difference?
There were a few, and I still talk to them, and they might see this, so I don't want to pick one and have them like pick, because they still, a lot of them still work there. But I will say there was Miss Erdman when I was little in third grade. Then I had Miss Martinez and definitely Miss Ford in high school, who I still talk to today, and they're just like, they're wonderful, and they're people I could speak to even now about teaching, and it's just great to still be able to connect to them. I think that's why our jobs are so different than most jobs, the connections you make and how you can impact the lives of a lot of people. You may not connect with everybody, but the ones you do, it could be like for a lifetime. It's pretty awesome.
Could be life-changing.
Yeah,
it could
for us too.
Yes, it is. So how do you connect with your students?
I think where I lack in structure and discipline, sometimes I make up for my connecting with kids. I just, like I said, my childhood had its ups and downs, and I've always connected to kids because of that. And I always feel like I want to be that adult in their lives, because you don't know which kids have that adult or don't. But if you give them that adult that is open, that sees them, that takes the time to really listen to them, you never know what you might be doing for them. You might be changing something that you don't even realize. And when you get to run into students years later when they were young adults and they remember you, it's like, it's just a feeling that most jobs don't have. And I just love being that person. I'm still like a big kid at times. I'm loud, I dance around, I say silly things. And I think a lot of kids, especially since I teach kindergarten, I've taught kindergarten, first grade, and fifth grade, but the younger ones, they haven't had a lot of school experience. So sometimes when they meet me, they're like, oh, this is kind of fun. And I always tell their parents, I want to make it so they want to come back to school. That's my number one goal in kindergarten, because a lot of kids struggle with the idea of school, no matter where they live or what school they're at. And I want to make sure that that's not a struggle my students have. I want them to be happy to come in every day because they want to hang out, they want to see me, they want to engage and all that. And I think that's something that I do, and I'm proud of that.
So you want them to fall in love with
Exactly.
to school.
Exactly. Just being in school, learning. And I'm a big proponent of social emotional learning, even before it was really a thing, just because of my experiences growing up. And I'm a big proponent on communication. I think a lot of what we lack in society, in every aspect of life, is just lack of communication. And if you can teach kids when they're young how to communicate better, I think that'll set the foundation for them moving on, no matter what they decide to do in life.
So how do you incorporate that into your lessons and into your class?
I think oftentimes when kids make a mistake, let's say in a lesson, I always say, but we learn from our mistakes. Like, I take the time to point things out that you might just take for granted, that when we were growing up, maybe people didn't say to us, it was just assumed. So when kids make mistakes, I make it a point to know you can make mistakes, but you're going to learn from them. We talk every morning. We say we're going to try our best. We do affirmations in the morning. I make mistakes and I point out that even adults make mistakes because, growing up, there were adults and there were kids and there were adult conversations, it was like stay in your lane type of thing. And I'm not that kind of person. I'm not saying you talk to kids about everything, but I feel like when kids ask questions, if you can, you take time to answer them. You don't just say because I said so. I'm not a big proponent. I know a lot of people do that. And sometimes I'm an oversharer. Maybe I talk too much with kids or whatever, but I believe in making sure they feel heard. And in turn, hopefully they'll treat others like that. I think you have to model. I don't think you can rule with an iron fist. I think if you model enough, you'll see it in your kids, in your students, your kids at home, my kids at home. I'm very involved in my community with young people. And I think if you model, you'll get, more often than not, you're going to get results.
So what are you said kindergarten.
Kindergarten currently.
So in terms of academics, what is a priority for you?
Oh, well, it's interesting in kindergarten because kids in every grade learn at a different rate, but I think the younger ones especially. And I try to tell parents, listen, all these kids in here didn't start walking at the same time. They're not all going to start reading at the same time. Don't be thrown by so-and-so's doing this and my kid's not doing this. We want to see progress. My biggest thing is progress every marking period and making sure that kids are accountable for their work. And I have a teacher's assistant, Ms. Haynes, who is wonderful. We're such a good team. And she's very good at making sure, like myself, that kids are proud of their work, they're accountable for their work. And for the first time in a long time, I have a classroom of kids who we don't have to stay on anybody to complete their work. Maybe it's not done correctly, but they're all trying. And we want to see effort. Like we want to encourage effort because if you have effort, I think kids can learn anything. But if they shut down right away, it's really hard to pull them back. So we want to make sure that shutdown doesn't happen because that becomes more challenging.
So you talked about your teachers. What would you ask parents to ensure that students come to school with?
I think it's really hard for parents today. I mean, I'm a parent myself. I have a 20-year-old and a 13-year-old. So I know that parents are pulled in a million different directions, but I think if they reinforce the importance of school in a positive way, if they talk to their kids about learning when they're young, like the previous interviewee said, make everything a learning experience at home. Like if you're cooking, if you're walking on a sidewalk, count the cracks on the sidewalk, things like that. Then when they come to school, they will feel more confident and it'll be easier for them to pick up the material. I think a lot of where kids struggle is just lack of confidence. It might present itself as negative behavior, but if you think about the why, it's because of the lack of confidence. So if you build that confidence as they're coming in, I think it makes it easier for them to learn.
Is there a message you would like to share with our community in terms of investing in our children and ensuring their success? How can our community, and I mean all stakeholders, work together to ensure our children's future?
First, I want to thank the community because I've been working in the district for 26 years and I've made so many connections in my school community, in the neighborhood. I'm involved in politics outside of here. I was the mayor of my town and I was on the township committee, so I've met people through those channels as well. And I've always been so incredibly welcomed. The people who live in our neighborhood, every morning walking in, everybody's so nice, we speak, we talk, and that is really important because if I feel connected and I'm only here part of the year, if we build that around our kids and they feel welcome and feel part of a community, it's going to help them with their education. Because again, when kids feel safe, when kids feel calm, when kids feel welcome and heard, it makes everything better. So when people get involved in their community, I know we have a mom in my class who runs Jump for Jerry, and she builds this whole big community organization to get kids involved in something positive and work on their education. And I see that growing. I'm like so taken aback by how beautiful that is. And when I see community members, either where I live or here, I just love to see people giving back to the young people because when they see adults, not every child has an adult at home, unfortunately, that they feel they can turn to, that they can communicate with. That's just the truth. Some do, some don't. But if you're that person in the community and a kid feels safe, I still believe it takes a village. And we need that village to be really strong, especially now. There's a lot of easily accessible negative influences online and things, and we need community members that are willing to be that face of positive influence on our kids. And I think there are people out there doing it, and I really appreciate them. And if they can encourage more adults and they want to encourage us, I'm all for it. Let's bring it all to the table and let's get together and help these kids be the best they can be.
Thank you. It's obvious you love your job.
Oh, I love my job. I love my kids. Oh, they keep me young. I won't even say my age, but I don't feel my age because of them. So
no, it is obvious. Thank you so much. And you are definitely a spokesperson for young people and for our career. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you as well. You're a great role model for young women, and I appreciate you being in the position you're in, and it's wonderful to see. So great job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I truly appreciate it. Thank you. I'm here with Priscilla Camacho Gamba, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at Innovation High School. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It is a pleasure. So tell me, what are you currently teaching?
So I'm a high school teacher. I'm currently teaching geometry, but I also have one class of AP Computer Science Principles.
Wow.
Yes.
You've always taught high school, or?
Yes. Luckily enough, graduating from college, landed the job here at Innovation, and that's my second home.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
No. It's funny, I don't know if you would see a lot of teachers who their first thought was to be a teacher. Growing up, I wanted to be a doctor.
Okay.
I went to county prep, did the medical science field, but after that, going to college for it, I realized I didn't have that passion. So from there, I switched majors. I just wanted to, only thing I knew for sure is that I wanted to be a coach.
Okay.
So one profession that would allow me to be a coach and work with kids was teaching. I could do both of those.
Yes.
And that's how I'm here today.
What do you coach?
I coach softball for Snyder.
Oh, okay.
This year, I'm no longer coaching because I'm actually starting a family.
Oh, congratulations.
But yes, thank you. But I did it for 8, maybe 9 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you'll come back. Don't worry. Coaching, you could come back. Yeah. We always need good coaches. So what do you use in coaching and teaching? Because I think they're very similar professions, really. It's all teaching.
Yes.
So how do you empower your students to be their very best?
I think one of my greatest things is I build the rapport with students. You have to meet students, especially at the high school level, at their level, at their interest. Most people, most teachers sometimes they're the boss. They're in control. I try to allow students to be their own person. Meet them at where they are, get to know who they are, and use that to build the classroom. And I do my best to make sure that they know that it's okay at this moment if you don't know what you're doing. The point is to learn and get it towards the end. And I think with coaching, it's the same thing. Can't give you a glove and you're going to know what to do with it. But let's practice and let's continue to grow so that eventually you know how to do it.
You make even coaching sound doable for some of us who may not be athletically. Do you think every student or everyone can enjoy a sport?
If they choose the right one, yes. There's certain things you can't catch me do soccer. I don't like to run. You're not going to catch me do that. But there are things that there's something for someone. Or even if it wasn't for, like, let's say with softball, we have someone who may not like it. They may be scared to do this or scared to do that. But then you have a runner. So they can sub in for runners. So you can find something for someone in everything that you do as long as you know what they're good at and how you can use them. And I think that's the same thing with teaching, with the classroom. With math, students are so scared of math.
Yes.
But when you build in those projects and you have an artist, let that one student be the artist in that group, and they can take that role for that group and feel like they've made an impact in that group project. So there's something for someone everywhere.
And you brought up a great subject, and it's that math. We seem to feel, or popular belief is that it's okay to be afraid of math.
I think kids are not afraid of math. I think they're afraid of the struggle. They're afraid of being wrong. So because it's hard, that's it. They don't like it, and they give up before they start it. So I try my best to make the classroom environment feel safe and welcoming and allow them to know that it's okay that you don't know it. Like it's okay to fail. You're never gonna get it the first time. And if you did know everything, you wouldn't be in school.
Yes.
You know, you wouldn't be doing anything. You wouldn't grow if you knew everything. So
how do you help students overcome that challenge or fear of the unknown?
I think I just try to foster the environment where, like I said, it's okay to make the mistake. Now, what are you going to do after? What are you going to do with that mistake? How are you going to figure it out now? Most of the time they want to go to me. Oh, did I do this right? Or is this right? Or whatever the case is. And I try to find out your other resources. Is there a student or a peer who can help you? Work through it that way. And also sometimes you just have to pull them out. Let's do this one-on-one. What is it that you're really struggling with? How can I help you where you're not in front of a group of kids where maybe you feel embarrassed? So I try different things.
Sounds very interesting. Did you have teachers who inspired you?
I did have a lot of teachers where there was things that I liked what they did growing up, but on the other end, I also had teachers where I'm like, I don't want to be you. You know, like I don't like the things that you're doing. It doesn't make the class feel comfortable. So I kind of used that to help me build who I want to be. And then obviously my mom, may she rest in peace, like she was my biggest inspiration. I couldn't go outside if I learned a new vocabulary word, if I was doing this or doing that, homework had to be done. So she always made the importance of like education to be so valuable that I used that to try to inspire the kids as well. And I also had a coach in high school, a softball coach, may he also rest in peace. He was phenomenal, and he just taught me a lot of like leadership skills. And because of like, he passed away, I'm now part of a nonprofit foundation called Catch You Later. And now we use that to help the community with knowing about distracted drivers, and I'm a judge on the panel, and we give out scholarships to students. I've actually brought in that scholarship for innovation for the past 3 years. This will be the third year. So I use everything to try to be better in my own life and make it better for my students.
Obviously, you enjoy your profession, and
Yes.
you continue to expand beyond the classroom.
I try.
What do you think, as a community of educators and the community at large, could we do to help students succeed?
I think at the high school level, like the community does a lot of things, but many of us don't know about it. So I think the advertisement and showing what are the positive things that are going on that high school students can go out and do. There's a lot of things for younger kids that I know are out there, but how can we promote things for high school students and for families that can work with high school students at the same time? I think that's what we really need more, is better advertisement and reach out to the communities and what's available, what access do students have outside of the school.
Thank you so much. And definitely you have become a teacher leader, and hopefully you have room for growth as you move on with your teaching career. So we wish you well, and we're very proud of your progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here with Michelle Beatty, who has been nominated by her colleagues at the Gladys Nunnery School, Public School 29, as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
So tell me, what do you teach?
I teach 4th grade, so all the subjects.
All the subjects?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Have you been a teacher for long?
Yes, I have. I started in September 2002.
Okay, so you're a veteran at this
Yes,
point.
yes.
And you've always taught the same grade levels, or?
No, I started in middle school. I taught middle school for about 12, 15 years. Yeah.
And then you move to the lower grades, to
Yes,
elementary?
yes.
That's a difficult task.
Yes, it is. Yes.
You found it to your liking, the younger learners, or you
I've-
still like the high school, the middle school?
I still appreciate middle school, the older students, but I've gotten used to the younger students too. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, no. I wanted to be an entertainer. I've had several jobs, probation officer, but this is where I ended up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you like this one the best?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
What is it about teaching that you enjoy?
Well, I love working with young people. I love learning, so my love of learning, I try to translate that to the students, and yeah.
So, how do you help them fall in love with learning?
By introducing them to a variety. What I like about teaching, especially specifically language arts, is that you can integrate all the subjects. So I expose them to a variety of different things, and I'm often Googling things on the smart board as we come across new information that I think they haven't been exposed to, or if they ask questions about it, I'll bring up that information for the background information, and so they can learn more.
Do you have teachers who inspired you?
Yes, I do. In particular, and I went to New Brunswick High School, she was my 12th grade English teacher, Miss Obsert. Yep, she was
What was it
inspiring.
about her that inspired you?
Well, one of the things I still remember about her is that she challenged me. She challenged my thinking, and the way that she taught the class challenged us to do better, to want to do better. It was different from other styles of teaching.
So,
Yeah.
do you try to incorporate that into your teaching today?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
How do you
Yeah.
do that?
Just challenging them, pushing them to try to do better. Like each day is an opportunity for both of us, me as for a teacher to try to do better than I did the previous day, and for them to do better each day.
Now you're an experienced teacher. What do you wish you had known at the beginning of your career?
That's an excellent question. I don't know I don't know what I would say to that, because I think the process, I had to go through the process in order to be where I am today. So right now, I'm sure if I thought about it at length, which might take a long time, that I would come up with something, but I think it was necessary for me to go through this process of learning the way I did, the challenges, because it was definitely the most challenging job I've ever had. I thought it would be easier. You just go in, you teach the students, and that's it. You go home, and so yeah.
You responded in a very thoughtful way, and I had not seen it from that point of view. But, from your point of view, the journey is really what makes the difference. It's not about the knowledge, it's the journey.
Yes, yes.
That gives us so. I'll remember that when I'm having a difficult day. I'll remember that it's the journey,
Part of the process, yes.
the process that really makes a difference. But it's interesting you say it is a difficult career, and you've been a corrections officer.
Probation in the office, social work background, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yep, so
probation.
a lot of different.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
Because I was like, no, that's harsh.
Oh, yeah. I was in an office.
Okay, you did office work, so. But if there was one thing you wish our community of educators, as well as the community at large, knew about help they could do to help our students, what would that be?
Support them as much as possible to make sure that, as much as possible, because I know there are social factors that may impede certain things from happening, but, try to make sure they get enough sleep, that they do their homework, just monitoring, checking their book bags to see what's in their book bags, and communicating with teachers. Because I think that triangle is so important. Teacher, parent or guardian, and student is so important for the child to achieve success. So just being involved as much as possible.
It sounds easy, but it may not be easy.
Right, yeah. A lot of circumstances when you're dealing with people, that are involved,
Yeah, and challenges. We never know what other individuals are going through in their personal life. So as educators, we have to keep that in mind.
Yes.
So is there something else that you would like to see for your students in the near future in terms of their success or their journey?
Well, one of the things I tell my students is I want them to grow up to be thinking adults. So I want them to be critical thinkers in, I guess, all aspects of their lives, because so much information is thrown at us in this information, social media world that we live in, that I want them to be, probably more than anything, critical thinkers, and just to think about the information that they're taking in, to analyze it so that they're making wise choices, personal, whether it's whom to vote for, anything. Yeah.
That's, again, very insightful, because as AI generates, and it may be false information.
Yes.
We need to be more informed.
Yes,
So,
definitely.
thank you for bringing that to the forefront as something that's important for our students. And I understand why your colleagues selected you to represent them. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Desiree Mano, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Dr. Raffalaitis PS 33. Congratulations and welcome to JCTV. We want to know about you. So what do you teach?
I teach third grade, all subjects.
Okay. Have you been a teacher long?
This is my 10th year.
Oh, wow. You're very young, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Always teaching the same grade level, or have you moved around?
No, I've moved around quite a bit. But I did a few years in first grade, and then I did a couple years in second grade, and now this is my third year in third grade.
So what grade do you like the best so far?
Well, if I had to pick.
Yes, which is not going to be the choice.
No, but I love second grade. It's such a sweet spot. It's like they're independent, but they still really need you. And, it's like the perfect age,
I agree with you. It's the sweet spot of innocence.
Yes.
With enough maturity
right,
to be able to be independent.
Yes.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. I had no other field I was going to be going into. I just knew I wanted to be a teacher, like from a very young age. And I was just like, that's it. Like there was no
So you practice on family members or your toys? Which ones?
Oh, anybody. Me and my sister would play like school, and we would like use all the books. And I always wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to be the teacher, and we would argue.
So, were there teachers who inspired you?
Yes. several, but for different reasons, because some inspired me because they weren't good. And then some inspired me because they were good. My second grade teacher, she was amazing. Her lessons were so creative, and I just was so engaged. I just remember thinking to myself, like, wow, like at a young age, I'm like, this is a great lesson. So, that's who inspired me, yeah.
So, as you explore teaching, and do you see more growth, more experiences? What do you hope to accomplish with your students?
Well, every year you just want to get them to that point of success, right? Like that's your ultimate goal. And in the beginning of the year, it's so tough because you get this new bunch of kids. Some of them, they're on grade level, right? And then some of them, they aren't. They're struggling. And you want to get those struggling kids on grade level or beyond, So at the end of the year, I'm always amazed that, wow, they get it. When you get that bunch of students who are struggling and all of a sudden they get it, you're like, I did it. They did it. We did it. It's the best. Yes, it's the best feeling, because honestly, you can't do it without them. If you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn. It's hard work. So it's a team effort. It's me trying to keep them engaged and coming up with good lessons and all of that, but it's really them too. It's I could see in their eyes, when they're excited to learn, so you need that. Without it, you're not going to learn.
So with that in mind, what do you think parents can do to help them be successful?
Okay. Read every day. Every single day, read to your child. Reading is in every subject. You're going to need to read for your entire life. That's why I always tell my kids, you're going to be reading forever. There's going to be things that I'm teaching that you're not going to use every single day, but you will have to read every day. And I think parents, if they just take 20 minutes to read a story before your child goes to bed every single night, they'll have a desire to want to read from a young age. And that's the key to success.
So with that in mind, what do you wish you had known your first year teaching?
Oh, God. It's hard. It's really hard because there's so many learning styles. There's so many different learning abilities. There's outside factors, right? Everybody is coming from a different background. And every day is a different situation, right? Some days are gonna be amazing for a child, and some days they're gonna have a really hard day, and there's 20 of them or more. So you gotta balance all of that, and then you have your own bad days, but you can't bring your bad days to the table, right? So it's a performance. Every day you have to perform in front of the kids. It's like I'm an actor. I'm an actress.
Well, you act well.
Thank you.
So now that you started talking about teaching, your acting is good.
Yes.
So the passion is obvious. It's there.
Thank you.
So what would you share with the community as your wisdom about teaching and learning? Besides reading, we got it. We got to read every day.
Read every day.
What else? But to the community at large.
Yeah. Just be involved, be involved in your kid and make sure that they know that school is number one. I tell my own children, I'm like, that's your job. You have to be good at your job, right? And I make it known to them that it's not a place to fool around. Yes, you want to make friends, but you have to be serious about your schoolwork, because that's what equals success later in life, right? And that's what we want for our children. I want my children to be successful. I want my students to be successful. And I'm sure all their parents want them to be successful, right? So that's what I would say. Be involved.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's obviously a team job, yes. Teamwork, but every parent wants the very best for their children. Every parent, I would bet money that every parent wants the same thing. And so congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're so happy that
you.
you have been nominated as Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here with Michelle McInerney, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year at PS 37 Cordero and Molina School. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to welcome you to JCETV. What do you teach?
Thank you for having me. I teach middle school ELA, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Cordero School. And I've been up in the middle school. This is my 9th year, but my 14th year at Cordero.
Wow. You always taught at Cordero?
I've always taught at Cordero, yep. Never left.
Never left? Did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. I've always wanted to work with children, make a difference with children, and teach them. Yep.
Did you have individuals who inspired you?
I would say my grandma has definitely inspired me. She pretty much raised me from when I was younger. She would always read to me. She would always teach me, how to read, to do math, and took me to school when I was younger as well. So her patience definitely rubbed off on me. She was definitely my inspiration and role model.
Oh. Was she a teacher, or she just loved you and nurtured that spirit in you?
Yes, loved, nurtured. She wasn't. She was actually a seamstress.
Oh.
So she worked in the basement and sewed clothes.
Okay.
And, but yeah, taking care of me, she always had that nurturing aspect to her.
That's great. Were there teachers who inspired you and you tried to model today?
I would say actually my 6th grade teacher, which is funny. I never really put that together up until just now. But my 6th grade teacher was my inspiration, my role model as well. She was definitely that teacher that always has stuck out to me. And again, her patience and her kindness, but also, her being a little headstrong when she needed to be, having that tough love when she needed to have it. But yes, my 6th grade teacher. So it's funny that I teach 6th grade ELA now.
Yes. So what techniques did she use that you use to inspire your students?
I would say definitely getting to know her students and creating that bond and that relationship with her students. So I do try to do that, and I feel as though by creating those positive relationships in the classroom, it almost motivates the students to do a little bit better and try their hardest as well.
Well, they become part of a family, the
Exactly.
school family.
Exactly.
So that's always very helpful. How do you achieve buy-in from your students? What do you use in class to get them to commit to the content and to do their very best?
So definitely those relationships help to have that foundational work. And then aside from that, after that, I have more of a collaborative approach in my classroom. That definitely creates the buy-in, in my opinion. And I feel as though I kind of take a pulse of my students in the classroom environment. So I teach 3 different classes, and so I don't do the same thing in every class. It really depends on my audience and my students in the classroom of their needs. And, they help me understand the direction of where we're going to go.
Okay. So when you say you get their buy-in, do you give them choices? How do you achieve that buy-in?
So essentially it's my end goal, but I give them the choices. I create the choices for them, and all of them are kind of a little flexible, that there's still things that the objective is there, the goal is there, but they kind of choose which path they would like to take to achieve that goal.
That's very encouraging to know we all like choices.
Yes. And it creates a positive climate and culture in the classroom as well.
Okay.
So along with that, they're really working together collaboratively, those project-based learning
so
approach.
You use a project-based learning
Yes.
in your content area?
In the classroom as well. And it really goes based off of, their interests too. For example, last year I received a grant and I was able to take my 8th graders to go see The Outsiders on Broadway
Wow.
because we were reading The Outsiders novel. So that was something, I don't think it was expected, but from them, and it was just a great experience for them to have.
Well, visiting Broadway is always a great experience, and it's a really great story.
Thank you.
So that's very innovative. Congratulations on that grant.
Thank you.
Is there something you communicate with your parents in terms of how to help their students, their children, be successful in school?
As far as parent communication, I think that's also vital and so important in the classroom. Not only to have that relationship with parents, but also because the students know that I am in contact with their parents. So there's the follow through, there's that consistency of speaking. So it goes from the classroom, also flows into home as well. And that constant open communication that the parents have, that they're comfortable enough to reach out to me, and I reach out for both, whether it's positive or something that the students need to work on. I think the positivity is also important, to reach out to parents and let them know what their child is doing in the classroom. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing, and you need to know where they're succeeding and where they need to grow.
Yes.
So that's always very important, and successful teachers do that. They share both parts of the information because it's important. Parents may be worried about something that their children have mastered, but something else they need to work on. So as an educator in the district, what would you share with the community at large in terms of ensuring success for all our learners? Is there any message you would like to share with the community at large?
Share with the community.
In terms of what you feel it's important that children come with or engage in outside of school that could help them succeed?
I would say for the community to have an open mind. Everything is a learning experience for our students to become successful and, beautiful citizens in the community as well. So to give them that experience within the community and have patience and have an open mind for them to create experiences, I would definitely recommend to do that.
Thank you. Is there something you know today as an experienced teacher that you wish you had known at the beginning of your career?
I would say, that's a good question.
Thank you.
I would say definitely sometimes it's better to take a step back instead of reacting with emotions at first, because sometimes that could work against you, and then kind of create a divide with your relationship with that student. So definitely to have that patience and take a minute to think about what's going on in your situation instead of being so reactive, because I know as a first-year teacher it might be easy to be so reactive. So yeah, have that patience and, take it easy.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's obvious why you were selected as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here with Deborah Levine, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Jerry Dines Regional Day School. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
Okay. I'm a teacher of the autistic population. I've been working at Regional Day for 35 years.
Oh, wow.
And I've taught across the board from preschool through the high school.
Oh, and how do you get your students, they're so, the spectrum for autism, it's so wide. So how do you help students reach their potential?
Well, first of all, I have to treat each child as an individual. And that's how we do. We have an IEP for each child. We do research and we decide what is best for the child. We use manipulative hands-on training for that child, and we get the children motivated to do what they like. For example, to teach a child how to count, If they like to count cars, we use cars. If they like to use Legos, we use Legos. If they like popsicles, we use popsicles. We use PECs, which is picture exchange communication boards for those that are nonverbal. And we do exchange with those pictures. If they want a certain item, they give us the picture and we give them the item.
Oh, that's great. And is there a particular age level that you find yourself more attracted to?
Most definitely. I love the little ones.
Okay. Why?
Well, I think that because their minds are open and knowledge you can enhance them by making an impression on them when they're young. They're willing to absorb whatever you're willing to teach them. And they're like sponges.
Yes.
And there's no end to what they are capable of doing. No child should be said that he can't or she can or they can't learn because they can. They just learn in a different way.
Okay. You know, we have a number of students who have been identified on the spectrum across the nation.
Yes.
And your school is well known.
Thank you.
For really working with that population and providing, are there techniques, and you did mention a few, but that, you know, individuals in the community can be aware even when encountering individuals, adults, who may be on the spectrum?
Yes. We do have for the older children what we call community-based instructions. So if they're going to go out to work in a grocery store, we try to prepare them where they are able to listen and respond to simple directions. If they're going to stock shelves, are they able to identify the product? Are they able to count those products? Are they able to understand that this area is specifically made for that product? So yes, the community will look at children that maybe are not as able to do that, but they model. Like, for example, if they were going to clean a room, if they were going to work in a hotel, we teach them how to make a bed, how to fold towels, how to clean a room, how to clean tables and chairs. And this is a part of their everyday life at Regional.
So I do know you have life skills at Regional Day. Could you talk about it a little more for those individuals who may not be as familiar?
Most definitely. So we do have a program at Regional Day where we teach the younger children. We try to prepare them for when they go up the hall to the older group, and we teach life skills. For example, making a sandwich, cutting up vegetables, stocking shelves, counting and packaging items. They work at pizza shops, opening boxes and preparing those boxes. This is a real job that they go out to. So these are the things that we do a facsimile of in our school so that when they go out into the community, they can do. We take them out to grocery stores so that they can learn how to handle money. Some of the children that are not able to handle money, they might use the scanner at the self-checkout, but they need to know that they have to wait and accept things. You have to wait in line. You have to wait your turn. You just can't push. We try to teach them those things. Waiting at a location, waiting your turn, packaging items, putting the money in the machine and getting the money, your change out of it.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
Most definitely. I love children. And I think that's important, that if you love children, a teacher is the way to go.
Absolutely. Did you have teachers who made an impression on you?
Yes. I remember a fourth grade teacher, and I'm a product of the Jersey City Public Schools. I had a fourth grade teacher that I just modeled. I still remember her, and it was many years ago. But I remember her because she was a very dedicated person that really, I believe, enjoyed her job. She took time for those children that needed to be pulled aside. In those days, we didn't have resource rooms, but she did take time out of her day to work with those children. And I remember that, and I'm very grateful for her because that impression carried over into my teaching career.
Absolutely. So what message would you share with the community about the reality of different populations and their needs in terms of the future?
I would hope the community will understand that every child has a place in the community. We all learn differently, but we all can learn okay? I would ask the community to please understand that some children just need more time to learn, or they learn in a different way. They need for us to model. They need us to prompt them. We need to go through the prompting of hands-on and then gesturing and then just giving them the verbal cues in order to do it. I would tell the community to be patient and please accept these children because they are somebody's child and they love them.
Yes. And they're very sweet.
Most definitely.
They don't lose that sweetness
No.
of early childhood, which they're very authentic.
Yes.
As I've gotten to know them over the years. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
And it is so obvious that you love your job.
Oh, most definitely.
It is obvious. So thank you, congratulations, and many, many more years of success.
Thank you.
In your profession. Thank you. I'm here with Sarah Richardson, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at Academy One. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you teach and yourself?
Okay, my name is Sarah Richardson. I'm from Academy One. I work at Academy One for 20 plus years. I work with kids with a disability. We call them the champs. And I enjoy working with them.
So what makes your work a little different than in some other classrooms?
What makes my work a little different from the other classes is that we have kids with a slight learning disability that we have to really focus on them, focus on finding a way that they enjoy learning, and just different things that we have to do with them.
Absolutely. So your methods may be a little different how you get there, but you get to the same place as everyone else.
Yes.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, I'm going to say no. I'm going to be honest. When I graduated from college, I went into business administration field.
Okay.
So as being from a big family, I got married. My sister was my babysitter. So being in the business field, you work a lot. I mean, a lot. You don't have summers off like the teachers do. So my sister came to me one day and she was like, Sarah, did you ever think about changing your career? I was like, changing my career? She said, what about being a teacher? I was like, a teacher? I never thought about being a teacher, but I love kids because of my parents having so many kids. So I always had a connection with my nieces, my nephew, and they loved me. So after being in the business field for like 10 years, I decided to change my career. And I changed my career by working in the school with my kids. So I was like I would volunteer to go on field trips. And so the teacher went out of the classroom one day and she said, Ms. Richardson, could you stay here for a minute while I run an errand? So I was like, okay. I stayed there. The teachers came by and they was like, oh, who's the new teacher? So I'm like, okay, maybe teaching is for me. So after that, I decided to go into the teacher's
Any
career.
regrets?
No, I love it. I love kids. I treat kids as they are my very own kids.
Absolutely. So you're very passionate. Did you have growing up, did you have teachers who really made an impact on your future that really you would like to model?
Yes, I had this teacher by the name of Miss Johnson. When I was in school, I was a very shy little girl, so I never thought about becoming a teacher until my sister, she was like, I think you need to go into the teaching field. And I met Miss Johnson. Miss Johnson was the one that she held my hand through everything. She taught me different from other kids. And, you can't treat all kids the same because everybody learns the same. Everybody is different. So Ms. Johnson was the one that really
created the
created,
roadmap for
yes,
you.
Yes, she did.
She modeled what we really want for every child.
Yes.
Whether they're classified or not. We need to meet them where they are and
Yes.
take them forward. So that's great. How do you connect with your families, with the parents?
I make lots of phone calls, through emails. Sometimes I text them. Sometimes I send letters home through report cards and through progress report.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the paperwork. But which one do you think is most helpful in connecting with parents?
I think phone calls, because a lot of times parents, they overlook an email because they're like, well, sometimes they don't check their phones.
Yeah.
So by making a phone call, it's very easy to
Yeah.
get in touch with a parent.
I think that personal connection is always very helpful.
Yes.
And sometimes we don't check our personal emails
Yes.
as much as we
Check
check
that
our
phone.
work.
Yes.
So what would you share with the community in terms of helping all the students succeed?
Okay, I would share with the community to get involved, because parents is very, very important when it comes to education. Parents makes the big impact on students and the school.
We need them.
Yes, we need the parents. The parents can do more than a teacher can do.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They are the number one teacher.
Yes, they are.
And we support that.
Yes, very much.
So thank you so much. And it is obvious why you were selected to be Teacher of the Year. And I wish you much success as you continue to be a teacher.
Thank you.
I'm here with Elizabeth Van Cat, who has been nominated by her colleagues at Infinity High School as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and welcome. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Yes, I teach math, middle school math, and I've been teaching for 11 years. I also coach volleyball. I'm a grade 6, grade 7 class advisor. And I do tutoring. I try to get involved with as many programs.
That's great. Have you always taught middle school?
Yes. And 1 year I did teach college algebra to 12th graders, which was interesting. I had the 6th and then the 12th graders, so the transition was, it was different.
It's definitely different. So did you always want to be a teacher or?
I wanted to be different things, a vet at one point, and then I used to line up my Barbie dolls and my stuffed animals and teach them my homework. I would write on the mirror, which my mother would get upset about, but I did always have that teaching in me. And once I got to high school and had to think about what did I want to major in, I guess the calling, that's when I had the calling. And my great-grandfather was also a teacher. He actually was honored in 2010. They named a school after him. He did so much for the community and for students, and I wanted to follow his same path. I kind of wanted to do the same thing, and hopefully I'll be able to inspire students the same way.
I'm sure you will. You have the history in the family.
Yes, yes.
That's wonderful. How do you get your students to perform at their very best?
I'm strict, so I'll push them. I see them as my own children, so the expectation is high, and I push them by encouraging them, by being there for them, always, I guess, showing them that expectation, where's your homework, like we can do it this way, just working with them one-on-one mostly also, and building that relationship with them or making connections.
Did you have teachers who inspired you?
I did, in 3rd grade and one in college. Dr. Ivy actually in college was the one that inspired me to teach math. I didn't like math in middle school or high school, and then once I got to college, my outlook changed. The way she presented math, spoke about math, it just opened up a new perspective, and I wanted to just teach math and do the same also for my students. Like, okay, I know a lot of students don't like math, but how can I get them to see the connection in the real world? How can I get them to like it, get inspired, and see the importance of math?
I guess being passionate about a content that's very logical, it seems they don't go together. Passion and analytical don't typically go well together. So how do you instill that love in your students, that passion for mathematics?
I try to bring it to life. I do activities with them. I connect it to the real world. I bring in their interests if they like a certain sport or
Give me an
music.
example.
Okay, so soccer, for example, I was teaching angles and 90-degree angles, stuff like that. And I told them, okay, well, when you have to kick the ball into and make a goal, how are you aiming? How are you positioning your body so that you can make it into the goal? And they tell me, oh, I tilt or I face this way. And I said, okay, so let's connect that to angles. So that's one way. Also with football, if I'm teaching on parallel lines, I tell them, the referee goes like this or intersecting. So I try to do it that way.
Oh, that seems a good way to learn the lines. So as you go on, do you have goals that you really want to work on?
Yes, I actually want to do more than teach. I want to get out of the classroom and maybe, and still stay in education, but be able to do more in terms of for the community, more for the community, like a supervisor or something where I can reach more kids if I can.
That sounds great. And so your first year teaching, was it easy?
Not a little bit, not as much as I thought it would be, but I think once I was in there in the classroom, it just...
You made it through.
Yeah, yes.
Is there anything you know today that you wish you would have known at the beginning of your career teaching?
Yes, they say it takes a village to raise children. Well, it takes a village to teach children. I think everyone has to be involved, the parents, the whole staff, just as a community, be there for the children and do what we can to raise them. Well, not raise them, but help them grow and become the citizens we want them to be. So it takes a village.
It's not a one-woman's job.
Right.
Okay. Congratulations, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to have you, and it is very obvious why the Infinity community selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. I'm here with Miss Abdel Aziz, welcome, who has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Renaissance Institute. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
So I'm a social studies teacher, and I've always been working at Renaissance Institute, which is a credit recovery school. So I work with students that come from homeschools, and we try to get them caught up on Odysseyware and in-person classes to graduate with either their cohort or a year after. So that's just a little bit about what we do with our students.
Absolutely. So these are students who, for whatever reason, may be behind on the number of credits that they need to graduate. What kind of techniques do you use with students who, for some reason, have fallen behind
So I try to mainly, like when they first come in, some of our students just need to feel welcomed first to get caught up. They need that motivation to get working again because for some reason they either haven't been going to school or just didn't feel that motivation. So we slowly work with them to get to know them on a personal level, who they are, and then from there, what techniques works with them. If they I try to give like students more of different resources to learn, whether it's videos or paperwork, whatever helps them to do better. And we go from there and slowly try to motivate them like, this is one of your chances. You've been given a second chance. So let's try and finish it with success.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
Yes and no. My mom was a teacher, so I somewhat wanted to be like my mom. And then I thought later on I didn't want to be a teacher, but when I got to college, I started working with high school students actually while I was in college for an internship, and I loved it. So I fell back in love with teaching.
That sounds like it's good. Growing up, did you have teachers who inspired you?
Yes, so I actually graduated from Dickinson High School.
Oh, great.
So I did have a few teachers that were amazing, and they were part of my journey to even become a teacher and very supportive until this day for whatever reason I need them.
That's great. That's phenomenal. So what kind of techniques in terms of working with your students do you use to get them re-engaged and more committed to completing their high school career?
So their main motivation is also that this is one of their like last stops that they need to do better before they have to get to a certain age and they do adult school. And I kind of try to push them to understand that this is where we're at, and slowly we'll work together. So if I have to give my students a makeup day, I will. If they need help with an assignment, we work one-on-one during my prep or different times. Whatever they need, I'm basically there to help them get to their goal.
Absolutely. It's about getting to the finish line. What techniques do you wish you knew starting out that you know today as more experience that you wish you had known your first year?
So simple stuff, honestly. Like sometimes it can be as simple as the placing of my desk or where the trash can is, so they're not walking all the way across the room to make the excuse they're going. So it was simple stuff for classroom management, knowing that these students are there. And I think when I first started, I was struggling a little bit because I had just fresh out of college and giving one level of work to all my students. But now I understand different students, it's different levels, different techniques, approaches. So not everyone will do well on the same assignment. I have to change it up for each student to meet their needs. And I wish I knew that, like coming in versus now I understand I have to modify a lot for different students.
So you have individualized, because you have a very eclectic group that comes with different skills and levels. How do you communicate with their families in terms of helping them succeed?
So I call parents normally. I know which students and which parent they are more effective for. So I'll call the parent if they're struggling. We've communicated before where some students would not have a Chromebook at home, so they don't have access to do more work, especially for their online classes that they're falling behind on. So we've been communicating back and forth with parents. I'll talk to them, what do we need, what do we have to do, and we'll get them the Chromebook if they need it to go home. And just kind of calling the parents, feel free to send me a text if a student needs help with anything. Everything's on Google Classroom. So I also have it on my phone that my kids, if they do a comment or something, I'll get it through my phone. That way I can help them.
So you're 24/7.
A little.
It's okay. I mean, you don't need to be. It's not, but it's always there. It's central. what would you say to the community about the importance of finishing high school, making sure that they're ready for either a career, college, whatever it may bring? But how important do you want to share with the community is that students finish their high school on time?
Yeah, so what I tell my students, it's easy to get right now your diploma, easier than when you grow up and then you have to go back for your GED, which would be harder to get. Finish it now, and then you can do trade school, do college, whatever career you see yourself going into. But the importance of having your diploma, that's like the first step to get into anything. Once you have your diploma, you can do anything you want. You can always go back to school, can go back to college. It's basically set you for life for now to go back if you need to. But if you don't have your diploma, then you have to go back for your GED. It takes longer to get where you would want in the future.
So it is obvious that you enjoy what you do, and your colleagues recognized it as well. That's why they nominated you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fernandez. Thank you.
It is a pleasure. Thank you. I'm here with Philip T., who has been nominated by his colleagues at the Infante Early Childhood Center as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Well, I am a pre-K prep teacher, which means I go from room to room and I do mostly outdoor time for all the students in the half the classrooms in the building, and I've been teaching 20 years. I've done 12 years in Jersey City, 8 years in West Virginia, where I'm originally from.
Oh, wow. That's, we don't have too many people from West Virginia.
Probably one of the first.
Yes. We have a lot of people from the Carolinas and Florida, but not West Virginia.
You can check it off the map now.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
At first, I went to school for computer science, and actually my family has a lot of teachers in them. I have 3 aunts, 3 cousins, and then myself that are all teachers. And my one aunt was like, "You should become a teacher." And I was like, "Oh." She goes, "You get summers off." And I was like, "Oh, sign me up." So that's how I became a teacher when I started. I started teaching in January of 2006, and now it's 20 years later, and I'm still doing it.
What made you select early childhood?
I don't know, really. Like, I was starting out as middle school English, and I was like, oh, no. And then I moved down to elementary school, and then I got my endorsement with early childhood as well. So, and then when I moved back in with my mother, they were like, oh, we need a pre-K teacher, and you have your certification, so you're going to be the pre-K teacher. I was thrown in, and in West Virginia, the ratio is 2 to 20. So I had 20 pre-K students with an assistant, and going from student teaching straight to having your classroom is like, wow. And their curious little minds work all the time, even in their sleep.
Yes, they do. So you did say teaching was a second career for you, basically?
It was my second major. Like, I started out doing computer science, and I was like, oh, no, I'm switching. And then I graduated with my elementary education degree and an emphasis in pre-K and kindergarten.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Did you have teachers who inspired you growing up?
I've had several. I remember my first grade teacher, Miss Valenti, my 6th grade teacher, who was my aunt, Miss Lacey. I call her Aunt Flossie. My PE teacher was my other aunt, Mrs. Lacey, and then a cousin, just pretty much my family, and then several teachers who were friends of the family as well. They truly took the time to nurture, love you, and where I grew up, it's very small, so you saw these people in your community. Like, my aunt's best friend came to our house for Sunday dinner sometimes, so like having that sense of community, just not your family, made me want to be a teacher as well.
That's amazing. You know, that small town, getting to know everyone. So I guess students can't misbehave because the teacher's going to run into your parents at any point.
We will see you in Walmart, the grocery store,
So,
somewhere
the
we'll
church.
see you. Church, anywhere, gas station, we'll see you somewhere.
Oh, yeah. It makes you think.
A lot, yes. And having family members, if we ever got in trouble, my aunt would just say, "Oh, you're staying after school, you're not riding the bus today."
Uh-huh.
So that's another reason why I was a good student in school.
It just was personal care.
Yes.
We'll leave it at personal care.
Exactly. Yes.
Is there something that you know today that you wish you had known when you started your career?
I wish I would have known about technology and how much it was going to be a major part of education. I'm pen and paper, erase, rewrite, do all this stuff, and now everything is computerized. And in my building, I tell all the other teachers, like, I can't help you. And they're like, but you know so much. I was like, I don't. I'm like, I know how to send a text, send a picture, log into my computer, type an email, and close it. I need to learn more technology. I know that, and I know that I need to advance in that so that way I can communicate better with my colleagues and with parents.
Absolutely, in the communication aspect, but also I have to balance that with the idea that, especially in early childhood, technology has to be intentional.
Yes, yes.
It's not a replacement.
Oh, no. See, with my job, it's easy to disregard technology because where I take the kids out, we go outside, we go downstairs to the multi-purpose room. So like me being in the classroom when it's raining or it's something's going on downstairs, it's like, oh, what am I going to do? But we figure it out. But as far as me being super advanced with technology, I'm like them. I'm on the 4-year-old level. I can YouTube like a master, but after that,
So we'll keep that in mind. So that's your learning curve for the
Yes.
next couple of years.
Yes.
A little technology.
Yes.
It's not going away. I don't think so.
It's not.
No, it's not. What would you share with the community about the early childhood program we have?
Our early childhood program here in Jersey City is one of the best programs. I have never taught 3-year-olds. I'm a little scared of them, but if they come, we will, we'll do our best. But be patient, trust your teachers and the assistants, and know that most of us who are in pre-K have children too, or had children that have gone through the program, and we want what's best for them, but give us a chance. Let us do our jobs.
Absolutely. So with that, it's obvious that you enjoy your profession. So
Yes.
thank you. I'm here with Isabella Molina, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by the Westside Early Childhood Center. Congratulations
Thank you.
and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Yes, this is my first year teaching as a pre-K 3 teacher. Last year as a pre-K prep teacher, and I worked at 2 different schools. It was a great first year, but this is the first time with my classroom, and I really do appreciate the school I'm in, the support that I'm getting from my colleagues, and so far I've been loving it. It's really been a blessing for me.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
It's funny enough, my mom is a clerk at the Board of Education, and she used to work for early childhood. So as a baby, she would come in and bring me to the building. I meet every single one there, and then now they're like my colleagues or they're my supervisors. So it's like a whole circle. It's crazy. But I feel like I truly was meant to be on this earth to be a teacher based on how I approach people. I feel like I'm very warm and welcoming, and I don't have kids currently. So my kids, like I really do love being with my children. And, yeah.
Did you have teachers who inspired you?
100%. The one that comes to mind is my kindergarten teacher. She made, I remember there's a moment where my mom didn't know that it was like, she thought it was like dress down day. And I dressed down and I had like Winnie the Pooh socks. I remember this. And it wasn't dress down day. And everyone had uniform. And I was the only one that didn't have it. And I was like so upset. She's like, no, it's okay. And she had some type of like Disney style socks also. So it made me super like happy and like I was being seen by someone. And I didn't feel upset. So since then, I was like, I want to be like that for someone, to be someone's safe space and their happiness.
So it is a pleasure. And it's funny because I've seen you
yes.
over the years as a little kid, not as an adult,
No.
not as Miss Molina.
Mhm.
So what do you hope to achieve with your students?
I hope to, for my future students or current students?
Well,
In
current
general.
and future.
I hope to progress as an educator. I think this is a good learning year, but I do want to improve, of course, throughout the years, and just be someone to also see and witness their growth over the years.
There's definitely growth.
Mhm.
What age?
Pre-K 3.
Oh, pre-K 3.
So just the beginning. So and it's amazing seeing that like from September to now, the growth and the change, their vocabulary, the way they are with their friends, and they're so empathetic. It's truly an honor to see that.
How do you incorporate the families into that experience?
So in my school, we do allow parents to like come in for pick up and drop off. Also, we have like family activities and events. So we had one in the winter time where I had like 4 different activities for the parents to come in, and we all like rotated different like STEM activities, gross motor activities, and the parents loved it. They love to be part of it, and I'm also always in contact with them with pictures and everything like that. So they're always around it, and they do appreciate it.
I'm sure they do. Every parent loves to know what their child's doing, especially with, the young ones. First time away from the family. It's very traumatic.
Yeah.
So what would you say to our community about our early childhood program?
Our program is I don't know how to word it. It's just amazing. We do really cater to the children, and we put all their interest into any type of academics. And I think just like trust us, be patient with it, and your teachers only want the best for their students.
Every one of them.
Every single one.
So it is obvious that you are on a path to success, and for many years. Anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that I really am blessed to, one, have a great first year in the classroom and also being nominated. It was such a surprise. I really am generally happy to be here, and especially with the Board of Education.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Ms. Molina. It is a pleasure, and it is obvious why your colleagues selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Danielle Lee, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Danford Early Childhood site. Congratulations and welcome. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Okay, well, I am a married mother of 3. I married my high school sweetheart, and we have 3 kids, 17, 15, and a 5-month-old. Excuse me, I keep saying 3-month-old. He's about to be 5 months on Saturday. So.
Oh, wow. That's a little gap there.
Yeah. And I currently teach pre-K 4, and I love it. Those are my little people, my babies too.
So every year you have 15 babies, new babies.
Yes.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, actually. I was studying psychology to be a child psychologist, but I volunteered 1 year with the AmeriCorps, and one summer I worked with kindergartners, and that just changed everything. It sparked a light in me, and from there on, I was working with children in some form or fashion. I've been doing early childhood for 18 years, whether I was working in a daycare, the Abbott program, and now a pre-K teacher.
Okay, so thank to Abbott.
Yes.
We instituted that 3- and 4-year-old early childhood program in our district for many years. So congratulations. Did you have teachers that inspired you?
Yes. So I like to say I'm a lifetime learner. I'm still in school now for my dual enrollment language specialist at NJCU. And just moving around, I was a military child, so we went school to school, but just sometimes having that one teacher to make me feel at home, besides like moving from school to school, not having any friends, but having that one teacher that made me feel comfortable and confident in myself. I think that was really remarkable.
How do you try to use that feeling that teacher created in you when you're working with your preschool students?
So I call my class in our school home, because they spend majority of their awake time with us. So we are their school family. I always want to make sure that my kids feel seen, heard, and embraced, so that they, feel at home and in place in school. I don't want anyone to feel, if somebody has little victories, we celebrate them at home. One of my students just told me, just got back from maternity leave, and she said her mom is pregnant, so we're having a pregnancy party. Or one of my students has a soccer game. I try to make sure that I show up for them. Just those little things that make us feel connected and a part of a family.
So you become part of their family.
Yes. I literally just visited one of my students with my baby from last year, because she kind of was along the process with us. So I had the baby, we went to her house and we had tea together.
Oh, that's lovely. I never had a teacher visit me, but that must be really special.
Good relationships.
How do you connect the families? And you spoke a little bit about it, but in helping develop the 4-year-olds to be, successful and be ready to learn?
Well, I'd say in pre-K, since we're using the high scope curriculum, a lot of it's based, we do plan, do, review, and then we also base a lot of our teaching on their interests. So once I feel my students are intrinsically motivated, I try to get them to have that motivation, that they're interested in what they're learning. That kind of fuels their curiosity, and they want to learn more because they have a genuine interest and ownership over their learning. And when we have our parents come in, we have an open door policy. So the parents are welcome to come in whatever they like. I have one coming tomorrow to read a story to us. And even if they can't come in person, I have them come via Zoom or recordings. We did a talent show one year with recordings from some parents that couldn't come in, and a live action where they did a magic trick for a mom who was at home and sick. So there's always a way for us to infuse the parents in their learning.
That's lovely to have technology to open the doors for the parents.
Yes.
I truly enjoy that. Mm-hmm. That's innovative. You're the only one who has shared that little glimpse, but that's phenomenal.
Thank you.
How many years have you been teaching it? You said 8?
So about 18. I have been an official teacher in the classroom for the last 4 years, but I've been working in early childhood in different capacities. I started as a daycare teacher and then a paraprofessional, and now teacher.
That's great. What do you wish you had known 18 years ago that you would have done differently?
I would say just to make sure you have a good balance, because I am so passionate about my students. Like, I love them so much, but I want to make sure that I have that also balance at home, work-life balance, to make sure that you're re-energizing yourself and then also giving to the students. So making sure that you have the good balance, I think is really key.
I agree with you. I typically tell individuals, this is like the plane. If the oxygen mask comes down, you need to put it on yourself first, so then you can help those around it. So self-care is important.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. What would you share with our community about our early childhood program?
Well, it's the best.
Yes, it is. I agree with you, but
yes.
I'm a little biased.
That's what drew me in to specifically teach pre-K, for being a parent of a pre-K student. That's why I came to Jersey City. But we teach all different types of students from every single background, languages. You're welcome here. Your children will have a great start. We set the foundation for learning. So if the kids are learning to love school now, they can reach anything they want, any capacity, become anything they want, because they have that love for learning. And I think that's really important. That's what we do in pre-K. We start that stage.
Yes, you do. So it's obvious you enjoy your profession, and we're very glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Hilma Moreno, who has been nominated Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Alfred E. Zampella Public School 27. Congratulations,
Thank you. Thank
Hilma.
you very much.
Tell me, what are you currently teaching?
I am teaching kindergarten since 2019.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Have you always taught the youngest?
So I started at PS 27 in 1997 as a teacher assistant with first graders. That's when the class sizes were so large, so we came in as a class reduction. And then in 2000, I had a second grade class. So I've taught second grade and then first grade. Then I looped for a few years. And in 2010, I went to middle school. So I did that till 2019, and then I came down to kindergarten. So I'm currently with kindergarten now. Yes.
Oh, so this is the year of kindergarten teachers or early childhood. What do you enjoy about teaching?
You know, with the little ones especially, they come in and they know very little. And then when they're ready to go on to the next grade, they know so much, right? So you've seen them in September. September is very hard for all teachers, but I think especially with the lower grades. But once you have the routine set, just to see them grow and to see how they learn for June, then you have to let them go to first grade and you're like, you want them back. Yes, and they just know so much. And when that sparkle in their eyes, when they get it, you know, it's very rewarding.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
When I was in school, in high school, I thought pharmacy back then, you know, because that's where the money was. So teaching, not so much, but I always wanted to work with kids. I always wanted to work with kids, yes.
So, did you have teachers that inspired you?
I was lucky, I was. When I came to this country, I went to ESL, so I had that. But my fifth grade teacher, Mrs. Hines, she's the one that made such an impact in me. She would take, that's when slides came on, so she would have vacations, she would come and she would show us her slides and make us part of her family, and she was very loving, very warm. Unfortunately, she did pass away when I was in 7th grade.
Oh.
So yeah, that's the teacher that I mostly remember.
Do you try to emulate her?
Yes, well, I think even if I didn't have her, right, just especially with the little ones, you know, just to have some warmth and some love that they could come into, because they spent so much of their day with you. So just to make them feel welcomed and know that you care about them, I think that's very important for them.
Absolutely. What do you when you communicate with parents, what do you tell them about how to help their children, how to get children to be successful in school?
So in kindergarten, I do have Class Dojo, and I am in communication with my parents all the time, whether it's after 7 p.m. if they have a question. So, you know, I do like that platform and the fact that they could communicate with me. You have all parents, right? Those that just want their kid to have 100 all the time. So I try to tell those parents, like, it's kindergarten. It's okay for them to just enjoy and have fun. It doesn't have to be just hundreds at this point, you know. To have fun with them, to talk to them, to ask them about their school day, and to read to them. At this point in kindergarten, most of them is just make sure you set time apart so that you read with them, whether you're just reading to them, showing them the pictures, or, you know, towards the end, they can read to you as well. So just have that love of learning at home as well.
That's excellent. So is there something you would share with the community about helping children succeed in school? What are things that the community can do as a full community to help our youngest learners and
you know, we
all
talk
students succeed?
A lot about kindness. I think in the community, just kindness, and it's just so easy to do that. And when a child feels loved or welcomed, it's easier for them to just appreciate what you have to say to them. So I think, that is just the biggest, as a community, just to show kindness around.
Is there something you know today you wish you had known when you started teaching?
Goodness, that first year. I was lucky, I have to say, because I was a teacher assistant first, and I had a wonderful cooperating teacher that I worked with. So I saw what she did, and, it was first grade. There was a lot of fun in that class. But, so when I came into, as a teacher, I had that background of class management, I think, is just a big thing. But I did have a step up because I had been a teacher assistant first. So I was able to put those practices into my teaching. So yeah, just class management.
So thank you so much. It's obvious that you enjoy your profession and your assignment.
I do. I am retiring this year, so I will miss it for sure.
Well, you could always come back and rescind that
Maybe.
retirement. So
Maybe.
With that, congratulations.
Thank you.
And it is a pleasure. I'm here with Stacy McAndrew, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Nicholas Copernicus School, Public School 25. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell me, what do you teach?
I teach the best grade. I teach kindergarten. Always kindergarten, 30 years.
30 years in kindergarten. And you haven't been promoted once?
I don't want to be. I'm in the best spot. I love it.
What do you love about teaching kindergarten?
What's not to love? I love the children. I love how they love. You get all the love. It's like, if you're ever missing any love, you come to work. And I love your shoes. I love your shirt. I love your pants. I love your hair. They love you, just so much. And it's just, I feel, it's the foundation.
Absolutely.
And I don't think there's any grade where you see that much change. Like a September student compared to a June student is a whole nother world, and like around January, February, when you see that change, it's the best feeling ever when they finally, things start to click and they get it and they start to read and they're just so happy. It's amazing.
It is amazing. It is very rewarding.
It really is so rewarding.
Yes. So did you always want to be a teacher?
Actually, no, I did not. I went to FIT and I started in fashion and I worked in Manhattan and it just wasn't for me. It was a lot of traveling, a lot of hours. I knew I wanted to have children and, it was just too much. And I saw my sister, she put off having children because the hours and just, so I decided. And my mom actually worked in schools and in the school. And she said, why don't you be a teacher? Yeah. And I knew as soon as I went back to school,
Moms know best.
I loved it.
And so were there teachers who made an impact in your life or that touched you? And
yeah, but I think in college, like when I went back to school for teaching, and my professors and some of the classes, they really encouraged me and brought out my creative side. And, I was able to see like, I'm good at this. I can do this, So I think it was later.
Sounds great. How do you incorporate, you talked about all the progress your students make and how they change by end of January, February, they really have matured tremendously. How do you bring about that change? What do you do in your class that makes it possible?
Well, routines from day one. When they come in, they don't, they're like fish out of water. It's very structured. Even now that we have pre-K, when I started, there was no pre-K in the public school. So you were getting most children from home. But now even with pre-K, it's a different world, pre-K and kindergarten, I feel. They're coming in, they're eating, brushing their teeth, having a nap, going to the park. And we're not doing any of that. So now we have a little bit of a bigger struggle because they want to know, when is nap time? That's pretty much the first question I get every year. When is nap time? When are we going to the park? When is playtime? And I have to tell them, there is no playtime, there is no nap time, and we're not going to go to the park.
You really don't make kindergarten sound good.
But so we start routines, you know, so they have to have a routine from day one, right off the bat. This is where this goes, this is where that goes, and they like the independence. And I think that brings about a lot of the change, where they become more dependent on themselves, and they know, and they like it. You know, they like to know where their things go and what, you know, the routine is. You know, and then a few months in, they're telling me, we didn't do math. You know, they know math comes after lunch, and, you know, they're telling me. You know, they start to tell me the routine. So I think that helps them become independent with themselves, and then with their learning, they become more, you know, independent on wanting to learn and helping themselves and helping each other.
Yeah. What would you say to parents of young children, how to help them succeed in school? What do you think would be helpful?
Well, of course, you know, working with their child. You know, learning doesn't end at 3 o'clock when school is over. You know, I always tell them it continues, you know, all day, even the little things. You know, your child is always learning, but just be a part of, you know, the school. Get to know your teachers. You know, I love to get to know my parents. I like to know all about them, you know, and everybody has a story. You know, you work nights, and the grandmother helps with homework. So you want to know these things about your student because, you know, it matters. You don't want to be like, you didn't do your homework again. You know, when you know at home, when you know their story, you know, you're more sensitive to, you know, what kids are going through. You know, so just be a part of, you know, the school. Don't think teachers are there to, you know, catch you or be, you know,
Communication.
Yeah, it's so important. Yeah.
What would you wish you had known when you started teaching? What do you know today that you wish you had known when you started teaching?
Just like building relationships are so important, you know, always build those relationships with the parents and the students. You know, it's so much better when you have a good rapport with your students and your parents, and, you know, not everything is going to go as planned. Most things don't. You know, out of the thousands of lessons you're going to do, you know, handful will go perfect. And there's always something going on that you didn't account for. And always have busy work. You know, always have a backup plan, because, you know, 2 minutes downtime and, you know, somebody throws up or has an accident, 2 minutes to let them just, when you're trying to figure out, is not good. You know, so always have something ready for them in case something doesn't work out, that you know, the computer's down. You know, you just don't want to have downtime in kindergarten. No downtime.
What happens when you have downtime?
Oh, well, that's it. It takes over. You know, 2 minutes of downtime turns into 45 minutes of getting them back, you know, into the routine and back to what we were doing. So you cannot have downtime.
That's a big lesson.
Yeah, that's a huge lesson. And I've learned that probably the hard way.
I think every teacher learns that the hard way. Yeah. No. Free time?
No.
That's not.
That's after school.
Yes. But it's obvious why you were selected as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. Is there a final words you would like to share with the community about teaching in our schools or your children?
Yeah, just that. I mean, I never thought that I'd be here 30 years later, and it has flown. I can remember, you know, pretty much my first day, one of the first teachers I met. I've been in 25 school for 28 of those 30 years. And she was there 14 years, and I thought, gosh, 14 years, that's forever. And now, like in a blink of an eye, 30 years has passed. And it's like, you know, when you do something you love, it's like it just goes fast and it's easy. I just want to say, like, it's, you know, it has been easy, but not easy. You know what I mean?
Yes, but rewarding.
Yes. Yeah.
And fulfilling, I would say. Maybe not
Yeah.
easy, but
Yeah.
enjoyable.
Yeah, and it made the time go, I mean, I just can't believe
Yeah.
how long it's been and how many, you know.
Well, we're not going to talk about how
No,
long
I
we've
know.
been around. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's obvious why you were selected, and we want to wish you continued success. I'm here with Cynthia Wilson White, who has been nominated by her colleagues as Teacher of the Year at the Patricia Noonan Public School 26. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you at the JCTV studios. So tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you teach?
Well, I'm a second grade teacher. I work with beautiful children. I'm also part of the SLC committee at our school, and I'm also the head teacher for the extended day program.
Ah, congratulations.
Thank
so
you.
Your hands are full.
Yes, my hands are very full. Yes, it is.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
No, I actually started out being a manager, and then I started working at Rutgers University with high school students, and then I said, you know what? Let me dabble into teaching. So I started being a teacher assistant first for 2 years. And then from that, I was able to do the alternate route program. And then I taught in Orange for 3 years as a pre-K teacher. Okay. And then from there, I came to Jersey City and landed a job as a second grade teacher. But I was all over the place too, but yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a great, the young learners are always very exciting.
Mm-hmm. They are.
What do you love about teaching the younger students?
What I love about teaching the younger students, the fact that I'm very invested in their education and their learning. What I love is the fact that their minds are open. They're willing to learn. They're not judgmental at all. And just to see the fact that when they move on from second grade and move on to a different grade level, I watch them grow. I can see them grow. And for them to always come back after second grade to say, hey, Miss Wilson, how you doing? Or, just a little note, or just saying, you know what, in fifth grade, when they become fifth grade students and they say to me, you know what, in second grade, you gave me the motivation to become better. That's what I love.
It seems that you love your job. Growing up, did you have teachers who inspired you?
Well, growing up, I really didn't have teachers to inspire me. My mom inspired me. The reason why my mom inspired me was the fact that she actually worked for the Jersey City Board of Schools. She actually worked for 48 years, and she inspired me. But also, when I became a teacher, other teachers started to inspire me because they were my mentors. So, yeah.
So, is there something that you use in class with your students to motivate them and to make them successful in school?
Well, the first thing in my class, what I tend to do with the students every single day is basically have an open door policy where they come in and they feel the warmth. They feel that I'm invested in their education. They feel that I'm just there for them.
Yes. So when you work with parents, because young learners, their parents are very vested in their learning, what do you share with parents in terms of helping their children succeed?
Well, the first thing I have to do is ask a parent or parents, what is their expectations of, helping their child at home or in school? From there, I'm able to give them strategies to help them through. Also give them
giving them, words of encouragement to let them know that students, even your child, learn differently.
Yes. We all learn differently. So, what else would you share with parents on how to help them, how to help children succeed in school? What strategies or things parents can do to help children succeed?
Well, it starts at home. Communication about the day, their school day, communication at home, communication about their interests. Once the students are focused on their interests, that's where the learning begins at home. The parent, say a child, is interested with dinosaurs, but they're having problems with mathematics. They can use dinosaurs to help the child, gain fluency as far as addition and subtraction. Reading comprehension. They could read books about dinosaurs. They could write about dinosaurs. Have a journal about their day in school. So that's what I would, basically tell them to do.
So obviously, you enjoy your job.
I do.
What do you wish you had known your first year teaching? What do you know today that you wish you had known your first year teaching?
That walking in the classroom, students are individuals with different needs, different personalities, different learning challenges. My first year, I thought all children learn the same, but they don't. And because they don't, it's up to me to find their strength and help them to grow and make them better learners, better students.
That's great. So it's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you
for
very
many,
much.
many years.
Thank you.
I'm here with Cedric Lawston, who has been nominated by his colleagues at the Alexander Sullivan School PS30 as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to see you. Could you tell us about what you teach?
I am a music teacher. I teach general music as well as instrumental music for K-5 students.
Okay, so did you always want to be a teacher?
I did. Starting at an early age. Elementary, I started the violin. That's where I became engaged with music. And then when I got to middle school, that's where I started to play like more instruments. And then that's where I fell in love with the instrument, with the music world. Yes.
Oh, I'm amazed that you always wanted to be a teacher.
Yes.
Instead of being out there in the music world.
Yes.
But it's very important. How do you find teaching to be rewarding towards your passion of music?
Right. I find it rewarding because students feel like they can accomplish something, especially instrumental music, where they were playing a piece of music and they just can't get it, and eventually they're able to get it. And I hear a lot of yes. I hear a lot of yes, and that shows me that they're at least trying, right? And then they're focused in order to play what we're trying to play, yes. It's very rewarding because, they can get it and they can understand how to do it. So that's my main thing, is just understanding how to do it.
Did you have teachers growing up that inspired you?
I did. Two. One, I'm from Florida. Okay. One, a middle school teacher in Florida inspired me. And then when I got to high school in Maryland, another high school teacher inspired me to pursue it to college and take it on.
How many instruments do you play?
I play one particularly, but I know how to play several. So flute, clarinet, saxophone, trumpet, trombone, like the basic stuff like that. And a little drums too as well. So.
Yes, I've seen you in action. So congratulations on your success. How do you create in children a passion for music or an appreciation?
Right. I don't instill the passion, even though music is my passion. My appreciation is just explain to them what music is and how to just appreciate music in general. People have different styles of music that they listen to, and a lot of students only listen to one particular style of music, okay? So my job as a music teacher is to open up their horizons to several types of music, i.e. classical music or Hispanic music or whatever type of music. We also do like a little beatbox music just to try to teach them how to use their mouth to make music. So bucket drumming, which is percussion. So I'll try to a variety of ways of how to teach music and just appreciate it, you know?
Okay. Do you see music as a language or as?
I do. I see it as a language. It's a form of communication. A lot of call and responses and a lot of blending, right? So even though we have a big band or orchestra, you have to listen to other people in order to hear what's going on. So it's a form of communication. If you're playing one passage and someone else is playing the other passage, you have to how to respond to that passage. And I think that's very important as far as music, as far as communication. I do.
Yes, obvious. Is there something that really you try to instill in your students as you work with them?
Just appreciate, right? I said it before. It's hard to get them to practice, you know, at an elementary level. They want to play outside. They want to do all those fun things with their students or with their friends. But just trying to have them understand that, you know, it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. But as you keep practicing and you get there, we'll get there together. And I think that's very important.
So obviously you love.
I do.
You have the passion.
Yes, I do.
And you corrected me that passion, I guess, we each either find an experience or not.
Right.
But definitely we can all appreciate music.
Just appreciate, right?
Just appreciate the music.
In the arts, not just music, but the arts is every art subject. I believe just appreciate it, you know?
Arts make the world
yes.
a much prettier place.
Yes.
Without the arts, it's
yes.
very difficult.
Yes.
It's kind of boring.
And then it keeps you, you know, students are able to focus, you know, and they're able to focus into other subject areas. I think that's very important too, because I know me personally, when I was growing up at an early age, I was engaged in the music and I can see what's going on. I was able to like follow. And so when I do it to my other subjects, math, reading, whatever subject I was doing, I was able to focus a lot more because of music. And I think that's very important.
Oh,
right?
So you're saying that the skills transfer.
The skill sets, yes, absolutely. The skill sets transfer to other subject areas, absolutely.
Very
yes.
interesting. Yeah. So sometimes the arts are under challenge.
Yes.
Because of funding, not that we have.
Yes.
I believe in the arts very strongly. But is there a message you would like to share with the community in terms of our youngest citizens, our youngsters, and how to help them succeed?
I would just encourage them to, if you have something that you like or you want to do, just go for it and just believe in yourself, and then it will get accomplished. If you just keep pushing and don't doubt yourself, you will reach what you're trying to reach. I believe that.
Thank you. So it is obvious that you enjoy.
I do, yes.
Your career, and we wish you the very best as you continue to shine. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm here with James Lindbergh, who has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by his colleagues at the James F. Murray School, Public School 38. Congratulations and welcome to the JCE TV program. We're very happy to have you. So tell me a little bit about yourself and what you teach.
So this is my 9th year teaching, my 5th year at James F. Murray School. I teach mostly 8th grade English and Social Studies, but I also do a little bit of 6th grade Social Studies. And social studies is really my passion.
That is your passion?
Yeah.
Did you go to school to become a teacher, or did you always want to be a teacher?
So I didn't always want to be a teacher, but I studied history as an undergrad. And I still love, the whole idea of, understanding the past to understand the future. And then I was doing some internships and different things, and we had some opportunity to work with students at those internships. And I was like, this is really what I fell in love with. And I stayed for next year and got my master's in teaching and went right into it after that.
That's great. Did you have teachers who inspired you growing up?
Yes, honestly, probably too many to name. Like within my own family, there were some teachers. And then also, you know, I had a great 8th grade social studies teacher who really just, you know, opened up the world for me to see it in a new light. And that really changed my experience, I think, in school.
Yeah, no, those social studies,
Yeah.
history teachers,
Yes.
they really do it for you. In high school, I had an amazing history teacher
Yeah.
that really made a difference
Oh, I
for
love
me.
that. Yeah, I love that.
So, but so how do you connect with your students and make them engaged in the lessons?
Yeah, so I start every class period exactly the same. I have a talking piece, a ball we pass around. Each student has to share, you know, how they're feeling that day. And then also it's like a specific question about the day. So today's question was, you know, anything you're looking forward to. And so every student has the opportunity to talk at the beginning of class. And they actually, like I sort of force them to share something at the end of class. And then when we get into real discussions, everybody's already talked, sort of it breaks the ice a little bit and everyone's comfortable then, I think, sharing more with the rest of the class already because they've already done it so many times.
Okay. So that's one technique. How about, are they all, well, ELA can be challenging
Yes,
sometimes,
yes.
the novels or the essays.
Yep.
How do you get them to be committed to the content?
Yeah, I really try to connect it to the real world. So, you know, the next big project they have coming up is an oral argumentative presentation. So they have to take, you know, these speeches we've read from Winston Churchill and, you know, Anne Frank's diary and take sort of this to influence their own argument that they have to make. And they get to choose something that's real world related that they then have to connect it to. So they bring in the materials we're working on, the text we're reading, and then they connect it to real life, which I think is valuable going forward as well. And they see it too, like connecting to their future.
Do you get the parents involved in the students' success?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think, you know, communicating with parents is so key. You know, I send emails to all my parents. I try to do, you know, once a month, if not quarterly. And then I also will call, you know, a parent usually every Friday to, you know, say like your kid was, you know, did excellent this week, like recommending like one student in particular who stood out that week. So it's really like focusing on the positive, I think, is really helpful too.
Oh, okay. So you don't always call because they misbehave. You call for
Right,
good things.
right. I think that's really important. So parents sometimes and guardians are sometimes expecting the call to be negative when you call because that's like sort of what happens over the years.
Called me.
Yes, yes.
That's never.
So sometimes it's nice when you get a teacher to call and they're saying like, oh, you know, like your student did excellent this week. Like they really shared out, you know, great while we were having a debate about, you know, the American Revolution or something like that. So, you know, I think they really appreciate it. And I find that focusing on the positive helps me stay more positive too in the classroom. Yeah.
That's amazing, and congratulations on that. Is there something you would recommend to individuals who may be thinking about teaching as a career?
Yeah, I would say what's great about teaching is like you really need to be yourself in the classroom. And so that's like one really positive trait of teaching. And then also there's so many great teachers already in the schools you can rely on that it's going to be challenging at first, but like lean on your colleagues. Right? I have so many great teachers from when I first started teaching and now still at PS 38 that I can go to with questions, who will support me, who have advice, who have been doing it for longer than I have and have seen things I haven't seen. And because of that, it's like so helpful to talk to them.
That's great. What do you wish you knew when you started out? What do you know today that it could have been very helpful when you started out?
So post recess every day, I do a calm 2-minute mindfulness with my class on the Calm app, which, you know, the district provides for us. And that I think is so helpful for not only the students coming back into the classroom after lunch and recess time to settle down, but also myself. Like it's a great way to like reset. And I think at some point during the day, it's just great to take 2 minutes, breathe, reset, check back in, and same with your students so that, you know, you're ready to continue learning during the day.
So you talk about calm and recess and getting them engaged.
Yes.
So you use social emotional techniques?
Exactly, yes.
So that's good. And you do this on a regular basis with your students?
Every day with my class after lunch, we come in, they turn the lights off for 2 minutes, we do our 2-minute calm mindfulness app, and then we're ready to check back into the classroom. I think it's important to switch between, you know, the playfulness time and the eating time and then back into the classroom time. Like it helps them, you know, trigger in their own brains that we're getting back to work now too.
Sounds very interesting. I'll recommend that.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
So going forward, what would you recommend in terms of the importance of educating our young people? What would you share with the community from your point of view? It's important that we ensure our students are successful. How can the community help?
Yeah, I think getting involved in any way you can. I also am a sports coach, so for me, the kids that are athletes and students, I think often excel in a lot more different ways than students that aren't doing other extracurricular activities. Yeah, and it could be anything. So drama is really big at PS38. We have a great drama show every year. So those students that are participating in the drama, I think often excel in the classroom as well. So really just putting yourself out there to try different things within school and outside of school, I think is super beneficial.
Yes, it is. Do you coach in the district?
Yes, I coach football at James Ferris School. Yeah.
Good. Continue to coach our students, and we wish you much success.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you so much. I'm here with Angelica McKenzie, who has been nominated as Teacher of the Year by her colleagues at the Ezra Nolan Middle School 40. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you very much.
So tell me a little bit about yourself and what do you teach?
So my name is Angelica McKenzie, and I teach AV production and graphic design. And a little bit about my origins is I was born and raised in Jersey City. I'm a native and a first-generation American, and I worked very hard and graduated as an interior designer, and then worked to become a creative director for startups. So that means working in marketing, commercials, and advertisements. And I've always wanted to teach and give back to the students in my community, because while I was working professionally in California and in New York, I worked about 7 years in the district at 23, doing the multicultural celebration and providing dance and song to children for 7 years, and kind of exploding that into like a big event that we even brought to Grove Street. And my hopes as working as a professional teacher now in my own capacity is I want to be able to give even more opportunities to students, not just for recreational purposes, but for occupational reasons.
So did you always want to be a teacher, or you said you were a producer before, so what made you change your mind?
So my mom actually is a world language teacher at 23, and seeing her become a teacher and just like the whole process of being a child of a teacher, just like seeing how she shaped the minds of so many students, like meeting students that went to college and became like adults, and then seeing them interact with her later in life. They're just like, because she's called Senora McKenzie, and I'm just like, wow, this 30-year-old knows you? And she's like, yes. They're like, I'm a doctor now, and I do this, and they're like, now I can speak Spanish like fluently because of you. So essentially, like that joy of helping, I found that through the multicultural teaching dance and everything to students. And then now as a teacher myself, like it truly, like right, even today, seeing some kids who now go to Snyder that I just had, that just the joy that they have, they're like, I gotta show you this thing I did, Miss McKenzie, and this thing too, and I work in this production now. And I'm just like, ugh.
It is very rewarding. Did you have teachers who inspired you growing up?
So since I was from Jersey City, I went to Cordero, I went to 27, then I went to McNair. So I would say there's like two really influential teachers. One is Miss Downs. She was my music teacher in the first grade, and she's essentially the key teacher that propelled me into just music in general. So I learned instrumental music from her. I was the youngest student to ever play like in the band, and then that segued into vocal, and then I went into VPA and I did instrumental as well, which is now JC Arts. And so like my love of music has been essentially ignited by that one teacher. And my other teacher in McNair was Miss Dwyer. She was my African American lit teacher, and through that I learned about theater. And she also became the theater supervising teacher, and then I did my first play with her, so yeah.
So obviously you had your mom and role models that propelled you. How do you get your students to engage in class and be the best they can be?
So in regards to engagement, I guess I'm a little lucky because with AV production, I can always bring in media that the kids are always consuming. So I love to bring in like video games, anime, movies, TV content that the kids are always consuming. I even love I have like a current events kind of thing that I do where I make the kids bring in social media content that's going viral that week. And then we kind of unpack, why did this clip go viral? What elements, was it something someone wore? Is it their hook, like the script that they've used, the storyboarding? So we kind of unpack what virality is, and then in turn, the students can be like, oh, this is actually like something I can achieve on my own. So that's definitely a way that I engage the students. Plus, I always give opportunities to my students that excel to be part of programs that are happening during the school. So for example, in the last 2 months, we had the Black History Month and Women's History Month. And I had my 8th grade students, they did all the behind the scenes. They did the audio, they did the costume and props for all the people who performed for all those assemblies. So I always love to tell them that if you work here in class, I can take you out and you can start becoming like, I wasn't even with them in backstage. I was taking photos in the front. So I'm just like, this is the type of responsibility that real life is. Once I teach you a skill, you'll be able to take that skill and then move forward with it on your own.
That's great. So what would you share with parents about your program and how to get students engaged in something they love? May not be a career, but something they love.
So in regards to parents, I love to have parent involvement. So for 2 things, I was working on a Moana production and a haunted house, so I had to involve the students because we did a lot of after school. And the parents were pitching and saying like, how about this for costumes? How about this? And I'm just like, I love the ideas, and then having them even come to practice and kind of see what their students are at. So definitely having that parent reinforcement, make sure that the children come on time, and also the children have more buy-in to actually perform better because they know that their parents and their peers are going to be able to see them. And what was the second part of that question?
So how to get them ready to be successful?
Oh, okay. So I believe that even though I'm teaching them like production and like, audio and stuff like that, I don't have the expectation that all of them are going to go out and pursue audio. Like that'd be unrealistic. But the skills that I teach them, essentially like leadership, because to be on a crew, like our people back here, to be able to do camera work, audio, everything, everyone needs to work seamlessly together. And I always say that at every turn, maybe part of the class you'll be the leader, and then in the second half of the class, the same 45 minutes, you'll be the supporting person. And you need to be able to listen and also act, So that trait is something that I've taught every single student. So I feel that through my class, I'm teaching them how to become leaders and also great supporting team members, as well as every day in class, we have class discussion about current events or about new topics that I'm teaching. And I always require every student, they have to contribute. So even if your opinion is incorrect, at least you have an opinion. And that's how it is to be in the real world. To be right at the middle ground on the fence, you will never get anything. You'll never lose or you never win. So we have to decide, how do we feel about something? And as a class or as me, if they don't want to discuss in front of everybody, I will guide them in the correct direction. But I believe public speaking, leadership, teamwork can be brought into any career, and those are essential to my class.
They're part of every career.
Yes.
A successful individual in the workforce, whatever job, will have to work with others, needs to be teamwork, needs to communicate. That's a part of life. So that's something our students get from your class.
Yes.
So how do you see the program growing?
Oh, this is my favorite question. So since we are so young, since we are the only middle school that does CT, I want to be able to do like partnerships with the new film production studios that are coming out actually. So Lionsgate is going to be opening up in Newark very soon in like the next year or two. So and I just saw a post about them trying to recruit local people to become filmmakers and everything, but like college students. So I was actually gonna reach out to them this week and ask about the educational program, like how much they would be willing to give like middle school students. So if they say yes, that will be definitely the trajectory to kind of get the kids, like I teach them something in like for a month, and then they get the opportunity to go to Lionsgate, shadow some people, maybe for a day, maybe for 2 days, and kind of get that real feedback on a real set. And that's what the whole point of this is, Get them out there. whether they're using equipment from our school and we're renting it out and we're doing something, or they have their own equipment that they've been saving up for, that they're able to start understanding that career trajectory, and it doesn't feel like this far off thing that's like, oh, that's unattainable. It's like, no, you don't need a lot of money. As long as you have your cell phone, you got a good camera, you clean your lens, and you know what a shot is, you know how to do a script, and you know what lighting is and where you can find everything, you can make money. You can do well.
So obviously you're passionate about your profession.
Yes.
And it's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and continue to shine.
Thank you. I will shine so bright.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Michael Franco, who has been nominated by his colleagues at James J. Ferris High School as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
So I'm a U.S. history teacher at James J. Ferris High School. I teach US 1, US 2, AP history. I'm also an assistant soccer coach. I've coached volleyball, track. I try to do a lot of different things.
Oh, so you have the history background as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you always want to be a teacher?
I didn't. In my younger years, I wanted to be an archaeologist, digging up ancient civilizations or dinosaur bones, something related to history, but it wasn't until I got into high school that I realized I had a great history teacher, world cultures teacher, Mr. Hans, and he really inspired me to expand on my love of history. And I've always worked with kids in camps and things like that. So that's kind of when I determined that I wanted to teach history.
That's amazing. So how do you instill in your students that love of history?
So I tell students in my class that history is beautiful, it's ugly, it's nasty, it's amazing, it's full of so much of the best of people and the worst of people. So whatever inspires the kids to be interested, whether it's a war, whether it's a civil rights movement, whether it's some sort of invention or new technological revolution, there's always something in each of the units that I teach that really kind of the kids tend to cling on to as something they're interested in. I also really understand the importance of current events and how they relate to history, so I'm always trying to bring current events, things that are going on in the world, whether it be here in this country or abroad, to try to connect to the particular lesson that we're talking about.
You have a lot of history to connect.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Yes. You have Ferris High School. You have a large immigrant population with very diverse backgrounds.
Yes.
How does that play out in your history classes?
Oh, it's fantastic. We're very proud at James J. Ferris High School of our immigrant population, our bilingual ESL students. They're fantastic students. And it's really excellent because they bring a different perspective. They bring that new immigrant perspective. They bring a lot of their customs and cultures and perspective from the countries they come from. But I find that the kids are also really desiring becoming American. They want to adapt. They want to pick up the language better. And they're very hardworking students. But it definitely adds a different perspective, in particular when we're discussing issues around the world, because they have that perspective that they're bringing from their country. And most of them are very interested in learning, the American perspective on certain events that maybe even apply to a lot of their countries that they're from.
It's a first-hand account.
Yes, a first-hand account, yeah.
Of many of their experience. How do you work with the parents to get them involved? High school parents are not as engaged as the younger learners, but how do you try to communicate with your high school parents?
We obviously reach out by phone, email, progress reports. Definitely calling is the best, having a conversation. The parent-teacher nights are crucial, and like you said, a lot of the interest is very big in the younger grades, and then it tends to kind of subside a little bit in the high school. But we definitely get a lot of kids, parents coming in. But it's really the outreach. It's not only calling the parents and reaching out to them when the kids are not maybe performing to where they should be, but also reaching out to parents to show and express gratitude that there's growth with the student. So a lot of parents will respond to the praising of the student and the acknowledgement that that student is doing better rather than just the negative.
Right. Well, as parents, we try to give them a little more independence as they mature. And so we rely on them to be more self-sufficient instead of hovering as you would with a younger child. So you talked about your teacher that inspired you. What kind of legacy do you want your students to bring or to keep from you?
Wow, that's a legacy. I still have many years left in me, so it's hard to think about legacy.
You have
But
a long time to work on it.
I think the things that are most important to me in my class and what I want to leave to my students is that I made it fun, that I made it interesting, that I made it relevant, the class. But that also there was discipline, there was structure. You know, I think that's actually one of the most important things. Before you can have the fun, before you can do all the activities that I like to do, the project-based learning, the jigsaws and debates and games and things, I think you have to establish that classroom management first, and the kids really respect you if you have order in the class, and then you can kind of have the fun there. But yeah, just getting kids to really love history and understand that history is not just something that happened in the past. It's not something that happened 200 years ago and is not relevant to today. It's absolutely relevant to today. So it's still going on. And I hope, history tends to be a little underrated and people focus a lot on the sciences and the math. But with everything going on in the world today, I mean, if you have that grounding, a good grounding in history, you can it can help you navigate a lot of the stresses and the fears that are going on in the world. Because a lot of the things that are going on now have happened before and we've gotten through them before. So.
Well, I'll keep that in mind.
Good.
But history is really engaged. Well, I'll speak from my personal perspective. I loved history. Never became a history teacher, but it really made me fall in love with the content. So as we move forward, I'm sure you will continue to be engaged. So tell me about the coaching. How do you incorporate that and use your leverage?
It does actually. If you coach a lot of your students, you get a little extra respect, a little extra leverage. I've coached soccer, track, volleyball. I'm currently still coaching boys soccer. It also gives you a different perspective on the student. You get to conversate with them in a different way than they are in the class. You can contact the parents a lot more. Parents sometimes don't show up to the class, but they'll come to the games, so you can get a little, hey, he owes me this, or he needs to work harder, study for this test. But yeah, it definitely makes you a better teacher, actually, because you learn a little bit more about the student. You get to know the student more overall, and you can understand more sometimes the struggles that they're dealing with. A lot of times in the classroom, you don't get to see that too much, but they complement each other. Anybody who's interested in coaching or has a background in athletics, I definitely encourage them to be a coach, because it really does create a better relationship with you and the students.
I'd like to have your opinion. Do you think coaching is different than teaching?
It is different than teaching. There's so many similarities, though. A lot of the students are performing on the field. You're there facilitating, you're there training, you're there teaching them, but they have to perform, just like we do in the classroom. They get the information from us, they learn it, and we facilitate it, but they have to perform. They have to perform on the tests, the quizzes, the projects, the big tests and things like that. Mm-hmm. So it is pretty similar. The subject matter is different.
That's why I asked you that question, because I find coaching another form of teaching.
Yeah.
It's just different, but at the same time, the underlying fact is, even in the classroom, we facilitate so that students can perform.
Yes.
They can play well in the game. So thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you. And it's very understandable why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. I'm here with Naima Arvington, who has really been selected as the best Teacher of the Year by the faculty at Lincoln High School. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Well, I've been working for Jersey City Public Schools for 22 years. I've been a teacher at Lincoln High School for 19 years. I teach special education mathematics.
Wow. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Absolutely not. I attended Abraham Lincoln High School as a student. I graduated with my cosmetologist license. I went to Bloomfield College and I majored in business administration. So I wanted to open my own full-service beauty salon. That was my dream job. However, I graduated in 2001 and we had 9/11. So, you know, Sally Mae is looking for their money. I need a job. I became a substitute teacher right here at Snyder High School. So when I came, they kept telling me, you know, they kept giving me the special education courses. And they said, you do so well with the students. Have you ever thought about going back? And I'm like, no. And then they told me, well, you're so good at it. And then once I started building a rapport with my students, I saw how I actually enjoyed it. And it was a fulfilling job. I'm like, okay, I could do this. So no one told. I went back to school on my own. I got my master's in education and special education. And my first job was actually here. I was after being a substitute here, I transferred from here and I went to Lincoln High School. And I was a teacher assistant with a degree. And then from there, I got my teaching license and I became a full-on teacher in 2009.
Well, congratulations.
Yes.
It's a pleasure that you stayed with us from student to
Absolutely.
Educator. Did you have, growing up, did you have teachers who inspired you?
I did. So everyone thinks like math is like a foreign language. No one likes math. And so my favorite math teacher was Mr. Latman. He taught at Abraham Lincoln High School, and I had him for Algebra 1. And he used to tell jokes and rhymes and riddles and all of these things. And it was hilarious. But he always related it to math. So he made it exciting. And it was a pleasure going to his class. So whereas all the other students was like, oh, we have to go to math again. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get to Mr. Latman's class. So he really inspired me to fall in love with mathematics and wanting to actually become a teacher after I majored in business and found out like, yeah, this is your calling. You should do this.
Yes. And how do you try to incorporate that into your classes today?
Well, I do the same thing. A lot of my students, they enjoy the Jordan shoe, like the Nike shoes. And, you know, sometimes when they have a new shoe that's released, the line is out the door.
Yeah.
And so because they enjoy it, I related to a mathematical problem. And so we are going to do percentages, how many shoes. We do ratios. What do you think? If they only make this many amount of shoes and you have these many people on the line, what do you think the probability is of someone actually attaining the shoe and they're number 54 on the line or whatever? And so they find it enjoying because they're like, okay, well, what are we going to do today? And they actually go stand on the line and they're like, oh, Ms. Arminger, I was on the line. You know what number I was? And I'm like, oh, okay. So they find it enjoying when they can actually relate what we're teaching to the real world. It's really exciting for them. They enjoy that.
How do you connect with the families?
The families, well, because I teach special education and I try to, in the beginning, to do a multiple intelligence test where I deal with the students. I want to figure out what they like to eat, what's their favorite color, what's their music, you know, whatever interests them, so that maybe I need to start there to pull it out of them. And then I also, at the bottom of them, I ask them, you know, like, what does your mom do? You know, what is your mom's favorite color? Does your mom like to cook? I ask them some important things about their parents. And so when I ask them that, when the parents come in for our first parents' night, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to try your pineapple upside down cake. And they're like, how do you know? And I'm like, because your child told me about it. And so I always tell the parents that I call for the good, the bad, and the ugly. When you see my number on your caller ID, don't just think that your child has done something wrong. Because if they get a 100, I'm calling you. You deserve to know that as well. You don't just want to hear, oh, the teacher's calling again, and always think that it's something negative. So I always tell them, and you call me, email me. You have any questions? I understand that math is a very difficult subject. And if it's something that you cannot help your child with, I offer tutoring. I'm at work at 7 o'clock every morning. Your child could come in at 7 o'clock every morning,
tutoring free of charge, I stay after school, whatever we need to do, but failure is not an option. That's not what we're going to do.
Are there any educators in your family that?
No, I actually don't have any educators.
No.
No, I'm the only one who decided to go down this road. I don't have any. I have other people who work for Jersey City Public Schools, but I'm the only one.
No, it seems that you're very natural at it.
I am. I believe so. This is my calling, I believe.
What do you wish you had known when you started subbing that you know now after years of teaching? What could you have avoided, and what could you use as a first-year teacher?
When I first started subbing, you know, my mom would call me every day and say, "Are you okay?" Because remember, I wasn't that far away from the high school student. Okay. So I was only like 2-3 years older than them. So she would think she was a nervous wreck. And I'm like, "Mom, it's not like that. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, but I had like a fear put on me. Like I was supposed to be afraid of the students or whatever. And the students are the sweetest, kindest, you know, children that you can find. And so I didn't think that it was anything that was fearful. So I would tell first-year teachers to not be afraid. It is not. There is nothing to be afraid here. You know, you're going to have your challenges and everything, but, you know, you go with the flow and you learn your audience. You learn your audience. Some of my students, I know that I have to be a bit firmer with them. Some of them, I know that maybe today I might have to fix your hair for you. Maybe I might have to give you a uniform shirt. Maybe I might have to pull you in the hallway and say, "Hey, do you have money for lunch today? You know, I can help you." Whatever it is, teaching is what I do, but I wear many hats. I'm not just a teacher.
And so you teach the whole child.
Yes, the entire child, yes. And if I need to reach out to the parents too, we can teach them too. We can teach everybody.
It is obvious that you love your job. What would you share with the public in terms of the beauty of becoming an educator?
It's very rewarding. When I see my students come back, and some of them are security guards at Lincoln. Some of them have been working in food services. Some of the parents, I now teach their children. Some of my colleague students come back and I'm their teacher, but also people who I've went to high school with, I'm now their child's teacher as well. And so it's very rewarding when you see these people that you know you help influence and you know you're making them model citizens in the world, and they come back and tell you their stories. "Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, or I got married," and it's very rewarding. So, you know, and also that my school, Lincoln High School, is the best hidden secret in Jersey City. I just need to tell you that.
I do know that. I know you're wearing your Lincoln blue.
Yes, I am.
Yes, it's a cult almost.
Yeah, if you know, you know. And if you don't know, you should find out.
Ooh,
yes,
it is the place. It is definitely the closest knit faculty in this whole district. Hands down, my award goes to Lincoln High School. It is.
Thank you.
So congratulations. It is very obvious why you were selected to represent Lincoln High School and your colleagues. It is a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Gary Flanagan, who has been nominated by his colleagues at the Dr. Ronald McNair Academic High School as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to have you, Gary.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach.
Sure. So I'm a child of Jersey City. I went to Public School 28, went to McNair Academic High School. I teach AP Seminar and AP Research right now, which is a newer program. It's been about 7 years now. I also teach this year as a curriculum science fiction, mystery, and horror, which is a new adoption. And it's been a lot of fun and really helping students to have reading as a habit more and just getting into just literature as a whole and just being more conscious of how to approach science and methodology, but from a literature standpoint, kind of that cross-sectionality of our subjects.
Oh, that's interesting. So did you always want to be a teacher?
I think so. I think looking back, there were signs. Right? I remember being at 28 School. My mother was a nurse's aide there, staying after school and teaching students younger than me how to play chess and things like that. I remember an early memory of at the arcade, a parent giving me a roll of quarters and asking me to use that roll of quarters to teach their son how to play Galaga. I don't know if you remember Galaga.
No, I am not.
And that for me was more fun than playing the game, like showing someone else how to do it and then seeing them succeed at the game. And just those little memories are things when I think about why I'm a teacher now, just some of those just natural instincts to want to help people to achieve things and learn things and the kind of joy I get from that.
Was there a teacher who inspired you?
Oh, for sure. When I really remember Donald Dello at McNair. He really helped me to question a lot. We did Henry David Thoreau and Emerson, like self-reliance. And so just kind of always being kind of very obedient as a student, suddenly having this moment of questioning things and not looking at everything as absolute truth, but like finding nuance. And some of the ideas I learned, it just kind of like really opened me up. And it went from just kind of just being in school to like really wanting to use my brain as a muscle, as a tool to kind of like question things and observe the world around me. And then go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of what I try to do now as a teacher.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah.
How do you convey that to your students today?
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing that we can do. I know there's a lot that we should be and can do, but just giving students the confidence to question, to have questions, to be curious, to go out and find things, to research things. We're in a world now where every piece of information around us is there and accessible, but also like we have to question it. We have to figure out what's good, what's bad,
what's real, what's not,
yes.
Where is it coming from?
Right.
What is behind the scenes
yes.
of every comment? So it's obvious you love your passion. How do you continue to push the limits in terms of new programs? You were talking about the new program that you're teaching this year. Yes. So how do you bring that love of reading just for enjoying literature to your students?
Sure. Some of it is just we are gravitated towards the things that we love as teachers, and when you have the opportunity to teach those lessons, the students know. They notice, like when you love a book, they know that you love that book, right? So part of it was just starting to bring in little things of my own that I just wanted to show them and make those synthesis connections, right? Okay. So if we're reading something in our curriculum, there's science fiction in our curriculum already, and then just extending that a little bit more, like, oh, if you like this, you'll love that, and kind of like bringing out and opening the world a little bit more.
So what's your favorite genre?
I'm science fiction.
You're science fiction?
Yeah, science fiction. Love genre. Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin. Ursula Le Guin is amazing. She's probably my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, because but that's what we want in our youth, to find whatever it is they like and enjoy it.
Yes, absolutely.
Disconnect with the devices a little.
Right. Yes.
and enjoy the... So how do you also connect with the parents?
So I love a parents' night. One of the things I learned from my mentor, Mr. Dello, was on parents' night, like putting on some jazz, like just setting a hangout, like just to be like, hey, let's have a conversation about your child. Not like a confrontational thing. It's not about the grade, and that's another thing as well. Is like making it about just what your child is going through, is wanting to do in the classroom. Just giving them, the parents, just confidence, and hopefully they have trust in me that, it's a longer process to write something like a research paper, and we have to kind of give them the trust that it might seem like it's not a good topic right now, but we have to give it time. A lot of them want that immediate feedback, and so part of that is just having them understand that the process is a little bit longer. Right?
So McNair Academic is an admission school, so you have top students that sometimes get over-focused on grades versus learning.
Sure.
How do you help those overachievers achieve some balance in their?
Something I've struggled with for a long time. Having the opportunity to teach that capstone course, that AP seminar that I mentioned earlier, that's really a course that allows for that time I was talking about, where they're creating their own product, they're doing their own research, and they're given more space than they normally are time-wise. And so it allows them the opportunity, because they have time, to change, to realize that they were going in the wrong direction, to make some shifts, to look at different research, to find new avenues. And then they, because of that freedom, they get a little less tense about the time and like the do it now mentality, and they become more into that growth mindset of, okay, I can make a mistake, I can edit. And once I get them there, editing is the bigger job. It's like, we all have all these ideas and we all can find a million things, but how can we then focus that in on something?
And sometimes we become discouraged when we submit something and the mentor, the educator says, oh, you need to change this, you need to look at that,
Right. Keeping it open, allowing them to make changes, that's part of that encouragement.
So going forward, what message would you share with the community in terms of how to get our young people to be their very best?
I think they're going through a lot right now. I think with the internet age and what's happening with all the information they have, I think we could maybe trust them a little bit more, listen to students more. I think that they have a lot to say. And by giving us that information, when they trust us to say things, that allows us a little bit more insight on how we can best help them.
That's wonderful. Anything you know today as an educator that you wish you had known at the beginning of your teaching career?
I think being more reflective on a day-to-day basis, right? Like thinking about what you're doing and then assessing ourselves, right? As teachers, we have to think about what we're doing. Can we do it ourselves? Can we look at a lesson and say that worked, but also look at a lesson and say that didn't work. I need to mix things up a little bit and shuffle and go in a new direction. I felt it's easy earlier on to think, oh, they didn't do well. But it's really important when you start realizing, oh, how can I better look at the results that I've gotten from my students and make some changes.
Yes, so it's not just them, it's us as educators.
It's hard to admit sometimes, but yeah, absolutely it is. And
yes, it's reciprocal.
Yes.
It's not just a one-way.
It's a conversation.
It's a conversation.
Yes.
So, Gary, it is a pleasure to see you as an adult and a successful teacher.
Yes.
It is wonderful, and I understand why you were selected Teacher of the Year.
Right.
I look forward to many years of working together.
Me too.
Thank you. I'm here with Harold Savrick, who has been nominated by his colleagues at Henry Snyder High School as Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Well, again, I'm Harold Savrick, Snyder High School. I'm a special ed math teacher. Pretty much done it all. You know, I've done inclusion, I've done resource, and departmental, mostly geometry, algebra 2. This is my 22nd year in the building.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I've been here, quite some time. But yeah, that's a little background of who I am and what I do here.
Did you always want to be a teacher?
Honestly, not from the start. I was always great working with kids. One of my first jobs was actually my cousin ran a party business, and I would make balloon animals. I would dress up in costumes. I was always around children, and I think that was my passion. Even one of my first other jobs was I was working at Burger King, and we had the special ability bowling camp come in on Saturdays and Sundays, and I was always working with them, just hanging out, talking to them, but I always had a passion for, communicating and working with children.
Oh. Did you have teachers who inspired you?
I can't name just one. If I had to name one, and probably my older sister, who is also a Jersey City public school teacher.
Oh, okay.
She's a couple years older than me. I won't give the age out.
No?
But yeah, so again, I had that background, that passion for teaching, just that, working with children. And she pretty much, I was in college, she said, think about teaching, you're great with kids, you're great, you like sports, you like your technology. What about teaching? And I said, you know what? Here I am.
Here you are. Well, your sister saw what was important in you, just your colleagues. So how do you make your students feel connected and engaged in the content?
This is who I am. I'm math. I need to make it as real as possible. Really, no pun intended, but you have to think outside the box. But again, just making that real life connection. Generally speaking, my classes are, very male heavy. A lot of athletes. If I can relate something to sports, athletics, that's where I'm going.
That's where you're going.
Yes.
Do you coach or?
I'm actually the esports coach here.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Been doing that for about 5 years. I started, right around the COVID, right around 2020. Brought home 2 state championships.
Yes.
And again, we're just building on that, year in and year out.
Well, that's such a new field. Well, for me, it's new. I was there at the onset of the esports, but it really appeals and it provides the teamwork of sports for students who like gaming.
Right. A lot of unsung heroes in this building, whether, it's on the track, a field, any, court field, but now, you have those individuals that don't want to do, be out in the public and they're behind closed scenes, makes them feel at home, build that camaraderie,
And it is. It's engagement, teamwork. Were you there when they won the championships?
I sure was, yes. I have the 2 belts in the room, right, on the 3rd floor. Absolutely, yeah, great pride, again, where we started to where we are now, just building up, whether it's the titles, the enrollment, it's blown up. It's in a positive way.
That's excellent. We want to keep students engaged and find their passion.
Right.
Because it's always the way to get to the content through their passion. So as you share this love with your students, how do you get them engaged?
The engagement, again, we're living in the 21st century, so technology is heavy, and we have to use it in, the proper way.
Yes.
Just whether it's me recording lessons, whether it's, the note taking or just videos or, whatever it may be, I think technology is where, everyone's going.
Yeah. Not going away.
Absolutely not. And again, just want to have them, career ready as well. I always try to, lay that, this carrot, in front of their heads, just say,
before they know.
Absolutely. It's going to fly by.
It's going to fly by. We do know that from adulthood. So how about the families? How do you reach out to them?
Again, technology, emails, calls. If I can't get in contact with a parent, I'm reaching out to the CIT. We have a great support system here at Snyder High School. I'm reaching out, to how I can get in contact with this parent. Sometimes the numbers are disconnected. Right. So I'm reaching out to, every outlet I possibly can, staying in contact. I will not just reach out for parents for negative, behaviors. I will reach out for positive as well.
Oh. That I was trying to get you there. So what would you say to the community about your students and what they bring and how they grow and succeed?
Again, as I mentioned with the esports team, there's a ton of unsung heroes, whether it's athletics or academics. They need to see, from outside the box, and they need to look in. There's tons of great students in this building that go above and beyond. As you look here in the studio, I'm lucky enough to talk about Snyder High School.
Yes.
But I have a few students in the background. But
it's okay, don't worry. Especially high school people have plugged their high school, so I'm not going to deny you that chance. They do.
I was going to wear my tiger stripes, but I said, let me wear the blue.
Yeah.
But again, all the students in this building. You know, they're just picking up, you know, pieces left and right. You know, helping, you know, the teachers, helping each other. You know, all the different clubs we have in this school. You know, they're committed to everything in this building.
So it's great to know that, and obviously you're committed, and it shows through your interview, and that your colleagues found you to be the best person to represent
I appreciate
them. So
it.
congratulations.
Thank you.
It is obvious why they would recommend you. So best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We have Diane Valaric, who has been selected by her colleagues at the Adult Day School to be Teacher of the Year and represent the Adult Day School. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
So myself, I was a teacher at PS20 on Ocean Avenue for 26 years. I retired in 2023 and realized I wasn't ready to give up teaching.
Okay.
So I went to try to sub, and that really wasn't working out so well for me. And then this opportunity came along that they were looking for a teacher for the adult education course. And at first I was a little hesitant. I said, adults? Well, I don't know about that. So I said, you know what, let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. And I am totally in love with my job. When people say that if you love a job, you never work a day in your life, this is how I feel now. I am so excited to be there every day. I'm so excited to be with my students. I always tell them I'm learning more from you than I think you're learning from me. But they always tell me no. So, and I've been there now for over 2 years, and it's just a wonderful environment, just a wonderful environment.
So how is the Adult Day School different from the traditional school?
Well, first it's adults.
Yes.
I had worked with primary grades, so you have those issues with little ones. So it's with adults. It's a little more challenging because they don't speak English. They're all coming here to learn English or to perfect their English. So that's a little bit of a challenge, and I had to learn how to be able to accommodate that. And just that said, with adults, it's just a whole different environment. It's just a very more relaxed, more friendly, more family-oriented type of environment, I feel.
So you don't have to deal with discipline?
Absolutely not.
But, life has been interrupted for them for whatever reason.
Yes.
Are there also individuals that never finished high school, or is it more just people who've relocated?
Mostly, in my class, it's mostly people who relocated from other countries, and who are, I don't know what their education was in their country. Some of them didn't have very much of an education. Some of them they have master's degrees from their countries, but they just need to perfect their English to be able to establish themselves in America a little bit more. So that's the difference with that, that they're culturally different, their language, but we just make it all blend and work well
So
together.
how do you use some of the techniques that you have as an educator to address the needs of this group?
Well, I think the first thing is I always try to come in with a positive attitude. I'm very, like I said, I learn from them, so I'm very curious about where they're from, what they've done in their countries, how they came to America, how they like America, what do they find is hard for them, and those things, or what they find easy. So I bring all that technique of just the teaching, the nurturing, the warmth, because I feel that's what they need. They come in to have somebody that they're looking forward to seeing every day. So you bring that. We don't really have technology so much, but I have to say that thank goodness for Google Translator. And if we're going to anywhere with technology, that's a big benefit for us once in a while. We get a little stuck. We hit those little, we're not getting this. Let me try to explain in your language. And, okay, I understand now. So those things. But it's basically just what they want to do. They want to learn how to read English well. They want to learn how to write it well, and obviously speak it well. So it's more of a one-on-one type of approach with them.
Okay, so that's how you translate your pedagogy and your knowledge of teaching. Do you wish you had gone to the adult day school sooner?
Yes. I'd say that because I don't want to disgrade what I had. You know, I loved my students, my young students. I miss them very dearly. I try to get up at 20 for certain events to spend with them. Yes.
Yes.
You know, but like I said, it's a whole different type of environment and different teaching experience. You know, and that was what was like lightning about it. It's like you're still teaching, but now it's a different type of experience. And I think I would have liked to have done it a little bit earlier. Again, I'm grateful, and I'm grateful for my children that I had, my classes that I had and everything. But yeah, I think I would have liked to establish this a little bit earlier in my career. But
it's interesting.
It is. It's very much so. It really is.
What would you say to the community who may listen to this broadcast and may not be going to school or may need to perfect their language skills? How would you involve them to take a risk and join us?
I would tell them, come. Don't be fearful. We're extremely supportive staff. If I can't help you, I have other colleagues that can be assistants. Our principal, Miss Braswell, is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And she's just so willing to do what she can to get you where you need to be. So you'll have the support you need. And what it seems to be, what I've noticed with the adult education, there's other people of their like language skills also in the school. So they have that support of other friends or people that speak their language. So it's like I said, it's a very, very you'll be very supported. You'll have a very good, strong, supportive staff behind you to help you along.
It sounds like a family.
Yes, yeah, that's how I feel. I feel it is now I sit with adults, their children, you hear about their children, some grandchildren, or a husband is ill. You know, you become part of their lives, and that's exciting. That's rewarding. That's the word I was looking for. It's very rewarding.
Well, it's obvious that you enjoy what you're doing.
Yes.
And we wish you well.
Thank
and
you.
I know why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. Your commitment is obvious. So
Thank
congratulations.
You. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm here with Keisha Sweeney, who has been nominated by her colleagues at the Krista McAuliffe Public School 28 as Teacher of the Year. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you teach?
Okay. My name is Keisha Sweeney. I teach middle school math, 7th grade. I've been teaching for 14 years. I'm also an adjunct professor. I'm currently working at Passaic County Community College.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes. Thank you.
So, did you always want to be a teacher?
Absolutely. My mother told me at the age of 5, I said I wanted to be a teacher, and I never changed it.
Oh, so you used your toys to teach your lessons?
I used my siblings, and I gave them homework.
Oh,
yes.
Did you check their homework?
Absolutely.
And what happened when they didn't do it?
There was consequences, because then when we left school, I was the mother, and I made sure that they did it.
That's great. Growing up, did you have teachers who inspired you?
Absolutely. One of the teachers, she actually just recently retired. I got to visit her at her retirement. Her name is Miss Rolke from West Orange. She was my 7th grade math teacher. And when I was in high school, I would go back to her, help her with her lessons, grade her papers, help her with students that came that wanted extra help. I enjoyed that.
So you've been teaching literally.
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 Yes.
That's wonderful. So you always wanted to be a teacher. Mm-hmm. How do you communicate that passion that you've always had with your students so that they could be successful? Especially math. A lot of people tend to find the subject not to be inspiring.
Yes. Well, when they come to me, I'm always in a good mood. I'm always bubbly and happy. They always tell me that. I'm always upbeat. And I tell them I like to make learning fun. So as we're learning this, where can we have fun with it? Whether it's a math game or relating it to real life, and how does it apply, and how to get them interested in it. And then a lot of them leave me and say, I didn't like math when I came to you, but now I really like math. And that makes me happy, yeah.
That's always a great thing. So as you said you've been teaching for 14 years, which I can't believe.
Yes.
Because it seems like the other day you just started teaching.
Yeah.
What do you wish you had known as a novice teacher that you know today?
It's gonna be okay. My first year was rough. It was definitely a culture shock, but then I realized they're kids, and as long as you believe in them and give them that spark, they'll always come to, and they'll believe in themselves.
And how do you work with parents to help them help their children?
I have Remind app on my phone that is constantly ringing, and then I can answer it on my watch whenever they need immediate help. I allow the kids to come early if they want, if they need me at lunch or whatever. And I also tell my parents that if you need help, look in their notebooks. We take very organized notes. I do a table of contents in the beginning, so it shows them exactly where they are and how the parent can help them at home.
That's very helpful for the parents.
Yes.
So note-taking is something that used to be very prevalent.
Yes.
But I guess you have continued a good practice.
Yes. And they tell me when they leave that they go back to their notebook in 8th grade or in high school. So
that's very useful.
Yes.
Is there something that you wish you really could impart on the community about the importance of mathematics and how vital it is to an educated adult?
It's very important. A lot of my students tell me, Ms. Sweeney, what do I need this in real life? And I always show them, when you thought about this, do you see the connection? Then they're like, oh, they start to get it. So it's something that, it's not just numbers, it's critical thinking skills. It is coming up with a plan and having an action and things like that, that most people don't think of as math, but it is. It is math.
It's a logical part
Yes.
of thinking. Well, it is obvious that you enjoy your job. What would you say to someone who may be thinking of becoming a teacher or who has no interest in becoming a teacher? How would you share that it is such a fun job and that it's a worthwhile career? What would you say?
It's definitely the work you put in is the work you get out. So it does go beyond the hours, but if you put in the work, the kids are so appreciative. They come back to you. They tell you the impact that you made in their life. I've had kids tell me that I was like a mother figure to them, and I didn't even realize I was doing that. I was just being me, but it made such a huge impact on their life that I feel like I made a difference, and that's what's important.
Well, it is obvious that you enjoy teaching and the content, so congratulations, and it is a pleasure to have you. Thank you. I'm here with Laura Bukowski, who's Teacher of the Year at Conwell Elementary School number 3. So welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you. You've been nominated as Teacher of the Year by your colleagues. Tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
I have been a teacher in PS3 for 20 years. It's where I first started teaching, and I'm still there. I've taught everything from kindergarten to 5th grade, special ed, and general ed. And
is there a preference? What grade level do you enjoy the most?
2nd grade is my favorite grade to teach. I feel like they're still little, but they're more independent than they are in like kindergarten first. But I do like the independence of the older grades as well, 4th and 5th. You know, they start to get a little attitude at times, but.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. 2nd grade, it's the perfect blend of early childhood, but with enough maturity.
Yes.
They really sense of humor and
they can handle a task and
independently.
And work. Yes.
Yes. What made you become a teacher?
Ever since I was little, I want to be a teacher. I would set up my stuffed animals and my dolls and my brother, and I would teach them. I was always fascinated by the teacher book, having all the answer, like the answer key. So I would have like a heavy book, because I remember it being like a big bulky book, and walk around and try to pretend, with the chalkboard and have the answers. And I loved all the teachers I had when I was younger. So that really made me want to be one, and having the reign over an overhead projector was big.
Ooh,
back when that
those days.
I know, those are done. But when I first started teaching, it was phasing out, but there was still one. So I thought that, I'm like, oh, I made it. Here I am with my overhead projector.
Yes. Was there a teacher who made an impact in your teaching career or the way you address teaching?
I had a lot of great teachers. I think from elementary to high school, and some in college, giving me advice about future teaching. But younger, my first grade teacher, Miss Horhanich, and I don't know whatever happened with her, but like I go back to her, I know that she was one that made me feel comfortable, and you can make mistakes, everything's okay, and she just was always happy. So that's one that I go back to if I had to pick one that stands out. I don't know exactly what about her, but there's just a feeling of her name, something about that time with her, which I think
we
back to.
always remember feelings. We may not remember events, but we do remember feelings. So how do you translate that to your class? What do you do in class that makes you special for your students?
Try to make them feel comfortable and secure, and I'm someone they could talk to. They could come to me if they need help, whether it be academically or something going on at home, or they just want to be open with me and tell me if there's something going on and the reason why, maybe they're not themselves today, they didn't get enough sleep, or, something where they could tell me and I could use that to work with them, give them more chances, or, give them time to make work up or something.
Is there anything you're implementing that you find very successful or that is making a difference in helping students master their standards?
Nothing I could think of per se, that just trying to have them comfortable with whatever we're discussing or learning, practicing, ensuring that they understand or they know how to. I'm thinking now about like testing and thinking of preparing them so they know what kind of questions that they'll see, and problem solving, and that way they could do this independently, like without me, trying to like scaffold. I do a lot with them to try to work with them like I do. Then, we practice together. That way they feel more comfortable on their own, and go back and check with them. And if it's something that they do get incorrect, go over with them. Like, what were those parts? Let's talk about, what did we discuss? What parts do we need here? And what should we add in? What should we take out? Whether it be math or reading, writing.
Yeah, well, we typically call that modeling.
Yes.
And scaffolding is something that good teachers do.
Yes, thank you.
Don't take it for granted.
I know.
So what would you tell your younger self? Now you're in your 20s, you have your first classroom. Mm-hmm. What do you know today that you wish you had known 20 years ago?
I think to have more confidence in myself. I think I was where I grew up was much different than Jersey City, so that was a big wake-up call for me, like being in a big city and trying to get my bearings straight with that, and having a different population of students that I'm used to. And, so at times it was difficult to try to figure out how to reach certain kids, or and trying to implement everything all at once. And you talk with different teachers and they say, do this, do that, and then you're overwhelmed by so much. And I feel like if I could have more confidence and like, you could do this. I mean, I still tell myself that every day, September, even after a break, like,
oh, I know.
You got this, you got this. You know what you're doing, but it's like mind over matter sometimes. So like everything will be okay. Just implement like a little bit at a time till you feel comfortable, and then you could always incorporate more in.
So you still get the butterflies in September?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. and the Sunday scaries. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Is there anything you would like to share with the community that a message about the young people that you work with?
They are very capable. They, I tell them to reach for the stars, to do your best, and that the possibilities are endless. I don't want kids to think that their life could only be something very small. I like to expose them to all different ways of life, different occupations, what the world looks like out there, and tell them that's for you to see. It's all possible.
Thank you, Laura. It's a pleasure. And now I know why they selected you as Teacher of the Year. It's a pleasure to interview you. Thank you. I'm here with Gloria Smith, who has been selected Teacher of the Year at PS 12 Julia Barnes School. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
So what do you teach currently?
I teach pre-kindergarten.
Oh, wow. You have the little ones.
Yes, and I enjoy it.
How old are they? 3 or 4?
I have the 3-year-olds for the first time. I've always had 4, and this year is an experience for me because there is really a big difference between 3s and 4s. I never realized that before, but I do now, but I still love them, so.
How do you get a 3-year-old to become acclimated to school?
Well, in the beginning, you know, they cry a lot and different things like that because they meet their parents. But I love children, so I just treat them very kind. I try to plan activities that they're interested in. We follow the daily routine. Once they get used to the daily routine, then, you know, they come in happily. They put their things away and get ready for learning.
That's amazing. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Not until 8th grade. I had a teacher, because I attended PS 30, and I had a teacher, Maria L. Kerfus. I'll never forget her. She was so kind and so, I guess because she saw me, and she was like really kind and really nice and gentle and soft-spoken and everything. And so I'll never forget her. That's when I wanted to become a teacher, because as a teenager, I always took care of the neighborhood children. I babysat and different things like that. So it's like I always gravitated to little children. And then I became a paraprofessional. And I'm like, well, you can just finish school and, you know, be the teacher and different things like that. So I did that. And I really enjoy it. So I've been working with children from about the age of 13 up until now.
Well, that seems like it was the other day. But I'm going to pick up on something you said. You said this teacher saw you. What do you mean by that?
Well, I wasn't having a very good childhood. And I guess she noticed, you know, different things about me coming to school and being sad and different things like that. So that's how come I like pay extra attention to my little 3-year-olds to give them, I try to just let them have the best day that they can have during school, because I don't know what happens when you leave school.
No.
And I think about that a lot. Sometimes it used to bother me. When I first became an aide, I used to go home sad because of different things I seen with different students. But I had to learn that we can only control what happens in the classroom with them.
We control 8 or 3.
Yes. And so my goal has always been to make the school day like the best day they could have. And plus they need to learn how to enjoy school, because pre-K is just the beginning and they have to go through all the other grades. So I feel like if pre-K is fun for them, active learning, hands-on experiences, they would enjoy school going further.
Absolutely. So what do you do to make sure they enjoy learning?
I Well, you know we use a high scope curriculum, which is hands-on. So I try to plan fun activities for them that they have an interest in, because just like us as adults, well, myself, if I don't have an interest in it, it just goes over my head and I'm like, "Ooh." But if it's something that I like or I have an interest in, I'm more likely to participate in it and do the activities. So they do fun things like making Play-Doh, making slime, observing trees out the window, how they change over the different seasons, the snow melt, things that they enjoy doing.
Yes. So you talk about inquiry and, exploring.
Yes.
3-year-olds could be challenging in terms
They
of
are.
they are. You know, sharing is not something they do well.
No, but that's what we do academics as well, the numbers, the counting, the letter sounds, but I try to focus on social skills, sharing, getting problem solving, getting along with the other children. You don't just walk over and take something. You ask them, can I have it when you're done? Different things like that. Learn how to play together. And so far, the children have learned that. In September, they had no idea about sharing and different. It's mine. I want it. But now they're progressing.
Yeah. Well, I have a 2-year-old granddaughter,
Okay.
and that's her favorite word, mine.
Mine, no, I don't want to.
Yeah. Or help me. Sometimes she likes to help me. But yes, mine is her favorite word. But still, it is a precious time.
It is.
And what other fun? You mentioned a few activities that you do. So how do you get them to learn beyond, the social skills, which are very important? Those foundational skills. There was a famous book, All I Needed to Know in Life.
Yes.
I learned in kindergarten.
And I have the book.
Yes, and I read that book as well. As a former kindergarten teacher, back in the day when we didn't have preschool, it was, very enlightening.
Yes.
And sometimes as I meet adults, I wish they had learned a better lesson in kindergarten.
Yes, I say that to myself. I'm like, they didn't go to kindergarten or pre-K.
So what message would you share with parents in terms of what are the vital lessons that every child should accomplish?
I like to let the parents know that self-help skills are very important, because they need to learn how to take care of themselves, like hang up their coat, unbutton it, zip it, things. We concentrate on things like that as well, because no one else is going to possibly do what you do for your child. I do it, but everyone else is not going to do that. So social skills, getting along with others, like we said, read to them. Reading is very important because it's the foundation for further learning, going over your alphabets, numbers, but make it fun. It's not where they just sit and you drill them. It's some activities that I might send home might be on your way walking home or driving home with your child. Ask them to count how many red cars did they find, how many blue cars did they find, how many numbers are on the houses of the address, like, oh, that's 1 and a 0, that's 10, fun activities where you're actually spending time with your child, but it's not like forced learning, like you're not drilling them. Sit down and write this ABC. I don't like that. No. So I want them to learn, like just do those type of activities. Are you walking down the street? Notice the flowers. Oh, that flower is yellow and this one is round and this one is pink. Just different activities like that would be fun for you to do with your child.
Exploration.
Making things at home with them, letting them help you cook, measure how much water with the measuring cup. All of those things are learning experiences for the children.
Absolutely. What do you wish you had known when you started teaching?
I guess I wish I would have known that you have different learning styles like all children don't learn at the same time. You have to know how to differentiate instruction to meet each child. So I can't just plan one activity and think that all the other children are going to get it, boom, like that. You have to repeat activities and check to make sure they fully understand what you're asking them to do. So when I first started, I just was like, oh, we're going to read this story, and I'm just going to say who was the characters and where was the setting. But you have to read the story multiple times, and you have to explain it to them. You can't just read the story and that's the end of it. So I had to learn things like that. Each child learns different.
Absolutely. But is it just children or adults as well?
Well, adults as well.
Yes. They're little people.
As well, yes. And they will grow up and be our future, so they need to be prepared.
Absolutely. So what would you wish for all your students?
I wish that they would have fun experiences in school, learn, have a good life, remember me, which some of them do, like some of the older ones, because I've been working for so many years with children, and they remember me. So that they would remember me, that they would be able to have a positive learning experience as they move on and continue their education.
So obviously you enjoy your job.
I do. I do.
That's
I enjoy
when
what
we
I do.
enjoy what we do.
It's not work.
It's not work.
And I look forward every morning to getting up and coming to work and spending time with them, even the criers, even the ones that are a little bit difficult at times, or they wake up and they have a bad day, they're tired, they're sleepy, all of that.
Yeah. We all feel that way, especially on Mondays.
Yes, of course.
But thank you so much. It's obvious why you were selected Teacher of the Year. Any final message that you would like to share with the community?
Just that I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I like the Jersey City Public Schools. We have good curriculums and activities for the children to do.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I'm here with Vidya Vital, who has been selected by her colleagues to represent the Cornelia F. Bradford School Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Vidya, so what are you currently teaching?
Well, my favorite grade, first grade. I've been teaching first grade for quite some time, and I enjoy. I
what
definitely
do you enjoy about first grade?
Oh, what do I say? First of all, I believe that teaching is a noble career, and I'm so happy to be in this career. It's a gift, and I feel like you need to be committed to be a teacher. So we get to wear different hats every single day on a daily basis. So sometimes like I'm their role model, sometimes their confidant, sometimes a friend at times, and then sometimes an artist, a performer, a problem solver, and so on and so forth. The list goes on. But being in first grade, I think we get to touch upon like every discipline. And it could be a difficult job, very challenging and difficult, but yet very rewarding and fulfilling. And they become a part of you for life.
So I do have to say that based on my experience, I think it is the most difficult grade, but the most rewarding.
Yes.
The growth that you see in first grade.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. At the end, like your heart goes like, whoa.
Your heart grows.
It grows. Yes.
Grows. Did you always want to be a teacher?
Kind of. Like I always wanted to do something for the community growing up. Like I had two options growing up, either to become a nurse or a teacher, because it's more like a giving to the community. And of course, growing up in my school, I had amazing teachers who supported me through my challenging times and there for me academically and socially and emotionally as well. And I think that kind of gave me that driving force to say, like, you know what, I think I want to be a teacher just like my teachers.
Yeah. Was there one that created such a impression?
I feel like there are several teachers at your different stage of life. I would say elementary, high school, even in college, but more so in elementary. Yes, my science teacher, Miss Jasmine, and my ELA teacher, Miss Monterio. Yes, they've always been there. They were very so kind and empathetic, and there for you when you needed them. Like they could tell you just by looking at you, they could tell like, oh, something is wrong with the student, and then how can I help you? So that awed me, and I would always say like, one day I want to be just like them to somebody else, like who could be in that position.
So how do you incorporate that into your daily routines?
So my first and foremost priority as a teacher, I feel like fostering a great connection with students, because that's like the first thing. Once you build that trust and connection with your students, I think 50% of your job is done. Like you make that child feel comfortable to come to school. Like they should be happy. They should feel safe and eager to come to school. I think once that is done, then they'll be like, then your half of your work is done. And then comes the next part is, motivating your kids, giving them the confidence, trying to say like, do your best, no matter what, and learn from your mistakes. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, and teaching them kindness, because teaching kindness is my jam.
Obviously, you employ what you preach.
Yes.
It's part of your charisma in terms of teaching. Are there other techniques that you would find helpful?
Absolutely, especially with the younger grades. I feel that hands-on learning activities is very important. They feel connected. They feel that the lesson taught is like understood well when they do it more of hands-on. We also like use peer tutoring. So they feel comfortable sometimes talking to their own friends who can help them out in the skills or concepts that they're struggling. We do a lot of small groups. I read them a lot of books, like chapter books sometimes, and they get to pick and choose. And once they're done, they get to create a blueprint of the setting and the story of the book, and then create like a small model of what they picked a setting or a situation about the story. So it's more of hands-on. And then, of course, we engage in a lot of helping each other, and then differentiating. Basically, I think teaching should be done fairly. Give a chance for every kid to be done it fairly, and equity in learning.
So how do you ensure equity in terms of giving a child what they need?
By differentiating instruction based on what level each child is. Raise the bar. Like there could be a kid A and kid B, one who is still struggling, but give all the necessary tools that the child needs in that level, and then keep raising the bar. And same do with the other kid who might be way above, like give the necessary tools that they need, and from there on, like try to push, and just give them the confidence and not to give up. Not to give up. Yes.
What would you share what do you wish you had known when you started teaching? What is something you know today as an experienced and successful teacher that you wish you knew when you started teaching?
I would say when I was more younger a little bit, maybe take it a little...
You're still young, but it's okay.
Maybe take it a little slower. Give grace to yourself. Be kind to yourself. And don't hesitate to ask help. Because I remember like the mentors or the teachers who were there, they're there for you. Sometimes we are hesitant, oh, what if? So I always feel like never hesitate to ask help, and don't rush the process. Enjoy the moment.
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Live in the moment.
Live in the moment, kind of.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what would you share with our community about the beauty of teaching, and how can, as a community, we all work together to ensure our students' success?
So when we say community, I think community falls in different layers, right? Like teachers, we are the part of the community. Parents, part of the community. The administrators are the part of the community. The whole city is a part of the community. So the message for the community would be partnership. Investing in education is investing in future and shaping these young minds. So, education is not just important, it is very essential. So investing and helping in education is the most important thing and very essential, I feel.
Thank you. We ensure the future when we invest in our children.
Yes.
We're investing in our futures.
Absolutely. And that will not go wrong anyway.
No.
So
thank you. I hope that everyone believes in your interpretation of what we must do as a society.
Yes.
And I'm sure working together we'll continue to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank
it
you
was a
so
pleasure.
much.